is the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva.
सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभम् वराभयकराम्बुजम् विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरम् प्रसन्नवदने क्षणम् सकलदेवतारूपिणम् स्मरेत् शिरसि हंसकम् तदभिधानपूर्वम् कुर्वन् अथ धूपः धूरसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तम् धूर्वदयोऽस्मान् धूर्वदितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामसि सस्नितमं बभृतमं जुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतममहृतमसि हविर्दानं त्रिगुंहस्वमाक्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षेर्मा संविक्ता मा त्वा हि गुंशिषुम् श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। धूपमाग्रापयामि। अथ दीपः ॐ उद्दीप्य स्वजातवेदो भग्निं निरृतिं मम पशुगुश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हि गुंसीर्जातवेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अभिभ्रदग्न आगहि श्रिया मा परिपातया। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। दीपं संदर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम् मधुवातारतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्तोषधीः मधुरक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुं रजः मधुद्योरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुभागुम् अस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु मधु मधु। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम् ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादश मासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रा नक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तंभस्वरूपिणे श्री कैलास प्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्री कैलास प्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्री कैलास प्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलम् ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलम् कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरि ओम् तत्सत् सर्वम् भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
too costly. It's time we wake up and send a message of compassion, healing in a non-violent way to the whole universe, whole planet Earth, in a systematic, organized, non-violent but strong way. Strong way as huge spiritual wave. So, I request all the devotees around the world. Now, I'll sit with you all for 3 minutes. Just be. Let us create the intense effect on your body and on the world. Let's heal us and the cosmos. Please just close your eyes and just be. Unclutch and be. No need for any mantra, meditation, nothing. Just unclutch and be. I'll see that all of you experience the intense N effect as the part of the N effect. You may experience physical or psychological levitation, peace, bliss, anything. Just allow it. Let the N effect happen on all of you and the cosmos. Let us heal the cosmos. Sarvo jana sukhino bhavantu. Let the intense N effect happen in the cosmos. Let all the auspicious energies unite and positively explode, awaken the cosmos spiritually. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let the whole world be blessed with this cosmic auspicious energy. Let us all heal us and the world just by being. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, radiate, express and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is Ashramites Day. The subjects Ashramites have suggested for today is Children of God. But I tell you, you are very gods. Why should you just be children? Understand? Ashramite means you already have achieved that first level of Salokya Mukti, living in his world, living in his very physical presence where the cosmos is vibrating in the frequency in which you are also vibrating. Please understand. Usually, either cosmos vibrates in the human frequency, you don't get to be near that human frequency, or you get to be in the human frequency, cosmos does not vibrate in the human frequency. It is very rare, very, very, very rare. In the 6 billion people, very few, negligible, just not even 1,000, few hundreds, only recognize that cosmos is vibrating in the very frequency. Their body, they are vibrating and get a chance to be near that vibration. It's a huge process. Don't think just you saw my photo somewhere and read a few words about me and attended some program and you are here. No. That is the way many were here. I don't want that crowd. Now I don't have. That is why I made it really, really, really. You need tremendous courage now to be here. Understand? In those days we used to sit in Himalayas. So it's with a lot of difficulty you need to reach there. Now I just created Himalayas around me. Every day the newspaper articles are the Himalayas. You need to cross that to be here. Understand? You need to cross that to be here. So, Unless you have the tremendous stability, it's impossible to be here. For this phenomena to happen, cosmos need to come down and vibrate in your frequency. You need to rise up and vibrate in the frequency of the cosmos. For you need to vibrate in the frequency of the cosmos, some of the unnecessary load needs to be removed from you. I do not teach the physical renunciation, means giving up everything. But I do need to make sure, at least mentally, you are renounced. Insecurity is the best thing to teach mental renunciation. No other way. When you go through the insecurity, it's literally acid wash. Unless you have complete mental renunciation, you can't handle. Osho says in one place, utter insecurity is living enlightenment. I am literally making you guys live it. One side, the extraordinary security. The other side, the extraordinary insecurity. You are always on the verge of possibility. One side, if you see, wow, we have a great future. The other side, if you see, you don't know what will happen tomorrow. Playing on the verge of huge possibility. I can say that is the ultimate excitement. My message for ashramites today is, keep your body and mind, muscle memory ready to play with this ultimate possibility continuously. Be ready to play with this ultimate possibility continuously. How to keep that excitement to play with these possibilities continuously, because sometimes it tires. Oh God, can I just forget about everything and rest? No. Keep the seeking alive continuously. Keep the seeking alive. If you wanted to forget everything and lie down and rest, you are already in graveyard. Not just physical graveyard, psychological graveyard. I tell you, continuously think for life. Play with life. So few hundreds who already became ashramite, my message for you all, keep the seeking alive. Keep your decision to update yourself continuously alive. Working inside your inner space and constantly transforming should be there. Life. Do not have the goal of enlightenment. If you have the goal of enlightenment, with that scale you may depress yourself. Oh, still I have not done that, still I have not done that, still I have not done that. No. Keep the continuous spiritual growth as goal. I am more than yesterday. I am more than yesterday. I am more than last hour. Keep the continuous growth as goal. My message to all the people who are already in the ashram, vibrating with the frequency of the cosmos. Keep the spiritual growth, continuous spiritual growth as a goal. In every thought, every word, every action, see, am I growing? Am I going up? Am I going up? Am I going up? Keep that as a goal. Keep that as a goal. For all the few billions who are yet to become ashramite, my message for all of you is, do it as early as possible. By being ashramite, you give the tremendous freedom to the cosmos to play with you. Not just with words. See, when I talk and you listen, I play with you only through words. When you become ashramite and start living, I play with you with your very life. When you listen just to my words, it gives you the completeness in the field of verbalization. So you have many fields of energies. In the field of verbalization, you are feeling filled, overflowing, contented. If you live with your life, with me, your very body, your very life feels fulfilled, overflowing, content. You are complete with your very life. It is literally Salokya Mukti, means living in his very vibrancy. Now practically we become our world, because the way in which the things are understood, projected in the just outside our campus and inside our campus, we have literally become a separate world. I used to visualize an intense energy field of shining light ball, and outside an ordinary dullness. I used to see. Now I am literally seeing it. This is life. This is life. Feel blessed. You are still vibrating in the highest possible frequency of the Master. Understand, there is no logic why you are here except grace on you. I have seen, see, especially during the scandal, it is just the decision of this or that, that's all. There was no other scale. The negativity was so high, practically almost everybody was uprooted. Whether, see, it's like if the flood in the river was less, small plants only will be uprooted. The flood was so much, even the huge trees were uprooted. Then, what's the logic? Who is in this bank and who is in that bank? Nothing. Just a simple logic. Some trees have decided to land on this, move to this corner. Some have decided to move to that corner. That's all. Feel blessed. You decided to move to the right corner. Right corner. Feel blessed. You decided to move to the right side. Because now we know how many plants, trees moved to the wrong side are dead, crying and feeling missed, unfortunate. And just practically I did a Ghora Tandava of logicless chaos, a literal Kala Bhairava, a logicless chaos. There is a beautiful description of Chinnamasta in Dasamahavidyas. She just cuts her own head and drinks the blood which comes out. 3 streams of blood comes out of her head. She drinks 1 stream with her own head, and the 2 streams she shares with her attendants. All 3 are having party with her own blood. I can say literally I did the game of Chinnamasta. Enough. Now it is time to play the game of Dakshinamurti. We have ended the Kala Bhairava game, but just to give a taste how it feels. The ordinary superficial emotions and sentiments are not qualification to experience the highest possible frequency of the living master, an incarnation. Understand? That is not the qualification to experience the intense energy expression. In Tamil Vedanta, in Tamil there is a great Vedanta tradition. They start with something called Chatana Sadushtaya Sambatti. Means, if you have to learn Vedanta from a living, enlightened being, this 4 thing has to be qualified. The tradition is called Kovilur Parampara. In Tamil Nadu, southern Tamil Nadu, there is a great Adinam. They have that tradition. It's called Tamil Vedanta Sampradaya. In that, the first thing they call it Chadana Sadushtaya Sambatti. This 4 qualification has to be there, only then you can learn, study and experience it from a living master. So I saw, just with ordinary flimsy emotions, without having the stability of sadhana sadhushtaya, many have started becoming ashramites. And I do not know how to filter, how to cleanse. I decided, come on. That's all I actually did. And now we have a strong, vital, diamond, dynamic Sangha, an ashram. So remember, you all won the game in that cosmic chaos. It's literally cosmic chaos. So of course, anything I don't do it in a grand way. I don't do it in a small way. And we are not habituated for small things. Whether it is a creating a positive wave or a scandal, we are not habituated for small things. We create big things. And we frighten two big people for no reason. Just an ordinary 33-year-old man. Oh, now we have a problem, whether man or woman or even that. There's a big controversy. Okay, 33-year-old person is going to his native place just to do puja in his temple. As usual, every year as he goes. Who has nothing. He doesn't have an army or a terrorist, nothing. All he has is, he can tell the truth in a very eloquent way where people can understand. Nothing else. I'm going there just to do my regular puja in the temple. Evening, I'm going to just sit in the ashram, and whoever comes to listen to my words, I'm going to talk to them. That's all. I'm really surprised. When the cosmos vibrates in the highest possible frequency, some souls just catch it and raise themselves to that highest frequency. They are enlightened beings. Some at least click with it and gather around that frequency so that they can raise themselves to the highest frequency, ashramites. Some try, but unfortunately miss, fallouts. So different frequency I'm explaining. Some frequencies try to attack and very badly attack themselves. Now see, different frequencies. Some frequencies raise, they become enlightened frequency. Some frequencies may not be able to raise, but stay around so that they can raise ashramites frequency. Some frequencies try to raise and unfortunately fall out frequency. Some try to attack and hurt themselves finally. So many different frequencies. I don't have a battalion, police power, media power. All I have is just few village boys and girls. And I used to have 3 magazines, which is not there now. We neither have media. As far as political power concerned, we are in minus. As far as the money power concerned, we just raise money to eat, to keep these things alive. We are proving the power of patience and silence. For political organization, how many people they can meet, how much they can beat is their power. For spiritual organizations, how much we can stand is our power. When you keep the seeking alive, it creates such a huge inner space. Anybody try to blow, you can just blow them off. Understand? If the inner space is vast, no attack can be done on you. Seeking makes your inner space vast. Don't be frozen. Be always alive. Keep the seeking alive. Keep the spiritual growth, everyday spiritual growth, as the goal of life. How much you have transformed, how much you are in peace, how much restful awareness you are creating in you, how much of the bliss vibrations you are living and radiating and sharing. Let that be the essence and goal and achievement of your life. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is Devotees' Day. devotion, the very life of devotees. If something else is part of your life, relax, you are not a devotee. If you think you are a devotee, be very clear, devotion should be your life, very breathing, very core, not just an idea, but the very core. Understand? Devotion can be an idea in your brain, or just a superficial emotionalism or sentiment. But I can tell you, unless it becomes your breath, your prana, your life force, you can't call yourself as devotee. Devotion, sacred sentiments, is a direct method, direct way to liberation, an enlightenment, an intense experience of the ultimate. I think whenever I am trying to talk about devotion, I am stuck for words, because it is an experience which can't be shared through words. It's melting of the heart, melting of the very backbone, melting of the very system, melting of the very source into the source. I dedicate this day to all the devotees stood by me just because of their devotion, not because of any social expectation, other reasons. Millions stood by me throughout this candle just by their devotion, melted heart. I dedicate this day to them, to all of them. Devotion is such, even once if your core is touched, it cannot go. It cannot leave you. It just transforms. It pulls you back. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, in the Vrindavan, Bangi Bihari's temple, every evening they throw rice mixed with a little abin to the peacocks, so that they will eat and start dancing. So Ramakrishna says, once that peacocks which eats little abin will never miss the next day timing, will be there sharp at that time, because of the taste. Same way the devotion, once you taste it, once you experience it, you will be there. Next day morning again, 7:30. It is so sacred. I have experienced it with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. The very idea you and the object of your devotion is separate will disappear. You just do not know what to give, how to give, what to do. Still I remember when early morning I get up to go and see him, I look around all over the house and I always used to feel, I used to read in the Ramayana that Ravana took the whole house in which Sita was when he kidnapped Sita. Actually in Tamil there is another version of Ramayana, Kamba Ramayana. A great poet Saint Kamba wrote that. When he wrote, he did not translate some parts as it is in Valmiki. Valmiki says, just Ravana physically handled Sita, took her and put her in his flight and took it away, kidnapped. But somehow Kambar was not happy with that idea. So he says that he lifted the whole house in which Sita was staying, put it in his flight and kidnapped. So early morning when I wake up and get ready to go and meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that is the way I will feel. Somehow I can take this whole house and give it to him. I even planned one day, I took a chalk piece and marked my parents' portion of the house and wanted to go and ask Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi will do all kinds of this weightlifting and everything. He's a amazing yogic body. He will show visibly the power of yogic body. He will tie the iron rope in his chest and break it, blast it just by breathing. And lift any size rock, just like that he will lift, or he will roll. There is one huge rock in Arunachala hill, which has rolled and at least some 200 feet it has rolled and stopped. Nobody knows how it happened. I know. It's Raghupati Yogi's work. One day we both were sitting and talking, and he was explaining on Yoga Sutra, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. I said, how can that be? He asked me to feel one with the rock. I just contemplated, meditated, and I was feeling one with that rock. Huge boulder. When I was in that ecstasy, he just moved my hand. Suddenly, without telling me, he moved my hand. I literally saw the whole boulder rolling. I did not touch, there is no physical contact with that rock, boulder. Just that feeling one with that rock, when he moved my hand and that boulder started rolling, I started shouting, oh, what happened, what is happening? Stop. Then he stopped my hand and the boulder stopped. I think from that time only I started shaking people. That was the first object responded to my movement. I actually wanted to ask him, can you lift this house and bring it and give it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara? He was laughing. He asked me, why did you put a mark? I said, I should take only my parents' portion, not anybody else's. Anyhow, early morning before going to the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I'll have my one dhoti. Whatever I can look around and get, take it. I'll put everything and pack it. And it'll all be very silly. It will not be directly useful for him at all. But whatever I feel as useful in my life, all these wooden box, cardboard box, I make small, small temples with that only. I'll take all that. And he will laugh at me. One day I wanted to stitch a shirt for him. I remember. I took a measurement with a rope to stitch a shirt. He was laughing. Actually, I called him. You come to the tailor shop and give the measurement. I want to stitch a shirt for you. He said, no, I will not come to tailor shop and all. You yourself take a measurement and give it to tailor. We had one family friend tailor. He's a very good person. I said, no, he's a very good person. He will stitch and give you the right measurement and everything. Somehow that Arunagiri Ishwara said, no, I don't want to come, you take it and give the measurement. But finally it never got materialized. Never, because this tailor will ask, no, I want this measurement, get it. Next day I will bring that measurement. Then he will tell, no, I want this measurement also, bring it. Finally, till the end, we were not able to take all the measurements at all. I was never able to give all the measurements, so it never got materialized. But I used to feel, whole day I'll feel, what can I take it to him? What I can get? You just do not know what to do. What way you can please him? What pleases him? What satisfies him? What fulfills him? You just do not know. Devotion is the sacred sentiment which makes you feel, how can I please him? You know very clearly you can't fulfill him, he is already fulfilled. But how can I please him? What I can do to please? How can I pour myself on him? That intense mood is what I call devotion. I think I'll leave you today with this one sentiment, sacred sentiment. Contemplate on it. This is my message for Devotees' Day. Imbibe, imbibe, imbibe. Just be soaked in this one sacred sentiment. How can I please him? To whichever object or deity or God or Guru you are devoted, again and again and again soaking yourself in that sacred sentiment of how can I shower me on him and please him. Again and again and again soak yourself, fill yourself in this one sacred sentiment. You will melt in devotion. I bless you all to melt in devotion, experience fulfillment in devotion. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is Acharya's Day. Acharya means the man who teaches what he lives. Please understand, a disciple is not bound to live what he learns. He has a freedom to discriminate. A master or an incarnation is not bound to live what he teaches. He is beyond. But an acharya has to live what he teaches, and he has to teach only what he lives. Understand? Ramakrishna tells a beautiful story. One day a boy was taken to a doctor. By mother. Mother is complaining to the doctor, "Sir, he is eating too much sugar and sweets. Please advise him not to do." The doctor said, "Please come next week, I will talk to him." So the next week, mother came with a son. Doctor said, "Don't eat too much sweet, it is not good for health." And he advised the son. He was also ready to listen. He sent them. Mother, before leaving, asked, "You could have told this last week itself. Why did you make me come second time?" Doctor says, No. Till last week even I used to eat too much sweet. I myself eating too much. If I tell this to him, my words will not have power over him. So I need to practice at least for a week. Only then I should tell him. I practiced for a week. Now I have the right to tell him. I told. He is able to listen. Ramakrishna tells this story. How? Only a person who practices should teach. But if you see in his own life, he himself will teach which he never practices. And he will tell people also, "I am different, you are different, you do that." Please understand, neither a master, an incarnation is bound to live what he teaches, nor a disciple who learns is bound to live what he learns, but an acharya is bound to live what he teaches. Understand the science of teaching. I am giving you an important clue on important truth about teaching. When a man teaches, actually, it is the process of completing himself. That is why every time after a ASP, LBP program, our teachers feel so full, fresh, alive, complete. It's a process of completing. Please understand. When you share some truth and it clicks with the students, you feel tremendous relief. Understand? Whenever you feel relief, in that empty space, fresh energy fills and you are raised to the higher level of verbalization. Please understand? Whenever you teach and that clicks with the student, that click will happen only if you are practicing the truth. Please understand? I am describing exactly what happens when a normal man teaches. When he teaches, if the truths click with the student, if they feel, wow, right. If they get it, the students leave master complete. Students leave teacher complete. In that completion, teacher feels a tremendous restful awareness. He feels an empty space where the fresh energy comes, and that fresh energy leads you to the higher level of verbalization. That is why the more and more and more you teach, your way of teaching becomes more crisp, solid and strong. I tell you, teaching is the best profession if you can live that. It's the best lifestyle if you can live that. In some of the monasteries I have seen, people will fight for pujari job because that job itself becomes spiritual practice. I tell you, the acharya work itself is a fulfillment. Because every time when you teach and it clicks with the student, you have a big relief. And new empty space for the higher level of verbalization. That click with the student will happen only if you are living. Please understand, only if you are living those truths, you will be a current teacher. Otherwise, you will be a dead teacher. I know how many dead teachers are there all over the world. Only if you are living those truths, applying, practicing, you will have the updated understanding, you will be a currency. Be a currency, not a real estate. Real estate value may increase, but useless for emergency. Useless for day-to-day life. Only the currency is useful every day. So an acharya has to be living every day. Whatever he teaches, for example, an LBP acharya, the 7 major concepts only he is teaching. Fantasyless Muladhara is a fulfillment. Fearless Swadhisthana is the ecstasy. Worryless Manipuraga is peace. Sharing love, the heart which pours, is a ultimate excitement. Non-comparing Vishuddhi is a unique energy. Egoless Anya is an ultimate mystery. Grateful Sahasrara is the complete fulfillment. These are the 7 truths they teach. Every day go on, grind yourself with that 7 truth. Every moment. While you are walking, talking, driving, sitting, watching TV, movie. Anytime. Go on grinding yourself with the 7 truths. So naturally you will have new ideas to live those 7 truths. New way of telling those 7 truths. Just now, how I express 7 truths, I have never expressed in the same way earlier. I have suddenly redefined the whole ASP. Whatever you are teaching, same truth, suddenly I put it in a complete new way. If you look back, oh God, the whole ASP is over in the seventh statement. And the way never you thought about it. Because I am living it. That's the reason. New way of expressing. Understand, for you also. When you are living it, you will have the new way of expressing. And naturally, you will feel the higher and higher level of verbalization. A teacher who is able to feel the student click with the truth he is teaching will leave the student complete and leave himself complete. When you are complete, you will feel tremendously relieved. The old verbalization will leave your system and create a new space for the higher verbalization. Master feels complete even if he does not live what he is teaching because he is complete. And he leaves student complete even if he does not practice what he is teaching because it is coming from complete fulfillment. He is in the highest visualization and verbalization. So, as far as the master is concerned, he neither need to practice, he doesn't even need to teach. He can just sit. His very presence will be completing himself and others. But when it comes to acharyas, living makes the student catch the truth, click with the truth, student is left complete and master is understand, live. That is my message for acharyas today. If you are a pujacharya, again, live in that sacred sentiment again and again and again. While you sit in the chair, feel that asana, chair in which you are sitting, is offered to the Lord who is residing in your heart. Asanam samarpayami. Put your body. When you take bath, snanam samarpayami. Because the Lord is in your anandagandha. Before eating the food, tell yourself, naivedyam nivedayami. When you wash your mouth, tell yourself, achamaniyam samarpayami. When you do all the things for your own body, tell very clearly, it's offered to the consciousness which is residing in this body. Because after that consciousness leaves, nothing will be done to your body. Last time it will be done by somebody else. Before they put that into fire or mud. As long as that consciousness is inside, only then all these things are done. That consciousness is master, is God. That consciousness is one with the energy which you are worshipping every day. Pratyagatmam Brahma. Please understand. The soul which you experience as you is cosmos. Even while you experience that as you. The individual soul, the Pratyagatma. For example, there is a huge ocean. one beach you buy, a small property of the beach you buy, and you claim that beach, the ocean which touches that beach, that area is yours. Even while you claim that part of the ocean is yours, it is connected to ocean. Same way, you bought this body, and the consciousness, ocean, touches this body. You claim that part as yours. Even while you claim that part of the consciousness as yours, it is connected to the cosmic consciousness. Pratyagatmam Brahma. What you experience as individual soul is God. So who is responsible for you walking? The individual soul inside. So it is God. Morning when you wake up, tell yourself, Suprabhatam. While you wash your teeth, Achamaniyam samarpayami. While you eat, Naivedyam nivedayami. While you wash your mouth again, Punarachamaniyam samarpayami. When you put your cloth on the body, Vastram samarpayami. Live in that sacred sentiment of puja. That is what you are taught in Manasa Puja. Hritvatmamasanam dadyat sahasrarachyutam mritai bhadyam charanayor dadyat manastu argyam nivedayet tena amritena achamaniyam snaniyam tena chasmritam agasatatvam vastram syat gandasyat gandatatvaham chittam pragalpayet pushpam tejas. All the auspicious things of your own, you are offering it to the superconsciousness. Live with that sacred sentiment. When you live, you will leave the student complete and yourself complete. Pujacharya is an amazing method of raising yourself to the higher and higher levels of visualization. Dhyanacharya means ASP Acharya is a method to leave you to the higher and higher level, raise you to the higher and higher levels of verbalization. Leaving you to the higher and higher levels of verbalization and visualization. Is the purpose of making you as LBP Acharya or Pujacharya. Of course, Yoga Acharya, again, only if you live, you will be able to teach. If you are not able to bend your body, you will not be able to teach. Same way, Jnanacharya. Only if you live, you will be able to share new, higher truths. So understand, Acharya means a man who lives what he teaches. Because he is living what he is teaching, he makes disciple click, the student click with the truth. When it clicks, when a disciple, when a student catches it, he leaves the student complete. Because of that, he feels complete. Because of his completion, the new empty inner space is created where the higher level verbalizations happens. So, I bless all the acharyas to raise yourself to the higher and higher levels of verbalization. And everybody else try to become an acharya as early as possible, because that's one of the best way of spiritual practice. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is Couples Day. Being unclutched in being coupled. How to be unclutched? Actually, only if you are able to unclutch, you will be able to be a couple without friction. Anything which does not have intelligence to unclutch will not be able to clutch also without friction. I tell you, not just husband and wife, even with body and mind. See, actually body and mind are just like husband and wife only. If you know how to clutch and unclutch with body and mind without creating friction, you will just know how to clutch or unclutch with the spouse. It's a simple science. What body wants is different, what mind wants is different. What man wants from a relationship is different, what woman wants from a relationship is different. So man has to decide to become woman, to be in relationship. Woman has to decide to become man, to be in relationship. Woman should understand, she should become man and give what man wants. Man should understand, he should become woman and share what woman wants. Mind should understand, it should become body and stand by the body as it wants. Body should understand mind and stand by the mind as it wants. Then samsara is sannyas. Understand? There is no such thing that something is higher or something is lower. No. Somehow still unconsciously we have that. That's the reason even I need to use the word samsara is sannyas. No. Let us use the word samsar is samsar. It's the greatest samsar. When you understand how to be in the other space, that is where the big problem comes. You go on talking, understanding. Only if you are in that problem, you will understand, Swamiji. It is impossible to understand. That's one of the biggest practical problem humanity is facing from the time of Adam, Eve until now. The moment Eve was made out of Adam's rib, I think rift started. Understanding. But you need to remember one thing. All great things are achieved by some effort. So you need to spend time and energy on understanding. No other way. There is no shortcut for understanding. There is no short route for understanding. Understanding is the shortest route. No way. No other shortcut. Just decide for money how you need to work. Same way, for relationship, good relationship, you need to work. You need to be sensitive about the whole thing. Relationship is not a business. It is not a bargain. It's an art where you need to spend time, energy, intelligence and create it. Or just get out of everything and become a sannyasi. You should have done that. Of course, not after getting married. Sannyasis, individuals don't need to work for relationship. Same way, they will not have the many benefits of relationship. Relationship does have some benefits. Surely, they will not have that benefits. So if you are interested in the benefits of a relationship, no other way, you will have to work for it. And I tell you, if you can't even work for one relationship, I don't think you will be able to work for making your body and mind in tune, your life in tune. It's not that easy job, that easy joke. If you can't even work with the visible part, how are you going to work with the invisible partner? Understand? Visible partner, invisible part. Visible part, invisible partner. You call it as part or partner. If you are not able to work with the invisible, how are we going to work with the visible? No. If you can't even work with the visible, you can't work with the invisible. So I can say, working with the relationship itself is a sadhana. I know many of you are thinking, it looks like sadhana only, Swamiji. Itself is a sadhana. Maybe I'll give this one word as message for my couples day. This couples day message. Learn to be unclutched so that you can intensely, lovingly, deeply be clutched without friction. So the extraordinary joy of sharing love can become lifestyle for couples. Please understand. It can become lifestyle for couples when you just know how to unclutch, where to put the boundaries, where the other person needs you, where you need yourself. The whole fight is, you always see, where other person needs yourself, saying no to that you feel as you need yourself. No. Your need to be with yourself and other person's need for yourself never clashes. Understand? But you create the imagination, it clashes. Then saying no to other person becomes an important identity for you. You start building your identity whenever you say no to other person or whenever you torture other person. We become slowly sadistic. Thousands of marriages break every day just because of this misunderstanding. Saying no to other means saying yes to yourself. No. When you say no to other in ignorance, you are actually saying no to you. Because you don't really look in. Am I really saying yes for me, or I am just saying for the sake of no? No to the other person. Look in. If you look in, you will realize never the yes to other person in yes to you clashes with each other. Yes to you and yes to the other person never clashes. So you need to know the basic truth. You need to understand the basic truth. You need to remember this basic truth. Saying no to the other person is not always saying yes to you. Saying yes to you is not always no to the other person. Saying yes to the other person can be saying yes to you. So remember this one thing and look in. Don't handle your life with ignorance. Even if you made the decision of marriage out of ignorance, don't continue to live in ignorance. Ignorance can be disconnected. Ignorance can be destroyed. That is the greatness of ignorance. It can end. The greatness of knowledge, it never ends. Greatness of enlightenment, it never gets disconnected or you never lose it. Greatness of ignorance is, it ends. It can be ended consciously. I bless you all to end the ignorance consciously. And I bless you all to live, to achieve, to experience, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, the Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is Youth Day. I'll define youth. That is my message for Youth Day. Please understand. Person who is ready to take the past out of his future is youth. Person who is ready to take his past out of the future means not allow the influence of the past into the future is youth. The fears created by the so-called unpleasant incidents of the past or the greed created by the so-called pleasant incidents of the past should not be the base, should not be the root to build your future. Liberating your future from the greed and fear of the past means having freedom to live your future. That is what I call living enlightenment. If you are ready to take the trace or effect, influence of your past from the future, you are youth, whatever age you may be. If already your past has started influencing your future, even if you are just 20, you are old. Understand? The future should be completely open and available, fresh. When you look in, it should look fresh, alive, vibrant, exciting. Not because of the expectations or the traces, influences of the past. No, just as a fresh flower, ready to go into the fresh future. Unfortunately, projecting all the insecurities of the past into the future, human beings feel very secure. When you project all your past into the future, all those insecurities, all those greed, everything, suddenly you feel secured. And you want only that kind of future. I am surprised how the ignorance makes human beings feel insecurity as security and security as insecurity. If your future is clean and fresh, not influenced by the mental setup, the suffered consciousness, understand? Almost all human beings who are not initiated into living enlightenment carry suffered consciousness. Please understand, battered consciousness. So out of that, when you project your future, naturally it is going to be completely disturbed, perverted version of your past greed and past fears. Somehow, human beings feel out of ignorance very comfortable with that perversion, feel very safe, secured. No. Not having perversions about the future, not letting your past fear and greed on the future, having a fresh, clean future is the most secured future. Hence, your consciousness is so fresh and alive, ready to live anything. That is why I am saying, please understand, only if your consciousness is fresh, ready, alive, excited, you can live. Otherwise, everything else is a deep torture. Nothing but a deep torture. Understand these basic lessons. Just today morning, few birds came to my room and started creating some unique sound. Very unique, not crying or very unique sound. I woke up and I was just listening. What do they mean by that sound? I could see very clearly, with a deep, restful awareness, they were chanting Nirvana Shatkam. Really, I don't know. You may think it's my imagination and all that. I really felt I should call the brahmacharis who are taking care of me and tell them to record the audio thing. But before even I could execute that command, I fell into samadhi, enjoying that. They were chanting so beautifully that if I could record it, you will exactly see that not a single rhythm was missing. When I heard that, I really thought, how can birds be chanting? I saw in their very inner space that very ideas that I don't have family, I don't have bondages, I don't have jati, ashrama, varna, dharma. All those ideas are there in their very inner space. I could see the pure excited consciousness in them. Of course, surely they are not ordinary birds. Some enlightened consciousness living in that form of bird, being in this area, maybe for my presence is great. One of the greatest happening in the planet Earth. Please understand, just because only few hundred of you are sitting, don't underestimate what is happening here. In the conscious plane, we are the most happening place in the world. See, if you see the plane of economy, Wall Street is the most happening place on the world. If you see the place of power, political power, Capitol Hill is the most happening place on the earth. So for each plane, there is some place in the world, most happening place in the world. I tell you, in the conscious plane, we are the most happening place in the universe. When I declare this kind of great truths, it takes little time for people to understand, but they always understand. Because I did not land with nobody to understand. I already sent at least few millions who will completely imbibe me, at least few billion who will completely understand me. So don't worry. This time I have updated my edition and version and everything. So we are the most happening place in the consciousness. I could see, I'll exactly translate and tell you the inner space. May not be the exact word, but the inner space of the bird. The complete, pure, independent feeling Each soul lands on the planet Earth on its own, and it flows to achieve its fulfillment, and the purpose of it is achieving the fulfillment. That's all. Maybe the modern day youth need to understand this one truth. Then they will be out of thousands of problems related to marriage and divorce. Vedic marriage is the ultimate solution for this great problem. The oldest problem humanity is facing, still unable to solve, which is called marriage. Understand, both of you are individuals, happened here to achieve the ultimate. Be together with this one motive, one idea, and help each other, support each other for that goal. If you want, create kids who will progress towards that goal. Practically all the marital problems will disappear. I could see in that bird's consciousness. The past is not there at all, is so fresh and alive, I tell you. Keep your inner space fresh and alive and excited to live the future as it comes. I am not saying just take it as it comes. No. When you are fresh, alive, excited, you know how to take it as it comes, and you know how to mold when it comes to you. How to take as it comes, how to mold when it comes to you. It's a knack which cannot be expressed by words. It is just knack. Meditation is a knack. The ultimate technical knowledge is a click. When the technical knowledge clicks with you, you catch the knack of the meditation. It is not some straightforward instructions somebody will give and you will sit and roll with that instruction. No. That is why I am telling you, unclutching. You can never learn by videos or by discourses. No. You will have to sit, and my words, the excitement in my eyes has to click with you. And you will have to sit with that click, and the knack of unclutching has to happen in you. You have to catch. It's a knack. Life is a knack. Understand? It's a knack. Do not allow your past, the greed and fear, inhibitions, shyness, suffering of the past into the future. Today you decide, from today I'll be a youth. Make the decision. I will not allow my past to be projected into the future. I will live as youth. Youth is related to being, not related to body. Just decide to be a youth. You will celebrate your whole life as Youth Day. So my Youth Day message is, decide to be a youth eternally. Nitya Yavanas. Eternal youth. So decide that all of you will be Nitya Yavanas, means eternally young, eternal youth. Just little intelligence, nothing else. Don't allow your pasts constant fear and greed, everything into the future. Live with awareness, radiate, be eternal youth. I bless you all to be eternal youth. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang is the ultimate wealth is stealing millions of hearts. Not ordinary wealth, stealing millions of hearts. I'll teach you the art now. Let's enter into the sutra, what Patanjali has to say. 88th Patanjali Yoga Sutra, in chapter 2, 37th verse. Asteya pratishtayam sarvaratnopasthanam. Swami Vivekananda translates this as, by being established in non-stealing, the yogi obtains all wealth. By being established of non-stealing, the yogi obtains all wealth. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, when a man becomes steadfast in his abstention from theft, all wealth comes to him. Swami Sachidananda translates as, to one established in non-stealing, all wealth comes. Naturally, you will be surprised. If you are established in non-stealing, how can all wealth come to you? Because basically the society teaches legal and illegal stealing. That's all about the whole society is about. See, the illegal stealing, theft. Legal stealing is a business. Now the whole world, the whole wealth is all about whether you have it or I have it. If I can make some crooked law that the way you acquired is illegal, then I can have it. Or if I can bend the law and break the law some way and grab it from you and abstain you from going to the law by media pressure, then I have it. This is the whole game. Please understand. The whole game of life and death, the whole game of wealth and poverty, whole game of light and darkness, whole game of consciousness, unconsciousness. Is demystified in this one sutra by Patanjali. Patanjali demystifies the whole game. Suddenly he is telling, Asteya pratishtayam sarvaratnobasthanam, means by being established in non-stealing, all wealth comes to you. How can that be? Logically you can't understand. How can things come to me by non-stealing? It's all about grabbing. The whole world is about grabbing. Not only in this sutra, the first Upanishad of the first Veda, Rig Veda is the first Veda. The first Upanishad is Isavasya Upanishad. The first sutra, the first sutra expresses the concept of the ultimate by Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamadacharye Shanti Mantra. Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. It's a Shanti Mantra. The first idea is Ishavashyam Idaggun Sarvam. Immediate next idea is Ishavashyam Idaggun Sarvam Yatkinja Jagatyan Jagat Tena Tyaktena Bunjidam Akradak Kasya Sviddanam. By non-stealing, enjoy the whole world. By renouncing, enjoy the whole thing. It's again and again surprising. The very logic on which the Indian economy is built is explained in this one sutra. Patanjali proves himself now an amazing economist. He is the only solution for future, for all economical crises. If Patanjali is followed, there will not be economic crisis on this balloon blast, which is happening once in 3-4 years. Sudden economical boom, and suddenly one day dropped. Really, I am telling you. Almost all of you who are not working in the lines of agriculture, if you are not grain-based, if you are not in grain-based business, all of you are exploited just by handful of people, fear and greed. If you people, the decision makers, money handlers, if they are afraid of the brand you are building, you are gone. If they are greedy about the brand you are building, you are in high. Your whole life is just played, casually, playfully, jovially. Your emotion, life, inner space, consciousness, everything is just a football. I can say baseball. For just a few people who are handling the global economy. Nothing else. Please understand, nothing else. Patanjali is giving one of the greatest solution for all the economical problems. Patanjali is not a communist. He is not a capitalist. And he is not a socialist. That is why he is able to give a pure, right, unbiased solution. Because he himself does not need any wealth under his control. He is able to look at the whole thing objectively and present it. objectively and present it. Understand? It's the most funny thing. Looking at the things objectively, an ability to present. He says, by non-stealing, all wealth is achieved. If just few people in the planet Earth stop stealing, all of us will have all the wealth. That is what it means. Understand? Just few people, handful of people decide we will not steal. You know, when these guys steal, how many lakh crores. The newspaper I was reading, the statistics they are giving, if all the money is brought back to India, what is illegally stolen from India and stored outside India in different banks in different countries, 70 lakh crore. For each family you can donate straight away 2 lakh rupee. Understand? 70 lakh crore for each family, Indian family, you can give 2 lakh rupee. So if just that few people, handful of people decide we will not steal, the whole world will have wealth. That's all Patanjali is saying. Simple logic. Understand? By non-stealing, all wealth comes to us. One more thing, when we have the security, wealth is always here, available to us, we will stop stealing. The storage will stop happening. Please understand. If everybody stops storing and hiding, plenty is available continuously and plenty will be growing continuously, plenty will be created continuously. The problem is, we are caught in vicious rut, vicious circle. Insecurity, you start storing. When the storing and hoarding happens, more insecurity. When the more insecurity, more hoarding and more storing. When the more hoarding and more storing and more insecurity. Patanjali is breaking that rut. Currency has to be circulated. Only if it is in the current, it can be called as currency. If it is stagnant, it cannot be called as currency. As long as it is current, it is currency. Patanjali breaks that cycle, vicious cycle, and he creates virtuous cycle. Live without stealing and hoarding, storing. Suddenly you will see, you will feel the wealth. I am actually trying just on this very concept to build this whole community. Everybody knows plenty is there, everywhere. Whether it is food or housekeeping or shelter, everybody feels secured. Plenty is there. When you feel secured, you release tremendous creativity. I tell you, I can challenge anybody. Please understand, I am throwing a new challenge to the world. Let it be on record. Anybody of my ashramite qualification, anywhere, I challenge you guys to come and challenge the creativity of my ashramites. I challenge any field. When there is a deep, secured feeling, the amount of creativity unleashed and the number of hours the creativity and highest awareness maintained in biomemory. The outside world, when you are in so much of insecurity, even if you are creative, the creativity being maintained in your biomemory will not be more than 20 minutes or 1 hour. 20 minutes is minimum and maximum 1 hour, that's all, a day. But here I can show the highest possible creativity is created and sustained at least 20 hours with excitement. When a person is feeling secure, The relaxed swadhisthana unleashes tremendous life force in the people, in beings. Anybody who has the same qualification outside world, working in insecurity, I challenge, come and see my ashramites. I have created such a deep security for them with all the attack going on me. I can say I am the first and only organization withstood this voluminous religious persecution with all that, the ashram activities, not a single department is shut. We only opened new departments, legal department. Not a single department is closed or reduced its activities. Even when I was arrested and kept in prison illegally, unlawfully, even then, the ashram was running. I know some of the biggest religious leaders of this country, when they were arrested, their own monastery did not supply food for them in the jail after 16 days. 16th day, the monastery people have said, we don't have anybody to cook and send food for you. Eat the jail food. And he has to find some cook inside the jail to cook for himself. I am fortunate. For 53 days they sent food. And we had cook. Not only that, 100 ashramites were continued to stay inside the campus and keeping this whole unit alive. Including kids and elders. I have created such a strong security for them. Not only they don't steal, they feel they are rich. You will not find in any of their word, action, thought, poverty. When it comes to their personal life, they practice aparigraha, but you will not find poverty in them. They know their father is king. You won't find poverty in them. Very soon, I'll establish this a model community. When a community does not steal, hold, store, how it is wealthy and how this model can be reproduced everywhere. Neither capitalism nor socialism or communism. I don't believe in any ism. I believe in isness, not isms. Patanjali is teaching isness. Please understand. The major 5 things of the world: law. See, for any society and civilization, the major 5 pillars: law, information spreading, means media, wealth generation and circulation, business community, and personal character and fulfillment of individuals. Please understand, if character becomes an impractical law, the fulfillment will not be there. If the fulfillment of a personal life is unleashed and licentiousness is given, character will not be there. Character and fulfillment of an individual person. And the 5th, above all, the ruling, guiding principle of all the five. Please understand, law, media, the fulfillment and character of the individual person, creation and circulation of wealth, and overall administration of all these four. These are the five problems, five field all the civilizations will face: law and order, business community, media, and the individual fulfillment, the human resource, and government. Patanjali, through this yama, gives solution for all these major five fields. Through brahmacharya, he is teaching an amazing principle. When I say brahmacharya, I don't mean celibacy. Celibacy word is a poor translation. No. Living like God. He gives us the technique for the maintaining character and intense internal fulfillment. Fulfillment of the life. He attends the whole human resource department in that one sutra, in that one truth. And just the truthfulness, one concept, completely addresses the media, the new information spreading. Just with one truth of non-greed, he addresses law enforcement department. If just the corruption is taken out in the department of law, means creating, executing, in all the things related to law, whole problem will be solved. And just this one idea of non-stealing is established, the whole business community will become the community creating and sharing the wealth, not robbing, sucking and storing it somewhere secretly so that we can enjoy later on. And when you become old, your kids will fight for it and kill you. What you created thinking that will be a security for during the old age, that itself will become stress. Your daughter will ask for something, your sons will ask for something, and in that fight, you will have a tremendous stress and die. That is what is happening to many rich men who created wealth thinking that it will be a security for the future in the old age. Finally, that only has become danger. Patanjali is proving his ultimate science, his ultimate technique to the field of economy through this sutra. When you don't hold, when you feel the truth of non-stealing, suddenly, first thing, so much wealth is available. Second thing, tremendous creativity you have gets expressed. Understand, even in your own life, convert everything into cash and keep it somewhere, you will even forget that you have. You will just forget you have, and you will be living in poverty. For example, if you have in the bank 10 crore, you do not know what all can be done by 10 crore. And you will be struggling with your day-to-day life for 10,000 rupee. Not remembering that 10 crore can create every moment 10,000 for you. The feeling insecurity is the wealth of Kubera. secured and creating, enjoying is the wealth of Lakshmi. Do you want to be a Kubera or Lakshmi? You need to find out. Creating and hoarding. Two different concepts. If you are hoarding, be very clear, you will not be creating, you will be sucking. If you are creating, you will always be circulating. Intellectually, verbally, this sutra cannot be completely understood. But I will create a model community and show to the world Patanjali is a great economist. And this solution still works. Still works. When you don't hold, two things happens. One, you will know the power of wealth. And second, you will be continuously creating. Third, when you know the power of wealth and creating, you will be wealthy. You will be rich. All the wealth will be available to you. Understand, I have the right to talk about wealth because I generate and circulate. That's the reason I am telling you, Patanjali is truthful. He is really giving solution. Even in your own life, at least as far as you can, try not to hold and create more and more. Generate. You will see. You will be living a wealthy, rich life. By not stealing from others, you achieve all the wealth. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryanta Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, auspiciously, we started Jayanti Brahmotsava. One important thing is, from this year, We are celebrating the Brahmotsava based on the Vedic calendar. That is why the day has come. 20th itself, we have started the Brahmotsava with Dvajarohana, flag hoisting. First thing, it has started with so much of auspiciousness. I saw very clearly all the divine auspicious energies landing on us with a beautiful drizzle. If you observed, it is a very auspicious sign in Vedic tradition. The moment I picked up the flag and energized it, invoked, let all the divine auspicious energies express itself here. Immediately I saw they are all expressing on the beautiful auspicious sign of drizzle. Devatas, gods showered from the sky, and with all the auspicious celebration, we started the Brahmotsava today. Understand, this year is going to be great auspicious year. All the negativity is over. Understand? Really over. So don't worry, really all the negativity is over. All masters, when they expand their mission to the next level, they have to clear some negativities. So I did the same thing, that's all. Because I am taking the mission completely to the next level. The energy expression has become so intense in the body. Please understand, last year I declared the mission will explode and expand 10 times more. I think now I know it has exploded and expanded 100 times more. Understand, mission is not just the number of temple, number of centers we create. It is actually the amount of energy expresses through the master's body and number of people getting transformed. Just see. I don't need to talk anymore. Enough. The transformation and the amount of energy expression. That is mission. Understand? Not just 10 times, hundreds of times it has exploded. Another one important thing. Please be very clear. Now I am saying, this year, when I say this year, means this Brahmotsava year, means 2011. This year, not only hundreds of times more energy explosion, hundreds of times more, we will be creating even temples, centers, ashrams, transforming millions of devotees. Above all, all the so-called bad publicity will completely turn into good publicity. That is what is going to happen this year. Understand? Straight away, if you do good publicity, people don't listen. People don't pay attention. You can't get their attention. Really, I'm telling you. 7,000 hours I spoke. Who was looking at me? I did not do anything. Somebody produced 7 minutes video. And the whole world is looking at me now. Now whatever I do is a news. Whether I leave the hair open or tie the hair. Or I put the yellow cloth or red cloth or white cloth or green cloth. Anything I do is news now. Understand? We just got the attention of the international media. Now we will turn the whole thing positive and tell them exactly what we are doing. And I want all of you to know, media are not bad people. Really, I'm telling you, media are not bad people. We just need to tell them what we are doing, the amount of good things we are doing. We will not only tell them, we will show them. We will not only tell them this year, we will show them. Understand? The amount of physical healing, mental healing, and energy expression, and spiritual auspicious things happening will be hundreds of times more than anything you have seen. You will see. You will see. Actually, when last year I predicted, some people may be feeling, no, what Swamiji predicted did not come true. No, it has come true in much better way. In much better way. And now, it's like when we do a surgery, we open the body, remove the tumor and throw it away, then do surgery. Do the stitching and the recovery happens, healing is happening. So people who see the tumor size, they think, oh God, something is wrong. No, we removed it, understand? We have started accumulating unnecessary fat. Unnecessary fat is not only load, dangerous. So we just removed them. Removed all of them. And the unnecessary fat and tumor also should know it can be alive only as long as it is connected to the main body. When it is removed, you don't need to kill them. They will die by themselves. So, understand, it's time we are recovering, recouping and healing. And healing. So, it's time we need to heal. And we are healing. I could see very clearly the intense energy expressing through my body. Please understand, Cosmos is not angry with us. It is celebrating our presence. Only the people who carry negativity in their head and whole body are angry with us. So, of course, their anger is no use and their anger may destroy them, that's all. Nothing else. If Cosmos is angry with us, it will not express such an intense energy. It will not be just doing so many miracles, so much of joy and transformation and energy expression. This very thing proves Cosmos is happy with us, blissful with us, celebrating our presence. Understand? continue to radiate auspiciousness. Now all the tumor removal, everything is over. It is time we stand up and celebrate, and not even running our mission. It's an ordinary word. Now it is levitating and flying. Let us literally fly. It is time to fly. Not only people, the mission is also literally taking off. We become strong. Last year, our strength, we proved our strength and integrity. We really become strong. Now only we become real Sangha, understand? Till then, we had many Angas. But we never become Sangha. Now, we have become really a Sangha. So I tell you, Nityananda Sangha starts now. See, all Anga means parts. Becoming Sangha is a process. You need to remove all the Bangas. Only then it will become a Sangha. So only now we removed all adharmas, anityas, anirantaras, all the Bangas. Now only we removed. So naturally the remaining Angas have become Sangha. Understand? Only now we have become Sangha, an integrated, united organism, a powerful, strong, independently intelligent organization. So understand, it is time we stand together, stand strongly, proving the power of enlightenment. The power of Jivan Mukti. We have finished cleaning process. Now it is time building, creating. Actually, now only we are starting the Sangha. Whatever all these years we were doing, we were just playing and just collecting material, that's all. Collecting bubbles here and there and finding out, will this become diamond, will this become diamond, will this become diamond, that's all. Now it is the time that we stand and really radiate our enlightenment, the strength and courage. You could see very clearly this year, great positive explosion. auspicious consciousness. We will radiate enlightenment. Message for this year is sharing enlightenment. First 2009, living enlightenment. 2010, radiating enlightenment. Living enlightenment means Jivan Mukti, living it. Radiating means not only you living, inspiring others to live. Sharing enlightenment means not just inspiring, literally sharing, making them live. Understand? When you radiate enlightenment, others may pick up, may not pick up. If they don't have ability, they may not pick it up. When you share, it is literally giving. So simply, they have to take it and live. Understand? I am now upgrading the mission statement and updating the vision of the mission, sharing enlightenment. We have plenty, we will share with the whole world. This year,
Om Jai Nityananda, Swami Jai Jai Nityananda, Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan, Kali Kalpashamatranam Nitya Uttarana Chikeshaya, Swami Om Jai Nityananda, Om Jai Nityananda, Swami Jai Jai Nityananda, Lokanath Sthita Kasho Bhagavan, Kali Kalpashamatranam Nitya Uttarana Chikeshaya, Swami
through this declaration, I am announcing clearly, we won the war. We have won the war, so we are heroes. Understand? With this strength, we will do millions of wonderful things. Millions of wonderful things. And the solid proof we won the war is the cosmos is expressing more intensely through this body. That's a solid proof. Nothing else is required. You don't need any other proof. Naturally, when the energy intensely expresses through this body, so intensely, it will destroy all the negativity. if it is delaying few days, it must be having a bigger plans. Understand? Greater and bigger plans, which we may not understand now. In the end, we'll, oh God, such a nice ending, such a beautiful climax. The time delay is worth. This climax, wow, worth waiting. I think just for that wow, only few days delay is happening. So don't worry, we won the war already. You will see the beautiful, amazing, auspiciously shocking and surprising climax. That is why cosmos is taking few days. It is more intelligent than our insecurity and mind which is caught with insecurity. So just have little patience and see cosmos beautifully giving an amazing, auspicious climax for us. So from today, we will start sharing enlightenment with the world. Not just living, not just radiating, literally sharing. When you radiate, some may not pick it up. When you share, everyone will receive it. Everyone will live it. Today's subject, surprisingly, Satyameva Jayate. Truth alone always wins. '87th Patanjali Sutra, in second chapter, 36th verse. I'll read the sutra. I don't know how Patanjali exactly coincided the sutra. Satya pratishtayam kriyaphalashrayatvam. Exactly today what I am sharing, the same thing. Vivekananda translates the sutra as, by being established in truthfulness, the yogi gets the power of attaining for himself and others the fruits of the work without the work. Prabhavananda translates as, when a man becomes steadfast in his abstention from falsehood, he gets the power of obtaining for himself and others the fruits of good deeds without having to perform the deeds themselves. Sachidananda translates as, to one established in truthfulness, actions and their results become subservient. Understand? If somebody is established in truthfulness, without any tapas, anything, intense auspicious energy expresses for him, and whoever he wants to give for both. Please understand. When he is established in truthfulness, he can have any expression of energy for himself and for anybody. Even you don't need to do any sadhana. Even you don't need to do any sadhana. Man who is established in truthfulness, the very air which comes out of his throat, if it comes out in the form of words, it is process and elevates you to enlightenment, an energy experience. If it comes out in the form of just air, straight initiation. Directly puts you into enlightenment. Please understand. Man who is established in truthfulness, if any word comes out of him, if it is logically matching you, it's a technical knowledge. If it is just consoling you, it is giving you the peace, the technique for peace, the method for giving you the restful awareness. If it expresses as the blessing for the future, it is a boon. If it expresses as a word which puts you in a higher consciousness, it is a process. If it expresses as a technique, it is a meditation. If it just expresses as a pure energy, it's an energy which puts you into the enlightenment. When somebody is established in truthfulness, not only he doesn't need to do anything, even others don't need to do anything to have any results. His very presence takes care of himself and all the people who come in his presence. Exactly what I wanted to tell today, Patanjali is describing. That is what I am saying. We prove to the cosmos we are established in truth, whatever test it does to us. So now the cosmos is showering on us, through us. Not only it fulfills whatever we want without any action, it fulfills all the people who come in our presence also and who feel connected to us also without doing any action. Understand? Exactly the message of sharing enlightenment. Now we prove to the cosmos, not only me, even my whole Sangha is established in truthfulness. See, not only I survived this attack, the teachings which I am propagating, that also survived this attack. And my Sangha also survived this attack. Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, all the three, master, teachings and mission, all three survived this great religious persecution. Through this we proved all three are established in truthfulness, Satya. Understand? So naturally, now cosmos is expressing its great blessing, boon. Not only we don't need to do anything, even the people who are connected to us don't need to do anything to get anything auspicious in their life. Just it happens by itself. When you are established in truthfulness, any word which you utter, even casually, becomes truth. Any word you utter, even casually, makes people experience enlightenment. Everybody knows the Vak Siddhi of the Master. is just because being established in truthfulness. Understand, truthfulness is not ordinary mere fact. It is something beyond your fact place. It is being established in right understanding about the self, cosmos, humanity, nature, world, and country legal system. And the people who execute that legal system. With this Vak Siddhi, I am telling you, we won the war. We won in the game. Understand? Now it's only a question of few days of visibly seeing that negativities have disappeared and positive expression is happening. Not just expression, positive explosion happening. Anything I see, it takes few days for you to see, usually. I already saw. It just takes few days for you guys to see, that's all. Till then you need to have a little bit of patience and relax from the insecurity, that's all, nothing else. The moment I say it is already delivered, you need to just open the package and see the gift, that's all. Just that takes little time, nothing else. Nowadays I started giving door delivery, whether good or bad. I am not depending on any courier and postal service. Being established in the truth just makes you in tune with the cosmos. You don't need to do anything for what you need to do. Simply it will happen because cosmos functions on the axis of truth. Same way, anybody who feels connected to you, they don't need to do anything to achieve what they want. Just because they feel connected, the very you being established in truthfulness makes them also experience whatever auspicious thing they want in their life without doing anything. It's a science, not a belief. I'll expand on this science in further satsangs. So today, I'm only giving you the gist. Truth alone always wins. Satyameva jayate. And through this declaration, the most auspicious declaration, auspiciously I inaugurate the 34th Jayanti Brahmotsava celebrations. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang: non-violence, door to global peace. I'll be expanding on Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 86th Sutra, in 2nd chapter, 35th verse. Let's see the sutra. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. Vivekananda translates this sutra as, when the yogi is established in non-killing, in all enmities, cease in his presence. Prabhavananda translates as, when a man becomes steadfast in his abstention from harming others, then all living creatures will cease to feel enmity in his presence. In the presence of one firmly established in non-violence, all hostilities cease. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. If somebody is established in ahimsa, non-violence, in his very presence, all the negativity, hostility will completely disappear. Please understand. Not only in non-violence, any idea, if you are established in it, means even your bio-memory has become that one truth. Your bio-memory has riped into the truth. Then in your presence, whoever is there will be experiencing the truth intensely. Please understand. I am not doing anything to radiate bliss. I am just living it. My bio-memory is intensely established in it. So naturally, whoever comes around, they feel it. In anything you are established, all the people who are in your presence are bound to feel that. Please understand. We are not islands as we think. No. Truth has its own tremendous strength over your bio-memory and the people who are around you. You need to understand, your unconscious is so powerful, it exactly grasps what he means by his words and how much those words mean in his life, how much they will be useful for your life. Please understand. Your unconscious is 100 times more powerful than your conscious. That will simply know whatever you are hearing and listening from somebody, is it really true for him? Is it really going to be true for you? And is it really going to elevate your consciousness? Just see the fun. Look into your own mind. I can give you this simple analysis. Here I am sitting, only verbally saying something. I am just using only words, nothing else. But suddenly your whole being feels pulsates, vibrates with the truth. And the truths which I am expressing are not even like things related to day-to-day affairs, like ordinary facts. 1 + 1 is 2. Is the fact which you handle every day. So to prove those facts, maybe a simple words are enough. But what I am talking is beyond your comprehension. Suddenly I am saying that this whole world which you experience is made out of the same material in which your dreams are made. It is not a day-to-day fact for you. It is not the fact you experience everyday life. No. Truth beyond the facts which you experience. But somewhere it clicks. I think he is telling the truth. Somewhere it starts sinking. And even if you are not able to believe consciously, your unconscious gets connected to it, and when you find time, automatically you Google and go to the YouTube, maybe I should spend a little more time in what he is talking. I have seen people do this very secretly. Now really, especially if you are forced and brought here by your husband or wife. Now sometime, to fulfill the family obligation or the friend's obligation, your friend will be nagging, please come. When you go and sit, the words I utter may not be a day-to-day fact for you. For example, this one truth I am saying. This whole world is made out of the same stuff out of which your dreams are made. Means if you can make your dreams, you can make this world also as you want. This is not a fact which you experience every day. It's a truth beyond your fact. But even if your consciousness does not catch it, your unconscious will feel some click, connection. Oh, feels this guy knows what he is talking. And he is very clear what he is telling. So later on, automatically you will have that temptation in corner. What he really means by that word, this world is made out of the same stuff in which your dreams are made. I came here just for healing, but this words looks true. You will start digging out. It is not the words, please understand, the words I am uttering has become my experience. When I utter these words, this whole world is made out of the same stuff in which the dreams are made. Not even 1 inch of my bio-memory, one bit of my bio-memory is resisting the truth. The whole bio-memory is in tune with the truth. I am just completely expressing the experience, the honest, in-depth experience. So naturally what happens? That honest bio-memory has to touch you, has to be transmitted in your bio-memory, no other way. Let me give you one story happened in my life. Then you will understand the power of being established in any truth. After my experience of my life's mission, in 2000 it happened. At the end of the 2000, maybe last part, November or December, I don't remember. I was staying in a small village near the Kanchipuram, in a hill and a small village. I was sitting under a banyan tree. And I was in a deep samadhi, but eyes are open. My eyes were open with a stretched leg. I have stretched my leg and sitting very casually, leaning on that banyan tree. I was in a deep samadhi. Maybe for 1 hour. Throughout that 1 hour, a big, at least 7 to 8 feet cobra, poisonous cobra, was lying just almost touching my body. It was just lying next to me, completely in peace, completely in rest. Not exactly on my body, but touching my body. Slowly, very slowly, after an hour, I was settling in the body. Please understand, you need to understand this important point. The moment I was settling in my body, I had a thought. I am a man, means I am a body, this body. The moment I had the thought, I am this body, the cobra had the thought, he is cobra. Till then, he did not even have the thought he is cobra. Please understand. I could see very clearly. As long as I am not feeling I am a man, that guy was not feeling he was cobra. Neither I am a threat for him, nor he is a threat for me. Complete Advaita, non-dualistic experience. I was there in Samadhi and he was there in Samadhi. He did not feel threatened by me. He did not feel this is some other body. Please understand. If you are feeling threatened by somebody, be very clear, that person also feels threatened by you. It is a basic nature. If you want to be rid of your enemy, somehow send him a message, Abhayam, I won't hurt you, don't worry. Because everybody is here to protect themselves, not to hurt others. Understand, it's a basic law. I am established in ahimsa. Abhayam sarvabhudebhyo. Any moment anybody want to correct and continue with their life, I'll be the first person to say, Tadastu, so it be blissful. I am established in ahimsa. Please understand, I am telling you exactly. The moment I felt I am the body, the snake felt he is snake. I could see very clearly. My body slowly moved out, means I am trying to move my body, and that snake just raised his hood and looked at me, put his head down and just moved out. Only when I had an idea I am body, the snake had an idea he is snake. So when I felt I should move my body out, he felt he should move his body out. Anyhow, after all I was in Samadhi, so he did not feel I am a threat and I did not feel he is a threat, so there was no fight. But even this separation may be a threat or may not be threat, but it is separate. The moment I felt the separation, he felt the separation. When there is a separation, there can't be any friendliness. I don't want to hurt him. Because I don't want to hurt him, he doesn't want to hurt me. But let me go on when I decided, let me go with my life, he decided, let me go with my life. Please understand, this whole world is mirror. Context. how you respond to any context, same way the context responds to you. I am telling you, context is not a dead word. It is a living, independent intelligence. You always think egoistically, you are the only living mechanism. The context around you is a dead matter. No. Feeling you are more powerful than the context is ego. Understanding the context is an independent intelligence like you is understanding about life. If you understand the context, means things around you are independently intelligent like you, they do strategy planning, they do react, they do respond after an intense contemplation like you. If you have this understanding, you will not blame the world is taking revenge on you, world is torturing you, world is giving suffering to you, the context is harassing you. No. Context does not harass you. If you have the idea context is harassing you, you are harassing the context. Idea that context is harassing you is the source and justification of your violence. When you think the surrounding is harassing you, then you will justify your violence. Then now I have to be violent. Come on. The moment you justify your violence, automatically the violence done to you is justified. Context is independent intelligence. If I think I am more powerful, more intelligent than that snake, it is ego. When I understand the context, the situation, the snake is equally independent intelligent like me, that does strategy planning, that does thinking, that does intense contemplation before responding just like me, then it is an understanding. Context is independent intelligence. When you don't realize, understand, please understand, when I say context, I am not only saying that snake. I mean everything. The same thing. I can tell you another one incident. In the same village, just few days ahead of this incident, I was sitting under a tree. The tree has the long flowers. In Tamil we call Saramalli. That flower is called. That flower, you can make a garland of that flower without any thread. I don't know the English name. It's a very strong, fragrant flower. I was sitting under the tree. I am telling you one more incident on the same truth of context being independently intelligent. At least the snake, you can say, maybe my body heat has changed because I settled into the samadhi and that guy left. You can say any story. But that I am telling you another one story. It's not a story, it's a history. Under a tree I was sitting, which has this long flowers, which can just, if you just connect one flower with other itself, you can make a garland. That's the way villagers make garland out of that flower without using any thread or any connecting material. I was sitting under the tree. There was no breeze, nothing. Maybe evening. It was complete stillness. such deep restful awareness. I was completely, what to say that, what J. Krishnamurti calls as freedom from the known. When you are in deep restful awareness, whatever you know, your mind and body will be free from it. Freedom from the known. Such deep restful awareness. Actually, the moon was rising and sun was setting. Maybe the time around Purnima or around Purnima, I don't remember. But I could tell you, describe the scene now. Moon was rising and sun was setting. Such restful awareness. There was a small stone on which my hand was resting. I don't know what was the reason or purpose. Suddenly, very casually, I just lifted my hand and felt a strong life with the tree. The same intense life I was feeling inside my body, I felt with the tree. It is alive, just like me. Another one person is sitting next to me. When I felt that intense life in the tree, with the deep love and care, I touched the tree. I don't know how you will trust, but I am telling you exact truth as it is. The tree just literally shook itself without any breeze or air. It just shook. I don't know how many thousands of flowers. It just showered the whole flowers. When I looked up, not a single flower was left in the tree. Please understand, it just showered. When it finished, I looked up, not a single flower was left in the tree. I'm telling the honest truth. Of course, if I am talking the truth, your unconscious will simply catch it. You can't deny it. If you are able to deny it, forget about it, then I am not talking the truth. If I am talking the truth, this is the scale. You just can't deny it. You just know, maybe I am not understanding, but I don't think he is telling a lie. You know. I may not grasp it, but I don't think he is telling a lie. Simply the whole tree showered. Please understand, context is intelligent. Whether it is a tree or snake. See, because of that intense friendliness and love, even the tree showered. Because of that one line of separation, the snake went away. Context, whether it is a tree or snake or even a stone, I tell you, even a stone, context is intelligent. So, there cannot be any harassment. If you handle the context with intelligence, with the clarity, it is intelligence. Even if from the other side the violence is initiated, when you understand the context is intelligent and handled, that's the way Krishna handled it. So much violence was invoked on Krishna. He was never violent. In a very non-violent way, he knows how to send it back to him. Non-violence is the ultimate shield and strategy, understand? Play with non-violence. It is like cutting the jackfruit after applying the oil in your hands. Indian villages, they will apply this oil before cutting the jackfruit so that the jackfruit milk will not stick in the hand. Same way, completely apply non-violence, ahimsa, to your inner space and then play even with war situations. You will see, simply you will know how to turn and send it back to them, whatever weapons they sent. Understand? Context is independent intelligent. If you understand this truth, you yourself will not create violence, and any violence invoked on you, you will have a simple intelligence to play the whole game. I tell you, greatest thing which you can learn from my life. If somebody asks me, Swamiji, can you give one gift from your life? This is the gift. With so much of persecution happening on me, still I am able to retain my restful awareness, which goes on radiating highest subtle truths every day. Please understand, when you are being persecuted in all directions, retaining your health may not be that big job. Even retaining a little bit of cheerfulness may not be that big job. But retaining the subtle intelligence which goes on churning out and responding and radiating highest, deepest, subtle spiritual truths, impossible. If any of you are lecturers, professors, teachers, you know, if you had one fight with your spouse 10 minutes, that whole day your classes are spoiled. How many lecturers, teachers, professors we have? Raise your hand. Then you know what I am talking. If you had one fight 5 minutes with your spouse, forget about fight. When you are driving your car, you missed a signal, got a ticket. You can't do your class that day. You can't talk what you prepared. If you are a lawyer or a professor or a lecturer, teacher, whose professionally required to remember subtle points and respond, even if you are taking the same class 20th time, you can't. Retaining the intellectual subtlety, stability of intellectual subtlety means only if your intellect is in complete restful awareness, it can go on churning out and come up with a new expression of the subtle truths. What I am talking is not like a day-to-day facts. A for apple, B for brinjal. For that, your intellect does not need to be stable. I know many of the Indian village schools, the teachers will be literally sleeping and taking class because they taught the same subject so many times. He will not even remember what he taught for last 1 hour, and neither the student will remember. That is different. It's like you be here because I will be asking you, I will be here because my superior will be asking me, that's all. You do what you want, I do what I want. Nothing more. So what I am talking is not that kind of subjects. It is subtlest truth. Had to be churned and made so light and alive so that it can become directly an experience in you. Just yesterday I was telling, you don't need any other proof that I am completely unclutched except my morning satsangs with this harassment and abusal going around. Nothing else is required. Even 1/100th of this harassment and abuse any one of you go through, forget about giving discourses on the subtle, deep subjects. Even ordinary, simple, balanced conversations will be impossible. Simple dialogue will be impossible. If you understand context is intelligent, you will not create violence, and you will have a deep, restful awareness to play with violence which was invoked on you. You'll just know, come on, next. All you need is just movement of hand. This is what I call airbenders. We bend air. And take care, no weapons touches us. Non-violence is a powerful energy which can bend air. Because when you are established in the understanding, you are one with the whole, and the whole is one with you. When you are part of the whole, and the whole is part of you, please understand that extraordinary ecstasy and the joy and the truth not only fills you, it fills the whole context. When you make context joyful, context makes you joyful. I said, I know when I make the context blissful, context strongly stands and tries to do whatever it can. So understand the life. Even if the context tries to throw violence on you, you be established in non-violence. You will have the right strategy planning. You will be able to play with it. You will be able to just bend the weapons and send them back. Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidau vairatyagaha. If you are established in non-violence, harmlessness, in your very presence, the enmity disappears. Many people come and tell me again and again, it's a big problem. I wanted to ask you so many things. I came near you, and in your presence, all questions disappeared. All the thoughts disappeared. All the doubts disappeared. What to do, Swamiji? I tell them, if it disappears in my presence, understand it is not worthy of asking. Forget about it. Then you are relieved from it. Established in zero TPS, in your presence, for others also, the suffering disappears. They become joyful. My own yoga master, Raghupati Yogi, I have seen how he will play with biomemory. If somebody is not able to do yoga, all fat, double, triple size people and all will come to him. He will straight away tell, hey, do Sarasasana upside down, stand upside down. He will not give any procedure and all. He will straight away tell, I think if you stand upside down, everything will become all right. And that fellow cannot stand even with his legs. He is so heavy. Even standing with his legs is so difficult. On his legs. And he'll just tell, stand on your head. And naturally he will be shaken. All he will do is he will call them and give one hug, that's all. I have seen with my eyes. In 2 seconds that fellow will just stand upside down, stand on head. The power of his bio-memory, because he is established in yoga, that bio-memory just gets transmitted. Same way, sometime will ask me to pluck some flowers from trees. There are some trees which you can't climb. Very difficult. So I'll go and tell him, oh, I'm not able to climb, can I use stick to cut those flowers and bring? He will be making continuously a lot of medicines. So he'll ask me to get some flower, fruit, leaf and all that. I'll ask him, can I use the stick? He'll say, no. He'll give little water in a small cup and he'll tell me, go and pour this water under the tree and tell that I want that flower. And he will be shocked. Really, I'm telling you, I'm not telling you stories. I'll just go and pour that water and tell. And he will tell the exact word. I'll tell that Tata wants the flower. And the tree will drop the flower. Tata is the word, grandfather. We usually call him Tata. Means the grandfather. He wants your flower. That's all. The tree will drop the flower. I'll just bring and give it to him. Established in non-violence. He will say, and another thing, he will not pluck one leaf or flower extra. How much is necessary for that making the medicine? He will have that small stone kaluva. It is called kaluva in Tamil. Like a stone piece in which he will rub and make those medicines. Like a grinding thing. The village grinding thing. Way of grinding. He will add the whatever needed. Sandal paste and this leaf and rose water. And sometimes that the cow's urine. Cow's urine is considered as a medicine in Indian tradition. And you will add that cow's urine and start grinding. How much is required? Only that much you will collect. Established in non-violence. Many times I tried the same technique. When I used to wander, usually the tamarind rice is the only food I will make. Because the tamarind trees are there in the highways. I'll go and stand under the tamarind tree and pour a little water and touch the tamarind tree, please drop few fruits. And it will really drop. I don't know how you will believe. And it will really drop. Still, 2 tamarind trees which are in my quarters, they don't sleep at night if I am there in that quarters. They don't sleep. The tree will close its leaves, usually in the night, especially tamarind trees. At least 10 times we have video recorded and we have a video proof. If I am there, it will not sleep. If I am not there, it will open up. If I am staying there, it will not sleep in the night time. It will be open. If I am not staying there, it will be closed and it will rest. Today no work. Understand? establish yourself in the non-violence, ahimsa, you will simply see and radiate the joy and bliss in your very presence. All the violence will disappear. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ता वन्दे गुरुपरम्परा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang is ahimsa, door to global peace. Before entering into the today's sutras, I'll share a few more understandings about yesterday's sutras, yesterday's aphorism. Pratipaksha bhavanam, that's the key word of yesterday's aphorism. Human mind basically oscillates between fear and greed. It continuously moves from this extreme to that extreme and that extreme to this extreme. The oscillation between the fear and greed is mind. Please understand, it's like if I have to give an example of a web camera. The web camera is here. This end and that end. That camera continuously moves to this end to that end, looking this corner to that corner. That camera is consciousness, and the movement from this end to that end is called mind. Your consciousness's attention, when it moves from the fear and greed and greed and fear, the extremes, that movement only is called as mind. As long as that movement is there, the highest possible coherence does not happen in you. Highest possible coherence happens when that consciousness just stays without oscillation. When that consciousness stays in restful awareness, then the highest possible coherence happens in your system. How how that consciousness can stay without jumping between those extremes. Whenever your unconsciousness pulls you towards the fear extreme, consciously slap it with greed, then it will come to the center. When the unconsciousness was rushing towards the greed, consciously slap it with fear, it will come to the center. Understand? That is what Patanjali means when he says Pratipaksha Bhavanam. Whenever your fear is awakened, you forget greed. You forget about your future. I have seen people, when they get into the fear, they forget about their possible future and do more and more nasty things, get into big mess, which I know for sure many people are doing now. They have the fear that one mistake which they did is going to finish them off. But that fear makes them forget about the possible future they can have, and the greed disappears about the future and do more and more messy things and get into deeper and deeper troubles. Instead of one crime, now they have to face hundreds of crime. That is the unconscious flow of mind. Don't get into that mess. Same way, whenever you are caught in greed, you forget about the fear and you do some foolishness. Only after that you even remember the side effects and after effects. So the greed, when it takes over, you unconsciously slap your unconscious consciously with fear. It will come to the center. When the fear takes over, consciously slap it with the greed. It will come to the center. Being in the center suddenly raises you to the highest possible coherence. That is what I call niyamaha. So whether it is related to non-violence or non-stealing or non-greed or truthfulness or living like God, any vow, any law, any flow, whatever may be, please understand, whatever it may be, when the fear takes over, slap it with greed. When the greed takes over, slap it with fear, so that you are in center continuously and experience the highest coherence. What Buddha calls as middle path is exactly this. Constantly be in the center. Many times when people take sannyas decision, I tell them, no, don't. If you take whether sannyas or marriage or any decision based on the extreme fear or extreme greed, you will be a failure. If you take sannyas or marriage or any decision about life, when you are in the middle, suddenly you will see you are taking the decision out of the niyama, highest possible coherence. Any decision taken in the highest possible coherence only should be executed. That is your life. But any decision taken in the extreme fear, extreme greed, you are in mess. Even if you are successful in that decision, you will be completely depressed and missing something vital in the life. Just yesterday, some volunteer did not respect the department head's instruction. It was brought to me. First thing I said is this only. Means that person is not interested, or the person has not taken the decision in coherence, in niyama. No. The person has taken the decision of volunteering in extreme fear or extreme greed. Get her out first. If the person has taken the decision of volunteering without the extreme fear or greed, on the highest possible coherence, the middle path, then the person will not have any problem with working with the department head. Because the person who is in charge of the department is supposed to be coordinating, thinking through, elevating, evolving the ideas. When you have a continuous tiff, it means the decision is not from the highest possible coherence. So any decision comes out of highest possible coherence will fulfill you and fulfill the world. Because you are the world. There is a very beautiful sutra. Tasmin tushte jagat tushtihi. Prinide prinitam jagat. If you are satisfied, whole world is satisfied. If you are happy, whole world is happy. This is chanted towards Krishna by a devotee. If you are happy, then everything is okay. Tasmin tushte jagat tushti prinide prinitam jagat. It is not only towards Krishna, towards every one of you. If your decisions are in highest coherence, you will be fulfilled. Means the whole world will be fulfilled. If you are fulfilled, the world will be fulfilled. Because world is you. You are world. The best way to put you constantly into the highest possible coherence, the niyama, I give you the process, please understand. The best way, take the life lightly and go on being joy. Take the whole world lightly. What is there? Okay. And I tell you, any worst situation, only till you enter into it, the fear will be there. I tell you, even prison. After staying there for a few days, the fear went away. I really tell you. Of course, earlier also I did not have a fear. Ultimately, the being is fearless. But just even that social, so-called, I tell you, the same way the death also. Only because you have not entered into it consciously, so much fear. Just be casual. When it comes naturally, consciously enter into it. Understand? Don't try to create death. No. Then it is suicide. Dangerous. No. Suicide will not lead you to enlightenment. When a natural death comes, mentally be prepared, consciously face it, go through it. Suddenly you will see, oh God, just for this, with this fear, I wasted whole my life. I've been cheated so much. Same way, when you enter into the death consciously, suddenly you will realize, oh God, it is such a simple thing. Just for this, so many fellows exploited me. Showing this tumudumu, woo, jauju. Showing this foolish fear, so many fellows have exploited me. Society, politicians, so many. Take the life lightly. It is not worth of suffering. Life is not worthy of suffering. When you take the life lightly, joyfully, casually, suddenly you fall into the highest possible coherence. Things become more alive. Things become more light. Things become more practical. Things become more happening. Understand? As of now, many of your spiritual knowledge is not a happening. It is just there like a gudon. When a master happens in your life, all the spiritual treasure becomes happening. It is just day-to-day thing. Just yesterday in the healing initiation, one devotee asked me, from the young age, I am filled by Narasimha. Can I have you also along with Narasimha in me? I just said, don't even bother about me, Narasimha too. Where will you keep 60, 60 or 40, 40 or 50, 50? Don't bother. Just look. See Narasimha. That's all. I don't know what happened to her. I said, have the experience of Narasimha. And you don't need to bother about that 50, 50, whether 60, 40 or 30, 70. No. Just have the experience of Narasimha. You will see that only one will be there inside. There will not be two things. When the highest possible coherence happens, conflict disappears. There will not be any conflict between the Narasimha and the master. I know what she has experienced immediately. Till now, Narasimha was a knowledge for her. When the master happens in your life, it has become a happening now. Narasimha is now living experience, happening. Whenever the happening happens, conflicts disappear. When a master happens in your life, all your spiritual visualization, imagination, meditation, or ideas, thoughts, knowledge, everything becomes happening in your life. My only job is to make everything as a happening in you. So now the yama, niyama, all these, you read, heard enough, read enough, tried to practice enough. Now suddenly when the master happens, why? It becomes an happening. It is an happening. The highest possible coherence becomes happening in you when you are in the middle path, madhya pantaha, neither beaten by the extreme fear nor caught in the extreme greed. Decisions taken in the highest possible coherence keeps you in yama and niyama. Understand? Yama and niyama are not set of rules. It is being in the highest possible coherence. Because those set of rules, if you start practicing as a rules, you will never be successful. I tell you. As rules, they will be utter failure. Patanjali is not an impractical master. I know there was a quack doctor in my village. Quack doctor means he doesn't know much, but somehow whatever little he knows, with that he tries to manage the scene. Means he would have been assistant for some doctor. 5-6 years when you are assistant to some doctor, you will know for stomach pain, white tablet, for leg pain, black tablet, for headache, green tablet, for kidney problem, yellow tablet. With color you come up with some idea and you make a chart based on color. And if some company changes the color of their tablet, what will happen? So this quack doctor, whenever people go to him, if he is not able to diagnose, understand, he will come up with some impractical medicine. In Tamil there is a proverb, he'll say that கள்ளி செடிய ஆணி வேர் அறாம புடிங்கி உண்ணாக்கல படாம முழுங்கு. I have to translate. Kalli is a big plant. You will have to remove that plant without cutting the roots. The whole plant should be removed without even losing the smallest root. And after cleaning that plant, you will have to swallow the whole thing without that touching your small tongue. Is it ever possible? Then you know you are going to die with a disease. And at least you will not blame the doctor, he doesn't know the medicine. Patanjali is not that kind of a person who gives impractical solution. If you understand yama, niyama with your own translation in a superficial way, that is what you will think. When will I master the non-greed and non-violence, truthfulness? By the time I master, I'll become old. Then when will I start my asana and pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana? Already I am in samadhi. No. So, yama and niyama are not laws and rules. It is the process of putting you into the highest possible coherence. Highest possible coherence. So understand, the essence is when you are slapped by your unconscious with fear, push yourself with greed and bring it to the center. When you are slapped by your unconscious by greed, push yourself consciously with fear and bring it yourself to the center. When you are in center, always you are in the highest possible coherence, centeredness. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for morning satsang is straight way out of ignorance. straight way to be out of ignorance. In the sutra, Patanjali gives one of the powerful method, a technique to be out of ignorance, to establish yourself in yama and niyama, to raise yourself to the highest coherence. You will be surprised. Today's sutra is the longest sutra in the whole Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Patanjali never utters more than 5 or 6 words in one sutra, maximum 5 or 6. Sometimes just 2 words, one sutra. Even there is one sutra, only 1 word. Here, he gives a full, long 2 line. You can say almost with 21 words. Then understand the importance Patanjali is trying to give for this technique. I'll read the sutra and try to express the truth expressed in this sutra, embedded in this sutra. This is the 85th sutra of Patanjali in chapter 2, 34th verse. Vidarkaha himsaha adayaha krita karita anumodita lopa krodha moha purvaka mrutu madhya adimatra dukkha aññāna ananta phala idi pratipaksha bhavanam. Yesterday Patanjali gave us a technique how to create the contrary thoughts and establish yourself in the right yama and niyama, in the highest coherence. Now he is expanding on that same, giving an example, because he doesn't want people to misunderstand. Understand? This sutra can be very easily misunderstood. So he is giving us an example so that we don't misunderstand. We don't miss it, because just missing this one sutra, you may miss the whole spiritual practice. You need to have confidence over your understanding. Vivekananda translates this sutra as, the obstructions to yoga are killing, falsehood, and so forth, whether committed, caused, or approved, either to avarice, or anger, or ignorance, whether slight, middling, or great, they result in infinite ignorance and misery. This is the method of thinking the contrary. He is giving us the technique. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, the obstacles to yoga, such as acts of violence and untruth, may be directly created or indirectly caused or approved. They may be motivated by greed, anger, or self-interest. They may be small or moderate or great, but they never cease to result in pain and ignorance. One should overcome distracting thoughts by remembering this. Swami Sachidananda translates as, when negative thoughts or acts such as violence are caused to be done or even approved of, whether incited by greed, anger or infatuation, whether indulged in with mild, medium or extreme intensity, they are based on ignorance and bring certain pain. Reflecting thus is also Pratipaksha Bhavanam. Each translation, if you see, they are actually completely from different angle. This is the greatness of Vedic tradition. We give freedom to interpret as per the understanding of an Acharya. One funny thing, if you see, Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra in certain way. Swami Prabhavananda, who is disciple of Vivekananda, who belongs to Vivekananda Sampradaya, he translates this completely different way and has courage and guts to publish it, and people respect it. That is the amount of freedom we have. Understand? You can refute, alter, amend your guru's words. Vivekananda translates this as one way. Swami Prabhavananda belongs to the Ramakrishna order. Maybe after, I don't know, maybe 50 years of Vivekananda, he comes up with a new translation, sometime little slightly altered or even contrary. The greatness is, his translation is also accepted. In the same order publication publishes both books. That's the greatness of our tradition. Freedom of thinking, freedom of understanding, and freedom to raise the understanding to the next level. I'll try to express as I experienced this sutra. Vidarka himsadaya krita karitanumodita lopa krodha moga purvaka mrutu madhyadimatra dukkha jnananta phala iti pratipaksha bhavanam. I'll tell you exactly how Raghupati Yogi, now I can remember the whole slide as it is. How Raghupati Yogi taught me this sutra. In Arunachaleshwara temple, place called Krittigai Mandapam, that was the stone Mandapa where he used to teach me the Yoga and Yoga Sutra. He was sitting on a wooden plank. I was sitting on some 4 or 5 pillows because he was trying to make me levitate. That's the way he will do. He will put some 4 or 5 pillows on bed and I have to sit on that. And I will have to continuously do the pranayam. Once I intensely do the pranayam and stabilize, do the kumbhaka, he will remove the pillows one by one. Then I have to be in the air. That is the way he will teach the levitation. If I am getting down, when he removes the pillow, then he will stop and ask me to do more pranayama and kumbhaka. And then after he removes all the pillows, if I am stable in the air, then he will get his pet dog to sit under me. That fellow will be sitting under me, so I will have to be holding on to that air. I cannot release. I will have to completely lock the kumbhaka. Because if I release, I will fall on the ground and I will fall on that fellow and that fellow will bite me. So I will have to be just holding on. Or even if I land, I have to land in a very slow way. Very slowly, in a very subtle way, I have to release the air. not even through the nose. I have to release the air through the kurma nadi. Means such sensitive prana. Through the middle fingers I have to release the air. Only then you can land very smoothly. If you release the air through the nostril itself, you will just fall. Because nostril is a too big hole. So that has to be locked. The releasing has to happen through the kurma nadi. Means subtle prana. Actually, when it is released, it is not called prana. It's called apana. The air which leaves your system, other than the nostril holes, is called apana. Through any part, if it leaves your system, it is apana. So, slowly I have to release and then land on the, I have to balance and land on the dog so that he doesn't bite me. So I was sitting on 4 or 5 pillows and he had an old book in which the Sanskrit sutra will be there and Tamil translation will be there. He read out the sutra. I was sitting and asked, what does it mean? And let me exactly tell you in Tamil, then I'll translate, because it's a அது ஒண்ணுமில்லடா. Exactly, I'll repeat the word. ஒரு எண்ணம் வரும் பொழுது செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு தோன்றதுக்கு பதிலா இது மாத்தா வச்சா, இது மாத்துனா நமக்குள்ள என்ன நடக்கும்னு பார்த்து அந்த மாத்து எண்ணத்தை விதைக்கிறதான் பிரதிபக்ஷ பாவனம். I'll translate. When a thought comes in you, without allowing the feeling that it should be executed, if you alter and put an alternative thought, establish that in you, is called Pratipaksha Bhavana. A very simple way he finished it. I'll explain. Step by step. This is a one technique, one process which you can practice whole day. This process only can change your muscle memory. Understand? If you unclutch, practice unclutching, your mind will be transformed. If you practice yoga, your body will be transformed. So each technique transforms some part of you. This is the only technique which can transform your muscle memory. Muscle memory means the part which makes the decision spontaneously to do any act and completes it before even you become aware of it. Your muscle memory is responsible for making decision, and without even micromillisecond completing the act spontaneously before even you are aware of it. Please understand, as I was telling the other day, you do not act the way you act because you are habituated. No. You are trained. No. You have engraved memories. No. There is no specific reason why you act the way you act. There is only one thing we know. The moment the decision comes, such a spontaneous energy is released in you, without even micromillisecond, the decision is executed. It becomes action, reality. See the funny thing. It's very funny and very difficult to understand. Grasping is such a difficult thing. So unless you understand the source of this, it's practically impossible for you to alter. Muscle memory is responsible for making the decision and executing it within micromillisecond before even you become aware. Such dangerous thing, you see. So the muscle memory need to be attended. This is the only technique which can attend the muscle memory. I need to expand on this technique more and more in a detailed way. Today I'll give you the simple meaning. Then I'll explain to you how to apply this sutra in every situation. See, Patanjali says, for example, violence is anti-yoga, against yoga. When you have the thought of violence, how to bring the pratipaksha bhavana, get yourself back to non-violence and not to allow the violence to get rooted in you. Remembering, no, violence will bring suffering and it will bring ignorance. I should not allow it. So he's teaching us reasoning. Is teaching us the applied science. A master of Patanjali's level coming down and teaching us the applied way. It means almost that this one process is so powerful, it can transform your being. If you transform your intellect, even emotion, not muscle memory, you are in suffering. I tell you. Because muscle memory is responsible for your actions. I have seen. I have had many disciples whose intellect and emotion was transformed. But unfortunately, they never transformed their muscle memory. That's why they missed me. Muscle memory transformation means every thought comes out only with a clear sensor system. Every idea, by the time it becomes alive, the awareness and consciousness has casted their energy, their shining, their knowledge on that thought. Even if few thoughts allowed without awareness can cause so much misery and suffering, can cause so much. I have seen people suffering because they allowed just simple one or two thoughts without this filtering system. So today grasp this basic meaning. Whenever the negative thoughts which are against the yoga, the purpose of your life happens in you, analyze, understand, take that thought to its logical conclusion and create the opposite understanding, means the right understanding. for the purpose of your life and raise the coherence of your system to its highest possible peak. That is the right way of living, yama and niyama. Having confidence over your understanding and executing that understanding very strongly. The word confidence means courage to live and execute the truths you intellectually grasp. I have a story for you guys. One boy goes to his father and asks, "Dad, what's the difference between confident and confidential?" Dad says, "You are my son. Of that, I am confident. Your friend Timmy is also my son. That is confidential." Sometime you need to time the stories properly, time the jokes properly. So understanding about confidence, the courage to live the truth and execute it in your body language. Patanjali puts a very beautiful example in right place, because we all suffer with this one suffering, unable to get back to the highest ideal in practical life. So no shortcut. This is the only way. Again and again and again, creating the Pratipaksha Bhavana means creating contrary thoughts to negativity and bringing yourself back to your center. It's such a difficult job. People feel lazy. That is why sometimes I need to push them to do that job. Sometimes I use love, or sometimes I use the fake or so-called hatred to push them to get back to their center. Because inability to create Pratipaksha Bhavana means inability to create the contrary thoughts to negativity and destroy negativity will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you, over. Your life is in hell. You are done. You are done. Even if it is fake, the restful awareness and peace and joy which you get through the fake ideas, please understand, those experiences will become solid and the fake ideas will lose its power over you. But even if it is so-called logically strong idea, if you are restless, suffering, tortured inside, those torture, restlessness and suffering will stay inside, and these strong logical thoughts will become more and more powerful over you. So understand, The goal and the scale should be the restful awareness. So Patanjali puts the right truth in the right sutra, in right place. Just now he taught us on yama and niyama, highest coherence of life, and told us how to be established in that, and giving us now technique, the applied technique. When you have violence, what to do. Is giving us an example. First time in Patanjali Sutra I am seeing an example. He doesn't wait to give example only. He just gives the sutra and goes. He knows, because his disciples were such high intelligent people. If he is giving example, means something very important. Timing is very important, and making disciples understand, very important. Please understand, it's a very important process for all spiritual seekers in the life. Creating contrary thoughts to negative thoughts. Because whenever negativity rises in you, don't give up. Don't flow with it. Don't go with it. Again and again and again stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I'll write down. And whenever I have any confusion or necessity to understand, I'll read that. I'll carry the book always with me. That is like my extension of heart and brain. Extended heart and brain. I used to call that as my book. Now I am trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. Almost it's like I'll remind me. All my Pratibhaksha Bhavanas are written in that. So practically any negative thought which can come to a human being, I have solution in that book. And I'll always refer to it. It's almost like my guide. I'll continuously cherish, and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand, even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. Timing is very important. I have a story for you about timing. Little dirty, it's okay. Sometime, for the sake of understanding, it can be accepted. A man was in the restaurant and he suddenly realized he has a gas problem in the stomach. He needed to release the gas. The music was really loud, so he thought nobody will notice. He timed his gas with a beat of music. After a couple of songs, he started to feel better and relieved. He finished his coffee and noticed that suddenly Everybody is staring at him. Then suddenly he remembered and realized that he was listening to his iPod. Time it properly with understanding. Don't time it based on your iPod. No, timing is really important. Ramana Maharshi says very beautifully, ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும்போது அகத்தினி இலையோ அருணாச்சலா. O Lord, when my five senses entered my house to rob me and to rape me, where were you? Were you not in my inner space? So when the negativity enters to rob you and rape you, immediately bring the security, the right understanding, right attitude against the negativity. Timing is very important. Timing, immediately responding to your negativity. Catch the thief in right moment. Catch the negativity the moment he enters your house. Don't wait. You can talk to him in the police station. No. That won't work. It's like putting the camera everywhere. What is the use? Thief has disappeared. What will you do? I tell them, put better locks than the bigger cameras. Bigger cameras are useful if you have the people who are sensitive and afraid. And if not, better to have locks. Thief is not going to be bothered. The camera is there. He comes and robs and goes away. So understand, the moment negativity enters you, put the brake, stop it. Have the inner awakening and immediately create the right understanding so that you can be out of that negativity. I'll expand on the sutra every day till it is completely understood for different situations. Because this is the one sutra I practiced more number of times in my life, more than unclutching. Because unclutching just in 2 times, 2 moment I realized it, over. Once I tried, second time I experienced, that's all. There was no third try. But this only made my whole bio-memory pure and radiating. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for morning satsang Vidarka, the ultimate reasoning. Eighty-fourth Sutra in Patanjali Sutras, in chapter 2, 33rd verse. Vidarka badane pratipaksha bhavanam. Let us enter into the sutra. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra as, when thoughts obstructive to yoga arise, contrary thoughts should be employed. Swami Prabhavananda translates the sutra as, to be free from thoughts that distract one from yoga, thoughts of an opposite kind must be cultivated. Swami Satchidananda translates as, when disturbed by negative thoughts, opposite, positive ones should be thought of. This is Pratipaksha Bhavana. Here the word Vidarka has to be understood in a different way. The word is used with so many different meanings in so many different places. I used that word more for logic, which leads you to the beyond logic, the right logic, feeling connection, the ultimate experience. Here you need to understand the sutra. Vidarka badane pratipaksha bhavanam. When thoughts obstructive to yoga arise, contrary thoughts should be employed. Pratipaksha bhavanam. Patanjali is giving us a very simple but powerful technique to make yama and niyama possible in your life. Please understand, whenever the yama or niyama is taken as a rules and regulation, your mind always deviates and doesn't want to do. Because the moment it becomes a rule, law of life, you want to resist. You say, no, how can I escape? The whole mind starts doing project planning, strategy planning. It develops all kinds of reasons. I have this pain, I have that pain, I think I am going to get fever. I may catch cold. And if I catch the cold, and if the same thing continues, it may become wheezing, then it may become asthma, then I may die. Better today I don't need to go to Pada Puja. Mind always plays. That's why I told you. Understand the yama and niyama. Yama means not just law, the power of executing law. The power which executes law. So don't be just person below the law. Be the being which executes law. If you understand the yama properly, it's a wealth, power. The source, you will stay in the source from where the laws are executed. In the whole world, there are only two ways. People again and again ask me, Swamiji, why this universe? Why all these problems? Why all these? I tell them you have only two options. One, go on questioning, and be a fighter and die. Or become an insider and see the grandeur of the universe and enjoy. These atheists, they go on promoting the universe does not have an independent intelligence. I tell you, no. That is why all these fellows who sincerely believe in atheism will be in deep depression. If you only preach atheism, do not believe it, you are saved. You are saved from your net which you created. You are saved from the poison which you are supplying. There are few people intelligent. They preach but don't believe. At least they are able to save themselves. I tell you, universe is independent intelligence. You are questioning or your inability to understand its grandeur logically is not going to stop it, is not going to hinder it, is not going to disturb it. Either you develop your logic and catch its juice, become an insider and enjoy the whole cosmos. That's what I call enlightenment. Or go on questioning, like a dog which stands in the street one corner and barks till it drops dead, seeing the elephant walking from the river. Elephant will not even know dogs are barking. Sometime by mistake elephant turns towards the direction of the dog, not to look at the dog, for some other reason. Suddenly these dogs, they don't even turn back and run. They will just, they won't even have intelligence and energy to turn back. They will put their foot back, tuck, and disappear. I am telling all the atheists, come on, it is time. I am turning my eyes towards you all. Disappear into some atala, batala, sutala, talatala, some lokas. Or better disappear from all lokas. So the cosmos is free. The logic which can't grasp the independent intelligence of the cosmos is the source of atheism. I tell you, become an insider of cosmos. You will be in the source from where the laws are executed. Become Yamadharma, so that you don't need to be bothered about yamas. But till you become Yamadharma, who executes the laws, you will be tortured, suffering by the laws. Same way niyama. It is not rules. It is raising your life to a highest coherence. As I was describing yesterday, Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani. Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani. When you keep the internal and external purity, you will raise yourself to highest coherence. When you keep yourself always blissful, the family in which you are living, you will raise the whole family to the highest coherence. If you have tapa, ability to bear the suffering, have tapas, ability to accept and bear the pain but not causing. Through tapas only, you will inspire the whole community. You will raise the whole community's frequency into the highest coherence. It is my tapas, the ability to bear, the tremendous patience, that is raising huge international spiritual community to the highest possible coherence. I am seeing all over the world our community, our disciples, millions of disciples are raising themselves to the highest possible coherence, just seeing the strength or tapas, ability to bear but not cause pain. Ability to bear the pain but not causing the pain. Strength. Swadhyaya means reading, understanding, and raising your intellectual capability to grasp the truth, to be in the highest possibility. If this is done, the whole civilization will be put into the highest possible coherence. That's what I am doing every day through the morning satsang. Swadhyaya. Again and again and again. Giving these great understandings. I am creating Shastradaris. Understand? Shastra Shastradaris, not just weapon warriors, who are having Shastra Shastra, knowledge weapon. Shastradaris, who embody themselves in the great spiritual understanding, constantly raising the spiritual understanding. I'm helping the whole civilization to its highest possible spiritual coherence. Ultimately, Ishvara Pranidhanani, surrendering completely and relaxing into the cosmos. Even if one person relaxes into the cosmos, the whole cosmic consciousness raises to the next level. So by the Ishvara Pranidhanani, you bring the whole cosmos to the highest coherence. So, Yama and Niyama are not laws and rules. It is the source from which laws are executed and highest coherence possible in you and the cosmos. When you understand this, whenever your body and mind is not interested in following the Yama and Niyama, you will create the right thoughts. Patanjali says, Pratipaksha Bhavana. Early morning, if your body says, no, I don't want to get up, tomorrow we'll go for satsang, I'll see the discourse in the Pada Puja. Just tell yourself, this is the way you are wasting the life. I am not going to listen. Pratipaksha Bhavana, strong will, no. Jump out of bed, run to the bathroom, pour cold water on your body, be here in 2 minutes. Pratipaksha Bhavana, that is what Patanjali says. If your mind is slipping from Brahmacharya, no. This is my life. Pratipaksha Bhavana. Creating opposite thoughts and aligning yourself to the Yama and Niyama. In the initial level, this needs to be practiced again and again and again. Raising yourself. Whenever Kudarka comes, bring Vidarka back. In the initial level, spiritual practice, without this Pratipaksha Bhavana, millions waste their whole effort and just disappear. So Pratipaksha Bhavana is such basic important truth. Raising yourself to the right understanding by the right logic and right thinking. Create Vidarka to remove Kudarka. That is what Patanjali calls Pratipaksha Bhavana. So just meditate on this one truth today. Put all your mind, willpower, energy, intellect to align yourself to this yama and niyama. Anything against the yama and niyama happens in your mind, just uproot that thought. Uproot that idea and create Vidarka to yama and niyama. Install yourself. Establish yourself. Instill yama and niyama in you. Establish yourself in yama and niyama. Don't waste your life in unawareness and not practicing. Especially when you take master for granted, that's where these problems come. Morning, 5 o'clock, it's okay, we can go for yoga tomorrow, we can go for dhyan tomorrow, we can go for satsang tomorrow. No. Yama and niyama is life, life breath. That is why Patanjali says, create Vidarka and remove Kudarka through the Pratipaksha Bhavana, creating opposite to the negative thoughts. Establish yourself in ultimate Vidarka. Just take this one message today and digest it. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang, niyama, coherence of life. I wanted to express some of the deep truths to you just now, which I experimented. During Pada Puja, you would have seen me making some mudras and creating some intense energy with different groups at different times. I was experimenting the great truth of the Vedic tradition. I'll now reveal some of the important findings which I made just now. First thing, I was trying to keep all the hundreds of trillions of cells of your brain at a time alive, whoever is sitting inside this hall. That's the first thing I tried. Not only I was surprised, I was shocked when I found it did not take much energy, just a will. I saw the whole group, the whole non-mechanical parts of the brain become alive and awakened. There are few whose kundalini is awakened and whose body is jumping. I was trying to scan what happens to others whose body doesn't move. I saw very clearly, whether your body moves or not, the non-mechanical parts of the brain becomes alive, awakened. Sometime for some people, through biomemory also that energy gets released. For some people, the biomemory itself does not releases and it just relaxes. So please understand, today I discovered very clearly, whether your body shakes or not, if you are in this presence, the process which I am doing is happening in your system. Rest assured. That's the first thing. Second thing, I want to tell you how it is happening. First, actually, the energy connection happens with the people whose body is moving in the Kundalini. They only first receive signals. That's the way it was happening, I saw. The next thing, suddenly, all the other people who are inside that net, all their brains also just falls into coherence. It's almost like if you are taking a fork near a vibrating fork, automatically this fork also starts vibrating in the same frequency. Same way, these bodies which are vibrating in the Kundalini are like vibrating forks. So any body inside that area, circle, suddenly those brains also gets raised to that coherence. Another one important, very funny thing I saw, you will see, now what I am revealing will be proved in next few hours through proper evidences and examples and testimonials. When I was raising the hand to the male side, I could see all over the world the male bodies which are sitting now and connecting with me, all their coherence came in the same frequency and tune with the people who are sitting here. When I was raising the hand in the female side, I saw all the female bodies which are sitting around the world and connecting with me was raised to the same coherence. When I raised both the hands and raised, I saw all the people who are sitting around the world all of them experiencing intensely the same coherence, the same frequency. You will see now thousands of people sending their testimonials and experiences now in the NTV and Facebook and Twitter, saying, yes, yes, yes. You will hear now, I don't know how many yeses you will hear in 2-3 hours. The next thing I discovered, if you are having feeling connection, even if you are not physically in this space, wherever you are sitting, the space does not limit you. If this time, wherever you are, sitting and trying to connect with me, you fall into that same coherence and your Kundalini raises. If you just have feeling connection and your Kundalini is awakened, you are initiated at least once in the physical presence, the necessity for being in the physical presence disappears wherever you are at this time. Connecting, you raise to this coherence and experience the intense spiritual awakening. Next thing I realized, if you go through the process of working on the tip of the nose, just now I discovered, see, the aging starts in your body at the tip of the nose. Every day, for example, you are now 1 day older than yesterday. So how that 1 day becoming older spreads to your biomemory? First, your tip of the nose becomes old. Oh, 1 moment old. Then that message goes to all the system, all over the system. Then all of them say, yes, now we are 1 moment old. Now we are 2 moment old, 3 moment old, 4 moment old, 5 moment old, 1 day old, 1 year old. So the first part which perceives aging in your body is tip of the nose. So if you put your awareness on the tip and unclutch from Kala, time, the process which we did in the inner awakening. If you are initiated into that process, you are not even bound by this time. Whenever, wherever you want to sit and connect, you will see awakening. You will see your frequency raising to this coherence and Kundalini experience happening. Understand? If you are just initiated into unclutching, your Kundalini is awakened even once. You don't need to have experienced shaking of the body and rolling and all that. If you experience that, then it becomes foolproof, over. Even if you are not experienced those things, if you are initiated, if you had the energy experience during the initiation. See, there is a group, when they come near me, intense experience, their body can't stand and jumps, rolls, does everything. But where they are sitting there, they may not have levitation. Understand? You are also already initiated. Even if you have that initiation, wherever you sit, you are now free from space. Wherever you sit at this time, that morning, when the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is happening, as on now it is 7:30 to 8:15. The Indian Standard Time. Sit wherever you are and connect. You will see the awakening. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. You don't need to do that chaotic breathing. You don't need to do the humming. You don't need to put the awareness. You don't need to unclutch. All the four I am doing it at a time. See. So you don't need to do all this individually, independently. All 45 minutes, all the 5 processes I am doing at a time. In Nitya Dhyan what? What are the 5 processes? Chaotic breathing, humming, putting your awareness on energy centers and awakening Kundalini, and Guru Puja. Is it not? Unclutching and Guru Puja. These 5. All these 5 in Nitya Dhyan happens 7 minutes. Here the whole 45 minutes, all 5 at a time happens. Your Kundalini is awake. You are already doing chaotic breathing. And you are doing Guru Puja and what not. Understand? Just this 45 minutes. If you are initiated, you are free from space wherever you sit. Just sit. Don't miss. Don't miss. Just sit. Towards the direction of where Swamiji is residing. And connect. You will fall into that, you will raise into that coherence. And experience the Kundalini. If you are initiated into the process of handling time, that the process of unclutching at the tip of the nose from the time means one, the boredom. If you have mastered time, you will not have boredom in your life. Understand? Please understand. Somehow, in these next few days, I will have one more sitting with you guys. Break this boredom. The moment you break boredom, you can make time out of consciousness. Like a thread out of cotton, you can make time out of consciousness. Your body will not experience the worst anti-effects of time on you. Your body and mind experiences the negative effects of time on you only when you are bored. Do not expect excitement from something other than time. Let the time itself excite you. Let the movement of time over you itself excite you. Don't expect something else also should come along with the time. See now Kala, time is continuously moving on you. But you expect along with Kala some more pleasures to come to excite you. When those pleasures are missing, you feel bored. If you are feeling bored with Kala, you are fighting with time. No. No. Work on the tip of the nose means unclutch. Putting your awareness on the tip of the nose and break free from Kalatraya. Please understand. When I say the word Kalatraya, it's 3 different modes of time. I am not saying past, present, future. No. Excited, bored, anti. Sometimes you are excited about time. Sometimes you are bored of time. Sometimes you are against time. This is Kalatraya. Excited about the time is expectation about future. Bored of time is unable to be in present. Afraid of time is the fear or the negativity which you have about your past. This is Kalatraya. Break free from that Kalatraya by unclutching, by putting your awareness on the nose. In Yoga Sutras, we have a process called Samyama. Samyama means Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, all three put together. That is what I mean exactly unclutching. If you bring your awareness to the tip of the nose and unclutch from the passing time, the boredom created by time, excitement about expectations of time, the times may happen, and the negativity you carry about the times which had happened. Unclutch from that. You are now free from time. So you don't even need to sit in particular time with me, to be with me. Wherever you are, just connect. I'll be there and you will be there, we will be there. Together. If you are initiated into unclutching, you are free from space. If you are initiated into the unclutching from time, you are free from time. Wherever you sit, whatever time it may be, just feel connected. Immediately you will see you raise to that coherence and you are experiencing yen effect. I could see clearly today morning. I saw this whole area is in such high frequency coherence. You guys do not know how much you are contributing to the world peace just by sitting and unclutching in the Master's presence. I could see like a whirlpool, that N effect happening and swallowing and destroying negativity. We are the black hole of negativity and big bang of N effect. I could see very clearly, morning, wherever people are sitting and connecting, just that same N effect happening. Like a energy race, especially where my form is represented through photograph or murtis or padukas. Those energy centers just lit up. I could see cosmic lighthouses. Please understand how in the ocean, if the boats are lost, they see the lighthouse and reach the shore safely where they need to reach. I could see the souls which are lost in the cosmic darkness. The moment they see these lighthouses, they land in those houses or in those areas and continue their spiritual journey. I myself used Arunachala as the lighthouse to land, to do what I want to do. I am so happy. Nobody can destroy what I brought to the world. See, because any person having even little bit of insecurity will just run away. I had hundreds of mirrors reflecting me. I saw mirrors reflects the pure consciousness only in one side. I realized if there are hundreds of diamonds hanging around me, how it will be? This energy can be reflected in multi-dimension. So all I did is I saw this candle, that insecurity, the mirrors which are not capable, pat, 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 breaking to pieces and running away. And the diamonds which are really strong, standing up and getting nicely polished. Two, three processes I saw. Some diamonds, even though they themselves go through the insecurity, means it's like a polishing moment, the diamond will reduce in size. Means that all the insecurity part is getting removed. All the stone parts are getting removed. So even the people who were diamonds earlier now became very more polished, shining, sophisticated, high quality diamonds. The unnecessary stone part is getting nicely. Anyhow, now I am seeing the fully polished, shining diamonds. And some are getting polished. Only one thing I want to tell you, the diamonds which are getting polished, insecurity, fear and all that, never jump out of the hold. That's all you need, nothing else. I will go on grinding you. Just don't jump out of the jar which is holding you. Nothing else. When those diamonds are polished, the polished diamonds I can see, they radiate, reflect me not in one direction, in multi-dimension. So more and more energy centers, more and more N effect, more and more spiritual energy on the planet Earth. We will create Satya Yuga. We will create highest coherence in the human consciousness by awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brains and raising the level of whole consciousness in the planet Earth. I know. I can see very clearly, especially people from this inner awakening. When you go back, each one of you will become a lighthouse, N lighthouse. I can say really, honestly, it is just now we start our mission. What we were doing all these years was preparation. I was just sitting on the river bank and sewing the stones and picking up and trying to find out, can this become a diamond? No, all right. Can this become a diamond? All right. Can this become a diamond? All right. Can this become a diamond? All right. Oh, I think this can become a diamond. Come on, keep it here. So, I was just working. And when I see, oh, this stone, the moment you touch it, it just becomes pieces. And I throw it in the river and they go in the flow. Same tip person. Abusal. And go into the flow. It is now, just now, I have some strong few diamonds to shine. I could see very clearly the N effect happening beautifully around the world. Understand? When the N effect happens in one body, it is awakening of the Kundalini and non-mechanical parts of the brains are awakened. Brain is awakened. If few people sit together, the same raising of the highest frequency and coherence happens. That is creating an effect on the group meditation, satsang. If a group sits in a city and creates the same N effect continuously at particular time for specific days, the N effect is created on the very city. And if a group sits, different groups sits in different parts of the world and create the same highest coherence at same time every day, the N effect is created on the planet Earth. Seekers, rishis, munis, gandharvas, yakshas, they all also join us in the same time, sitting in their places and connecting. It creates an effect on the whole universe because it is time to create Satya Yuga. I declare boldly and courageously, the energy which I brought, the amazing positive effect and conscious effect which I am doing on the planet Earth is necessary, basic necessary for planet Earth. And Cosmos has decided to veto me. Vote for me. Vote for me. So it wants this greatest conscious effect on the planet Earth and in the universe. I saw it very clearly. That is why such a strong effect is happening everywhere. I tell you, from today, all the Paduka Mandirs, wherever my Padukas are there, which are energized, blessed by me, in all Paduka Mandirs, the Vibhuti Kumkum will start coming from Padukas. It will be a physical, visible expression that N effect is happening. You will see in 48 hours how many SS are coming to NTV. Because I am seeing his Maya has become so powerful that doesn't want this Satya Yuga to happen. I saw, no. Maya does not want the unqualified people to be part of the Satya Yuga happening. It's not that she doesn't want The Satya Yuga happening itself should not happen. No. It's not that she feels that Satya Yuga itself should not happen. No. Satya Yuga should happen by the master, but all the fellows who are unqualified to be around the master in this great happening should not be there. He is so compassionate, he will not send them out. Let us create the insecurity, and that is what Maya decided. So, we are winning. We will win. I could see very clearly the coherence happening. Beware from tomorrow, when you put your padakas, just see that there is nothing in the padakas before puja, and after the satsang is over, see what all is maybe there. You can see visibly in the padaka with which you are worshipping, or you are doing puja. I could see the coherence happening with the highest frequency. The LEP, I said, 10,000 people should be levitating at a time. All the LEP participants felt, how can that be? Only we are some 10, 20 are levitating. Now suddenly see, in this inner awakening itself, and the explosion of people catching that highest frequency is just, I have put the fire, even I cannot withdraw it. It is not ordinary California fire, helicopters can put it off. It is not California forest fire on some hills, helicopters can put it off. No. It is fire from the hill of fire, Arunachala. Cosmic fire. The great spiritual, conscious coherence happening. I could see coherence of life. Let's enter into the sutra, what Patanjali has to tell. It is 83rd sutra in 2nd chapter, 32nd verse. Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani, Niyamaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as internal and external purification, contentment, mortification, study and worship of God are the niyamas. Swami Prabhavananda translates as the niyamas are purity, contentment, mortification, study and devotion to God. Sachidananda translates as niyama consists of purity, contentment, accepting but not causing pain, study of spiritual books and worship of God. Let me give my experience on this sutra. Saucha, Santosha, Tapa, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani, Niyamaha. First understand the word niyama. Niyama means creating the highest possible coherence in your body. A man who can create the highest possible coherence in his body is enlightened. Who is trying to create highest possible coherence in his body is a seeker. Who has created the highest possible coherence in his body is enlightened. Who can create that same effect of highest possible coherence in few people is an enlightened mystic. Who can create the same highest possible coherence in more people, but with practice, training, and the sadhana is an enlightened master. Person who can create the highest possible coherence in his body, in any number of bodies, just by is an incarnation. Highest possible coherence being created in any number of bodies by the presence, nothing else, is called incarnation. The coherence is niyamaha. Niyama means coherence. All I am trying to do is creating coherence in more and more number of bodies. Not only that, creating bodies which can create coherence in other bodies. I tell you, don't be afraid at all. A few days before, many people were asking, Swamiji, when I start talking about you to people, they have so much negativity, they are not receptive. My spouse is not receptive, my family is not receptive, they are shouting, fighting, nothing. Now go back and just touch them, nothing else. Get into this mood of coherence and touch them, that's all. Initiate them. Look into them. Nothing else is required. I am not just making you guys as warriors, Javans, ordinary Javans. No, I am making you commanders. Now we need spiritual commanders. Go back and talk to them. You talk, just touch them, that's enough. Confidently just tell them. Now I have decided I am going to radiate enlightenment through all of you. Because we need strong enlight houses all over the world, and strong highest possible coherence need to be created in different places all over the world. We need enlightening houses and enlightening centers. Niyama means creating highest possible coherence. Here, Patanjali gives a very powerful technique to create highest possible coherence in you, in the community you are living, in the society you are living, and ultimately in the whole civilization you are living. Saucha, internal and external purity. If you are pure internally and externally, you will create coherence in your body. Santosha, happiness, bliss. If you are carrying that blissful body language continuously, you will create the highest possible coherence in the community you are living, in your workplace, in your house, wherever you are. Tapaha, ability to stand any persecution. Understand? Persecuted man has a strength and juice which no ordinary man can have. Only if you are creating, people may go after you, try to persecute you. Understand? In political field, how many people you destroy, how much you can charge, that is your power. In spiritual field, how much you can stand, that is your power. Tapaha, if you have the tremendous ability to stand this persecution, the very civilization, society in which you are, you can transform. You can put the whole society into the highest possible coherence. Understand? Through my tapas of accepting but not causing pain, millions of seekers around the world are raising and connecting with me. So, I am transforming the very community in which I am living by this tapas, bearing, accepting and not causing pain. Tapas. If you have tapas, accepting all the suffering without questioning, suddenly you transform the whole community in which you are living. Understand? If you have saucha, inner and outer purity, you put your whole body into the highest possible coherence. If you have santosha, bliss, you put the community in which you are living into the highest possible coherence. If you have tapa, tapa means bearing, accepting the pain but not causing. The whole society in which you are living, you will put the whole society in highest possible coherence. If you have swadhyaya, constant strengthening of your highest ideas, highest ideals, you will put the whole civilization in which you are into the highest possible coherence. Ultimately, if you have Ishvara Pranidhana, surrendering to the ultimate, you will put the whole universe into the highest possible coherence. Understand? Niyama means raising yourself to the highest possible coherence. Through these 5 techniques, Saucha, Santosha, Tapas, Swadhyaya, Ishvara Pranidhanani. Through these 5, you can put your body, the community in which you are living, the society in which you are living, the civilization in which you are living, the whole universe in which you are living to the highest possible coherence. So, understand? I have given a complete new understanding to Niyama. The true understanding to Niyama. I bless you all to be and make the whole universe into the highest possible coherence. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमा अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the morning satsang is the law of making laws. Let's understand why laws are made. When more than one persons have started living together in the planet Earth, and the logic of what you can have, why not me have, has started happening in human body, the system of law got created. Please understand. And more than one human being has started living together. Even if two people have started living together and started thinking, what you have, why not me also? First thing, when human beings have started living together, they understood the comfort and the positive points that living together brings. Protection from other animals, other tribes, natural calamities, thousands of things. And even the life becomes more sophisticated, luxurious, wealthy, rich, less hard. The human beings have realized, yes, living together brings a lot of good things. Then the problem came, why not me also? To come to an understanding, the system of law is created. This is the basic root. Why laws are required? Then so many things started evolving around it. Responsibility of a person, duty of a person, and freedom given to a person, powers given to a person, and restrictions on that person, punishment for breaking the responsibility or restriction or misusing the powers. All that started evolving. Basically, human beings, when they started living together, the understanding they created amongst each other to live happily, safely, has evolved as laws. You will not kill me, so that I will not kill you. Let both of us live. This is the law. First, it is an understanding, then it is evolved as a law. In the sutra, Patanjali is trying to reveal one of the greatest secret, how the laws are created, evolved, and reached its purpose, or reaches the fulfillment of its purpose. Let's enter into the sutra. Ete jati desha, kala, samaya, anavaschinnaha, sarvabhauma, mahavratam. This is the 82nd sutra in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and in second chapter, 31st verse, this one sutra puts my understanding about Patanjali beyond comprehension. Because Patanjali is represented always as a person who taught you how to stretch your body or blow your nose, do some kriya and have enlightenment. No. He is something far beyond. He is not just a spiritual figure. He has brought that spiritual understanding into the social life. This one sutra is enough to give the base for all the countries' legal systems. If any country lawmakers understand this one sutra and create their laws, align their laws based on this sutra, whole country will be an enlightened civilization. They may not even need to use the law. Please understand, I am not giving you some fantasy or fairy tale. No. I am not giving you the hope of some utopia and all that. No. I am telling you the practical root understanding about law. Human beings need to be handled with a lot of love, care and compassion. When you create a law and when you execute a law, basically you need to know the need of the law. Very beautifully Patanjali describes in this one sutra how, why, when, what for laws are. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as these unbroken by time, place, purpose and caste rules are universal great vows. Swami Prabhavananda translates as these forms of abstention are basic rules of conduct. They must be practiced without any reservations as to time, place, purpose or caste rules. Swami Sachidananda translates as these great vows are universal, not limited by class, place, time or circumstances. Before giving my own translation, I wanted to dive deep into every part of the sutra. A simple literal translation is, these great vows, the vows which he explained in last sutras, ahimsa, satya, asteya, aparigraha, brahmacharya. 5. He says they are universal, not conditioned, restricted, limited, irrespective of birth or station of life or desa, locus, place or kala, time or samaya, condition, situation, circumstance. All these things does not matter. Beyond all these things of desha, kala, samaya. Jati, desha, kala, samaya means the birth or the species, the station of your life, the place of your life, the time and the conditions, situations of your life, circumstances. Beyond all these things, these 5 vows are universal. It's a simple basic translation. In this one sutra, Patanjali reveals some of the major conditionings of human beings. See, all your conditionings can be reduced just to these 4. Jati, Desha, Kala, Samaya. Jati means birth. In which family you are born. More than in which family you are born, in which family you are brought up. The number of DNA strands awakened during your birth depends on the parents you choose. Please understand. The whole Vedic civilization was an experiment done with a great understanding, providing a space for the souls to land again and again consciously till enlightenment. We had an experiential understanding. Human souls come down, evolve, then come down to evolve more, then get enlightened. So we made our civilization itself is like a beautiful cosmic airport for the lowest level soul. We provided opportunity to evolve. Once he evolves and leaves the body, we provide an opportunity and right families where he can land and evolve more. Then we provide opportunity for a place, ambience where he can again land and evolve more. You understand? When he is in the level of 5th state of consciousness, for example, he is supposed to reach the 7th state, 5th state of consciousness is in. When he takes birth in a particular family, somehow gets confused and starts relating with the people who are in the 1st state of consciousness. His whole life's purpose will be wasted. His whole life will be wasted. Our masters are so intelligent, they segregated properly. They created a separate place, way of life, for people who are in every state of consciousness. And they created a separate place even for those who have fallen. If you have taken birth in the 4th state of consciousness atmosphere, but somehow by the accumulation of the unnecessary new desires, you have fallen to the 3rd level or 2nd level or 1st level, lowest level of people, even for you, there was a separate place. They tell them, all right, at least you be separate so that you don't spoil others. They know desire and lifestyle is more contagious disease than chickenpox or any STDs. For any disease to be transmitted, if it is an STD, you need a touch, the body fluid transmission. If it can be spread through air and all that, you need to at least be in the breathing space. But this desire and lifestyle is so contagious. You don't need to be in the breathing space. Just hearing, thinking, visualizing is enough. The disease has got you. But our masters does not want souls to suffer the most contagious disease of the planet Earth, desire based on lifestyle. They do not want you to suffer with that. That's the reason they created a beautiful separation for a different group and mental setup of people to exist in a different way. I tell you, surely jati, the birth, the place where you are born, place where you are brought up, plays a major role in your life, the flow of your life. Modern day psychologists are saying, you finish learning 90% of the things which you learn in your life by the age of 7. After 7, everything is only addition or little deletion, nothing else. But the core is already formed. I can say from my own experience, whatever is said and done, the parental conditioning does not leave the biomemory till the body is burnt and reduced to ashes. It's very difficult. Like a Bhishma in Mahabharata war does not die till the coronation. Only after the Dharmaraja's coronation, Pattabhisheka, Bhishma dies. Bhishma represents parental conditioning in the Mahabharata war. Dharmaraja represents the expression of enlightenment in the body as the beautiful cosmic understanding. When you achieve enlightenment, how that beautiful, extraordinary cosmic understanding radiates through your body, breathes through your body. That is represented by Yudhishthira, Dharmaraja. So, only after the enlightenment, parental conditioning dies, not before that. Jati is one reason of conditioning. So there are some laws which need to be created based on your birth and the place where you are brought up, the ideas with which you are brought up. Because I tell you, there are hundreds of things I can't even understand. One example, when my father passed away, after that I went to US for a trip. One of our Western devotee, with a lot of concern and love, asked, Swamiji, when will your mother remarry? I was shocked, because in India, we don't even, the very idea does not exist. I can see my mother laughing. No, really. But that person is not able to understand. She's after all less than 50. Actually, when my father died, she's below 50. Hey, she's only not even 50. Half of the life is there. Why will she not remarry? Just this is what is the jati, the place where you are born and brought up. Forget about considering. Nobody will even think. At least from the place where I was born and brought up. And I know hundreds of widows, even at the age of 30, if an husband dies, after 30, they don't remarry. I know from the family where I was born and brought up. There are. Even if the woman is 30, whole life, she will live alone. Ramakrishna says, if he is given one more opportunity to take one more birth, he says, I should be born and get married in a very young age. Before even I see my husband, he should die. I should live as a young widow. Because in the Hindu tradition, the Indian community, the young widow is protected and kept respected, and nobody tries to intrude in our life. He says, I should have a small place where I am growing my own food, and whole day I should be thinking, remembering, living with Krishna. Krishna as my husband, and I should live in that ecstasy. That is my fantasy, Ramakrishna says. Now this idea says very clearly, if you are a young widow, the very idea of getting remarried does not exist. Even if you are a young widow. He says very beautifully. And not only that, even the the village jamindars or the womanizers don't put their eyes on the young widows. They put their eyes on the prostitutes, dancers and other people. Young widows, they keep distance. No. Because that becomes a lifestyle. The place where you are born and brought up plays a major role in the laws created around you, for you, necessary for you. Laws created around you, laws created for you, laws which are necessary for you. That plays a major role. Patanjali has done an amazing research to write his Mahabhashya. He has written a world's best grammar book. I can say not only best, largest grammar book. He has written a book on grammar, how to create grammar for all languages. Please understand, the Patanjali's Mahabhashya on Panini Sutras is not just grammar of Sanskrit. No. If you study that book, you will know how to create grammar for any language. You can just create a language. If you study Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, you can create a religion. If you study Patanjali's Mahabhashya, you can create a language. If you study Patanjali's works on Ayurveda, you can just create a health order in the world. For body, he created Ayurveda. For words, he created Mahabhashya. For mind, he created Yoga Sutra. That Mahabhashya, I wanted you to understand so that you will understand the depth of this sutra. In that time, when there was no transportation facilities or communication facilities, he studies 300 different dialects of Sanskrit. Sanskrit was spoken in 300 different ways all over the India when Patanjali was writing Sanskrit grammar, when he was defining and creating grammar book for Sanskrit. Still, I am not able to comprehend how he did it. For each word, there are 300 different understanding. Patanjali, I don't know how he managed, studies all 300 communities and how that word is used in all 300 communities, compiles, unites, connects, bring them all to a common acceptable understanding and presents it. If any of you have read Mahabhashya, only then you will appreciate his grandeur and understanding. Unimaginable. I can say, if all non-mechanical parts of his brain, which science says 100 trillion, that's what science is saying, 100 trillion alive, independent, intelligent parts which can perceive, process, deliver informations are there in your brain. 100 trillion. I was studying some researches on brain. I am saying 100 trillion. I think they are saying 100 trillions, not even 100 trillion. Hundreds of trillions, that's what I mean. I think they said. Anyhow, even if Patanjali's all that parts of the non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, even then I can't comprehend how he was able to manage to travel all 300 communities. And another one thing, if you want to study in one community how the Sanskrit is used, you need to stay with that community at least 10 years. And I don't know how he was able to manage staying in all 300 communities, or whether he called one person from all 300 communities and studied together. Even then, he need to grasp from each person about each idea and word. Impossible, forget about it. How he grasped, and another one funny thing, not only grasped, he brought them all to a common consensus, a common acceptable understanding. Then he delivers his Mahabhashya. I tell you, I personally feel, after reading this sutra, he did not gather people from all 300 communities. He personally went. That is the reason he is able to understand how the laws are created, because this one sutra describes clearly how, why, when, what for laws needs to be evolved. The jati, birth, is one of the important conditioning for the laws to be evolved. Then comes desha, means the place, locus, place where you live. In some country, not taking bath should be a crime. In some country, taking bath too many times should be crime. In some countries, doing the same in different time is crime. When there is a water shortage, you can't water the lawn. When there is enough water, if you don't maintain the lawn, it is crime. Just desha, the place, is another important conditioning. Understand? If you understand these basic things, you will be liberated by the laws, from the laws. Liberated from the laws is one thing. Liberated by the laws is another one thing. If you are liberated by the very law, you are free forever. If you are liberated from the law, please understand, if you are just liberated from the law, you are free forever from the law. But if you are liberated by the law, not only you are free from the law, you will be able to use the law positively as you want. Like a airbender, law bender. You should not only be liberated from the law, you should be liberated by the law itself. Law says, I liberate you, please do it. Do what you want. Then you can play with the law. Then you will have the intelligence and energy and capacity to create law. Here, understanding about the deeper secrets of law of the cosmos, which naturally leads to understanding of the law of the country. Desha, based on the place, the conditionings which you accumulate, is the one more reason for laws. I can give you hundreds of examples. In some countries, driving in the right is right. In some countries, driving in the left is right. Based on the desha. Then comes kala. Even in the same desha, based on the time, laws differ. Understandings differ. Time is another one important conditioning. Samaya, condition, situation, occasion. This is another one important conditioning. Circumstance. These conditionings, condition, kala, desha, samaya. Jati, kala, desha, samaya. These four are the major conditionings with which you suffer. Understand, each law which tortures you, take that and analyze with these four. Jati, desha, kala, samaya. You will be liberated by that law, from that law. For your own life, whichever community you are in a spiritual community or outside world or anywhere, analyzing based on jati, desha, kala, samaya, you will at least know, oh, in these areas there is no law. It is just bullying. In these areas there is law. We need to abide. So liberation from law and liberated by the law, both happens when you understand these four conditionings and how the law applies to these four conditionings. Patanjali says, these 5 vratas, ahimsa, satya, asteya, aparigraha, brahmacharya, means the non-violence, truth, non-greed and non-stealing and living like God. These 5 great truths, great vows are beyond all these 4 conditionings. See, each layer of your conditioning need to add more laws to you. But Patanjali says, even if you don't have any of this conditioning, you are beyond all this conditioning, these 5 vratas apply for you, universal. Then we should understand, how can any vrata apply for even people who are beyond these 4 conditionings? That is why I say it is not vrata, it is a wealth. The ability to live with minimal things is a freedom. Ability to live independently joyful is a freedom. Ability to live in the complete truth, understand? The complete truth about life brings you such a settled feeling inside, you will not have any inner conflict or suffering. That was my strength to handle this whole scandal. A complete, fulfilled integrity on truth. No suffering. How much ever they try to dump suffering on me, no suffering. And non-stealing means non-desires to others' wealth. Not trying to take over some temple or ashrams of some Swami when he is in trouble. Or trying to create trouble so that he can grab. Never had the problem of trying to grab others' property. It's a big wealth. It's a big freedom. You don't need to sneak in secretly into their ashrams or temples and brainwash their devotees. Non-stealing is a wealth. Living like God, independently ecstatic, is a wealth. So understand, that is why Patanjali says, Sarva Bhauma Mahavratam. Universally, these principles exist beyond the 4 conditionings. Which jati you are born? What is your parental conditioning? What is your country? What is the time? What is the situation? No problem. This 5 has to be lived. Means not as a law. This will be lived only if you understand these 5 are wealth to you. Not as just law forced on you. To realize this 5 is wealth to you, you need to be awakened consciously. You need to be enlightened. That is what Patanjali means. All these 5 yama is not a law. If you have that one understanding, whole thing will tumble down. No. Then you are in the same rut. Not a law. It is the law and energy which enforces the law. Both are called yama. So go to the source of law, from where it comes. You will experience the energy which enforces the law. Whenever you go to the source of law, you are liberated from the law by the law. All these 5 wealths which are there in your consciousness beyond all these 4 conditionings. If this 4 conditioning is removed from you, jati, kala, desha, samaya, means the birth, place, time and situation, only pure consciousness remains in you. So these 5 things of truth, non-stealing, non-greed, non-violence and living like God are the wealth kept in your consciousness. So break these 4 conditionings and get into your conscious wealth. Live that. That is what is yama. Then you don't have yama. When you live in yama, you don't have yama, death. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live and express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya-madhyama Asmadacharya-paryanta Vande Guru Parampara. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today I will continue on the yesterday's sutra. The sutra which I was elaborating yesterday. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigrahaha, Yamaha. Non-killing, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-receiving are called Yama. This is Swami Vivekananda's translation. And as Swami Sachidananda translates, Yama consists of non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-greed. Yama is abstention from harming others, from falsehood, from theft, from incontinence and from greed. We need to understand Yama first. As I said yesterday, Yama is not just the law, the energy which makes the law into reality. Law enforcement energy. Both are called Yama. When you realize the source of both, you don't need to practice all these things. It will happen through you. Please understand. You are supposed to work for enlightenment. You are supposed to look in and unclutch. When you unclutch, this is the way your expression happens. Like a breeze, you will be untouched. These great vratas, I can say more than the word vrata, the word flow, that will be the right word. These 5 great expressions will be just your quality. It will be just flowing through you. Please understand. When a man does not have any thought during the breathing, his whole breathing is pure prana energy, no thought, pure prana energy. That is why he can just blow away the people. It's a pure energy. That is why any word which comes out of that air directly gives you the energy and experience and elevates you. See, during the process, all the deeper process you do, nothing is used there except my word. I just say, let all the memories in your system be healed or disappear. That's all. Words. But they are so powerful, your very being shakes. Sometimes it comes out in the form of word or formless air. But whatever way it comes out, it just straight away starts working, creating energy in you. When you become prana, anything flows through you becomes prana. So when you become Brahman, the way of life you live is brahmacharya. So put your effort to become Brahman, unclutching. Then how you live is celibacy. The celibacy word is a too poor word to translate brahmacharya. Brahmacharya means living like God. You will live like God. You will live like God. So brahmacharya is not a vow or ordinary vrata. It is a wealth. It is a luxury. It's an extraordinary ecstasy. Brahmacharya is an extraordinary inner experience. Freedom from the other person, freedom from the partner, freedom from the other, without depending on the another body to give pleasure, just your own inner spiritual ecstasy, inner spiritual being. The other day I was describing this Divya Sariris who sit around me as Divya Sariri. I was telling them that they were describing that when they get into that Kundalini experience and the spiritual experience, it is such an intense ecstasy in the body. I said, after this ecstasy experience only you can start the brahmacharya life. Because you don't need somebody from outside. Just remembrance, enough. You are there in ecstasy. You are there in bliss. Smarana matrena, just by remembrance, the bliss, smarananandam, just by remembrance, the bliss. The ecstasy and bliss of every law here Patanjali describes as brahmacharya or non-violence. Non-violence is such a joy. It is not just a moral code. It is such an ecstasy. I can honestly tell from my heart, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I give refuge to the whole world. Not just intellectually, experientially. Somehow in my heart, that non-violence is residing as a wealth. Understand? It's there in me as wealth. These great vratas are not just vows or rules to be followed, laws to be executed. They are wealth to be enjoyed. Understand from the other dimension. Celibacy is a too poor word. Brahmacharya, living like God, is a wealth to be enjoyed. Not having the need or the craving for another one body to give you pleasure is a wealth. Such big freedom. Brahmacharya is a wealth. Non-violence is a wealth. Aparigraha is a wealth. Aparigraha means living with minimal things. I am talking about living with minimal things, sitting in a golden throne and wearing the golden kandi. Because without these two also, I can be in the same highest blissful mood and express the same great truths beautifully and strongly, clearly as I am doing now. Then we have the doubt, then why this golden throne and why this golden kandi? These two are here just to add the status to the great ideas I am expressing and I am representing. Not to me. Understand? If it is for me, without this, then I should not be able to express what I am expressing, what I am radiating. No. I can sit in an ordinary, not even sit on the floor, and express what I am expressing verbally or through energy. These are, see, in the ordinary human eyes, there are some things which adds value to what is represented. That is why in the Hindu tradition on the deities and gods we put so much of gold, so much of silk clothes, so much of valuable items, just giving a statement. So I am giving a statement to the world. The ideas which I am expressing, the ideology which I am representing is worthy of being worshipped with this golden throne and the golden kandi. That's all. That is the reason, not just me. Anybody who sits and teaches as Acharya in the Dhyanapeetham, I have given golden throne for them. Of course, even this throne is not golden, it is made out of copper and gold painted. Anybody who, in the ashram who conducts class, the N satsangs, who does the job of sharing these great truths, sits in golden throne and wears the golden kandi. So it is a job. When somebody does that job, they receive that respect. That's all. The throne and the kandi is given for the truth which is represented. Sometimes I see funny scenes. These acharyas, they sit in the golden throne, wear the golden kandi and take classes and teach everything. In garden he is a gardener. In the IT department he is a software engineer. The throne is an acharya. That's all. So these are like tools and instruments to give a statement, nothing else. Aparigraha means non-stealing, non-violence, non-stealing. These are great wealths. These great qualities are great wealths. Living with minimal things is one of the great wealth you acquire, because your body and mind is prepared to live wherever you want. It is such big freedom. Satya, asteya, aparigraha, ahimsa, brahmacharya. Please understand, the truth, living like God, being non-greedy, living with minimal things, and non-stealing, and non-violence. These are some of the greatest wealths. If you think it is just a moral code, you have a wrong understanding. Then you will struggle to practice and you will always abuse others are not practicing. Understand, in the right way, it is a wealth. Then you will have it, and if others don't have it, you won't blame them. You will only be sympathetic towards them. Living with minimal things brings a tremendous grace and freedom to your body and mind. Living like God just makes you experience the ecstasy. Living with non-violence, you will have a deep, restful awareness inside you. Understand? When you have violence towards somebody, please understand, you are having violence inside you. Violence is like fire, first going to burn you before you put it on others. Me not having violence is not just a moral code. I am in ecstasy constantly. Come on. It is just because I don't have violence inside and I just know my life's purpose. I'm just going ahead with my life's purpose. Having violence towards somebody is wasting your life, because at the end you will realize, oh God, you wasted so many years just because of your foolish violence towards somebody. You have come here to achieve something in your life, but you got stuck with somebody else's life. Surely you never come down to disturb somebody's life. You come down to enrich your life. But you are wasting your time and energy in disturbing somebody's life. Suddenly you will see a strong blow happening in your life and telling you, you wasted your life. That is the punishment for being violent and trying to disturb others' life. So, understand the truth of non-violence, ahimsa, non-stealing, asteya, living with minimal things, aparigraha, brahmacharya, living like God. Understand the truth of all these four. That is what is truth. Truth does not mean here, satya does not mean just like a parrot talking only the facts. Talking only the facts is one dimension of truth. Understanding the truths of all these things properly is truth. That is satya. Satya is not just talking the facts. It's a one dimension of satya. But satya means understanding the truths of life. And your whole body, mind and speech and everything in tune, aligned to the truths of life is satya. I bless all of you to have these great 5 wealths. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Aparigraha, Brahmacharya. As Patanjali describes. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, Yamaha. These 5 vows, these 5 wealths, let you all have an experience. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya Madhyama Asmadacharya Paryanta Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang is hidden truths about laws of life. If you don't understand laws of life, you will have loss of life. If you understand laws of life, naturally, life will not be lost to you. Sometimes life itself becomes a big loss when you don't understand the laws of life. Not only losing life, life, even living, becomes a big loss. Understand, losing life is something like a death or paralyzed. But you are living, but it's a big loss to your consciousness, means depressed, going in the wrong direction, without awareness. Then it's a you are living, but the whole thing is loss. Life is a loss. If If you are living and life is a loss, it is the most dangerous thing. That's what I call depression or going in wrong direction. Every day your life should be adding something more and more and leading you to the deeper and deeper truths and higher conscious levels. If that is not happening, you are losing life. If more and more clutches you are getting caught into, you are getting into the more and more deeper and deeper ruts, understand? Then you are going in minus. Let's enter into today's sutras. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, Yamaha. 81st Sutra, in 2nd chapter, 30th verse. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha, Yamaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as non-killing, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-receiving are called Yama. Swami Prabhavananda translates as Yama is abstention from harming others, from falsehood, from theft, from incontinence and from greed. Swami Sachidananda translates as Yama consists of non-violence, truthfulness, non-stealing, continence and non-greed. First of all, I wanted to express an important truth about Yama. The word is very powerful. In Sanskrit, it has so many meanings. One, the flow. Another one, the law. Third one, the very force which makes the whole thing flow as per the law. I wanted all of you to understand an important truth. Please understand. Law and the force which makes the whole thing to flow in law are one and the same. Judiciary and execution and law enforcement, everything is one and the same in cosmos. When all these things become separate, that is where the corruption comes. That is why all country laws suffer. Cosmic law never suffers and it never creates suffering. I was doing some research 2-3 days before. Came upon with an important, very beautiful research which clearly proves You do not act because of your mental setups or beliefs. Please understand. Very clearly they are proving with tons and tons of evidence. You do not act in certain way just because of your mental setup or habit or even your beliefs. They say, you just do not know why you act that way. Just micro milliseconds before the action, the decision is taken and it is executed. After that, you go on sitting and doing postmortem. Otherwise, the decision to act and act, please understand, decision to act and acting, action, both simultaneously just happens in your system without any logical background, without any logical understanding, without any logic behind it. That is why in the Vedic tradition, we always give importance to altering the consciousness, the very source from which law and action erupts out spontaneously. If you believe only in action, means the body, there is nothing beyond body, you go on trying to alter your actions and end in deepest failure and depression. That is why all the morality imposed on the society, community, individuals who are not consciously grown leads more and more to depression and schizophrenic conditions. First thing we need to do is conscious awakening. Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. The individual inner awakening has to happen. Then simply the decision maker and executor will be in a pure consciousness. The person who is making decision in you and acting in you will be in pure consciousness. No danger from your actions can come to you or to others. Please understand. Yama in Sanskrit language is not just law. One meaning of the word yama is law. The other meaning is the energy which executes the law. So in Sanskrit, the very word yama clearly expresses the very concept of what our master's understanding, the original truth. Law and execution are not two different energies. As long as you think that is two different energies, you will have a constant conflict. That is why I say, yama should happen, not to be practiced. Whoever is trying to practice without raising their awareness are in difficulty. I am telling you. Struggle, and if your struggle is too strong, depression. If it is really, really, really strong, schizophrenia. That's all. These are the solutions. If you understand the word the yama, all of you know that yama means the lord of death, means Lord of law, who executes all the law and the flow. You need to have the clear understanding about the ultimate truths that human beings are beyond body and based in consciousness. If you don't have that ultimate understanding, you will always understand law and execution as two separate things. Because as far as body is concerned, it is law. It's like, if you think you are only body, you will understand the word yama as law. Because you do not understand there is a space which is responsible for law and execution. Only if you understand there is a space which is responsible for law and execution simultaneously, you will be able to understand this word in a broader and deeper understanding. Otherwise, if you understand the word yama as just a law, it is very mediocre understanding and mediocre translation. You need to understand the Sanskrit word yama, not just law and the execution power. And this research which I was studying very clearly proves you do not act just because of your habits or your beliefs or because of your earlier decisions. No. There is no logic. Just the decision and action happens without any gap, not even micro-millisecond gap, spontaneously in you, and you just do it. It happens. Means the consciousness is responsible for your every action. Even though he is not directly involved, he is responsible for your every action. Because your body and mind is in so much love with the consciousness. Understand? Not in control of the consciousness. It's a wrong understanding. Your body and mind is in so much love with the consciousness. Even though he is not directly involved in any action, but he becomes responsible for all your actions. If you think, your body and mind is controlled by the consciousness. That is why consciousness is responsible for all your actions. You are fear-based person. If you think your body and mind is completely in love with the consciousness because of the charisma, energy, the enchanting power the consciousness radiates. That is why you just do whatever consciousness wants, even though consciousness is not directly involving. If you have this understanding, you are a spiritual being. The ultimate truth is your action and the decision to do that action happen spontaneously without even micro-millisecond gap in you and gets executed. After that, you can do post-mortem, either justify or feel guilty whatever you want to do, you can. But the truth is, both are one and the same. It just expresses spontaneously. Understand? There are some mediocre minds which can go on repeating the same syllabus, same subject for any number of times. I have seen there are some gurus, the same set of class and programs they will conduct any number of times. But they can't come up with some new understandings and truths every day. Mediocre, same kriya, blowing nose, same set of ideas, go on teaching for any number of years. It is easy for them. Mediocre mind. There are some masters who can break the logic every day, blow off the mind, shake the people. Every day which comes out of them is one big step towards the higher consciousness, one big lift towards higher consciousness. But the problem is they will not be able to do the same set of classes and programs. There are some rare individuals who can play both games, where he can take off and break the mind and logic, boil the whole being. With every satsang, with every time when he opens the mouth, you drop your mouth. Something new. You always think, oh, he cannot take us further deeper, further higher. But you are there. Next day again, one step higher, one grade higher. The same way, tremendous patience to take people through the same set of programs. People ask me many times, how do you manage that both drama? One side, every day something new. The other side, the same set of programs without feeling tired or bored. Because the mind which continuously reveals new great things will feel bored to conduct the same type of programs. The mind which conducts the same type of programs, monotonous, set, will not have the ability to open and share new expressions and explosive things. How do you manage these two, Swamiji? Many people ask me. Understand, when I share great truths, revelations, new, higher level truths, raising you every day higher and higher level in the morning satsang, I am myself. Just I am radiating, raising you continuously, raising the whole human consciousness continuously. When I conduct the program, again, I am very clear, the program is same for me, but not for you. People who are sitting in front of me are completely new group, new batch, new people. So there I am doing it for you. So when I am very clear I am doing it for you, I just see every session opening your being and you raising. Morning satsang, I am expressing how I am raising. When I say I am raising, I mean the enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate every day exploding on human consciousness. That is what is morning satsang. Creating the yen effect verbally and physically on the human consciousness is morning satsang. And the classes are creating the same yen effect on a small group. So there I am more centered on you. So every person after every session raises. So naturally it is not same for me again. But if you don't know the person is raising, if you are not that conscious, then the program will be monotonous, same, boring, dull. But your mediocre mind, if your mind settles with that, after 2-3 years you will stop feeling bored. Like a parrot you will repeat, please close your nose, blow it 8 times, raise your hand and blow it 7 times. You will become a tape recorder. And very easy to pick up any one technique, one kriya, one yoga and popularize it. Because it's almost like a selling, marketing. There are some international MNCs, the multinational companies. Go to any of their retail store, ask about a product, exact words they will repeat. Programmed, trained. I tell you, I am not interested in just producing some set of teachers who will go and sit and repeat the same type of program and come back. No. I am actually working on creating the acharyas who can sit and conduct satsangs. Means every day something new they will be opening up and revealing. Understand? People ask me, Swamiji, somehow we are not able to produce large number of teachers because neither me nor our Sangha is mediocre. Only mediocre people can produce mass number of teachers because it is frozen. By heart, repeat, come and vomit. Still we are not able to freeze even our first level program LBP because every day I am developing last 10 years. I feel no, something more can be given, something more can be said. Because we understand the law and power which executes the law, both are same from the superconscious state, expressing itself simultaneously and spontaneously. Understanding about Yama, as I shared now, will completely change your understanding about how to live those great truths described as Yama. I'll explain the deeper truths explained in the sutra, expressed in the sutra. Ahimsa satya asteya brahmacharya parigraha. In a deeper way, the next satsangs. I have one more story for you. An older couple had a son who was still living with his parents. The parents were a little worried as the son was still unable to decide about his future career. They decided to do a small test. They took a $10 bill, a Bible, and bottle of whiskey and put them on the front hall table and hid, pretending they are not home. The father's plan was, if our son takes the money, he will be a businessman. If he takes the Bible, he will be a priest. But if he takes the whiskey bottle, I am afraid our son will become a drunkard. So the parents waited nervously, hiding in nearly closet. The son arrived and he saw the note in the table. Then he took the $10 bill, looked at it, and slid it in his packet. After that, he took the Bible and flicked through it and took it. Then he grabbed the bottle, opened it, and took a whiff to get assured of the quality. Then he left his room, carrying all 3 items. The father slapped his forehead and said, "Our son is going to be a politician." As long as you think the law and execution power are too different, you are in an ignorant society. You will be creating an ignorant system. Get back to Manu's understanding about human consciousness. First thing needs to be done first. Human beings need to experience higher state of consciousness. Then law and order will be in order. I bless you all. Let you all achieve, experience, live and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang, yoga, expression of bliss. Today's sutra is 80th sutra, 80, and in 2nd chapter, 29th verse. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhyaha, Ashtau Angani. In yesterday's sutra, Patanjali was talking about the 8 limbs which need to be practiced. I think he is giving a revision. Now he is describing all the 8 limbs. Vivekananda translates this as Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi are the 8 limbs of yoga. Swami Sachidananda translates as the 8 limbs of yoga are Yama, abstinence, Niyama, observance, Asana, posture, Pranayama, breath control, Pratyahara, sense withdrawal, Dharana, concentration, Dhyana, meditation, Samadhi, contemplation, absorption of our superconscious state. Swami Prabhavananda translates as 8 limbs of yoga are the various forms of abstention from evil doing, Yama, and various observances, Niyama, posture, Asana, control of prana, Pranayama, withdrawal of the mind from sense objects, Pratyahara, concentration, Dharana, meditation, Dhyana, and absorption in the Atman, Samadhi. I'll try to give my own experience on this Ashtanga. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Yama means aligning your actions with your understandings. Please understand. First thing you need to do, whatever understandings you have about life, align them with your actions, or align your actions with those understandings. I am giving you the practical technology, technique for this Yama and Niyama, all these practices. Please understand. Not only I am giving you technical knowledge, I am giving you the technique also. Yama. Aligning your actions with the understandings you have. First, in the initial level, when you start the spiritual practice, the basic thing is align your actions with understanding you have about life, about cosmos, about God, about world, about humanity. Align your actions. Along with the understanding, or in tune with the understanding. This is Yama. Then comes Niyama. Increase your understanding to the higher and higher level. Raise the level of your understandings about these basic truths higher and higher through the right ideas. That is what is Niyama is all about. Sadhana and receiving the right knowledge, these are the Niyama. Please understand. Yama means aligning all your actions with your understanding. Niyama means raising your understanding continuously. Third comes asana, preparing your bio-memory for the intense spiritual experience and breakthrough in your consciousness. When the deeper strands of DNA gets awakened, when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, your body needs to hold that energy. The after and side effects of that, your body should be capable of holding it. It should be capable of radiating it in a balanced way. That is what I am doing. Actually, these 21 days, that is the exact thing I am doing. I am making your body capable of radiating it. Now I am seeing slowly that too much of jumping, levitation, everything is settling. But the experience is becoming more and more intense inside. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, when people gather for wedding, before the feast starts, there will be a lot of talk. Where did you buy this jewelry? Where did you get this cloth? The bride is really decorated, or this house is amazingly decorated. All kinds of things goes on. And the moment people sit down for eating, more than 60% sound noise reduces. The moment food is served, people start eating, almost 80% noise reduces. Only 20% serve this, get rice, get laddu, get buttermilk. Only this noise is there. After the whole crowd starts eating, feast is going on, no noise is heard. Only the chup 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 sound of the curd or the rice. Ramakrishna describes very beautifully in his own inimitable village Bengali style. Same way, I see only first few days of the levitation and samana and intense energy, too much jumping, rolling, doing anga pradashana of whole Chitsabha. Nothing is required of. And too many reactions. It's not that now you stopped getting experience, no. But the experience has become more intense. It is not moving your skin. It is moving your very consciousness. So it is settling with the system. Asana is required to settle the experience with your system. Tremendous strength. If asana is not done, you will take the spiritual experience for granted, master for granted. Asana will increase the ability and sensitivity to experience the inner joy continuously. I tell you, without asana, the conscious experience which you have will be forgotten by your bio-memory within few months. With asana, it will stay there forever. Then comes pranayama. Blowing your kundalini. That's the literal meaning of pranayama. There are only two ways. Either you blow it or I blow it. You yourself blowing your kundalini. There is a beautiful lady Siddha, Avayar, in Siddha tradition. She sings very beautifully. மூலாதாரத்து முண்டெழு கணலை காலால் எழுப்புங்கருத்தறிவித்து இடைப்பிங்கலையின் எழுத்தறிவித்து கடையற் சுழுமுனை கபாலமுங்காட்டி. Means the fire which is in the root center, the kundalini. Please show me the way of awakening that with the air, through the prana. Technology of awakening your bioenergy, purifying your bio-memory is pranayama. Then pratyahara, withdrawing your awareness from too many objects, withdrawal. That is what is exactly pratyahara means. Dharana means centering that awareness on one object. Dharana, centering. If your awareness is not centered on yourself, you will be continuously attacked by too many unnecessary fears. I'm really telling you. I was really shocked when I started traveling in Western countries to see the amount of fear they carry about the terror attacks. They say orange alert, yellow alert, red alert. In Mumbai, evening the attack goes on, some 200 people are dead. Next day morning, that road is busy. Back to its business. Every day, somewhere, here or there, some blast goes on in India. You will not see the regular life is disturbed. It's a one more news, that's all. I'm really shocked when I saw in the Western countries how that terror attack creates fear. How the whole country shivers. The biggest problem for the terrorists is whatever they do, the Indian consciousness is untouched. See, as a country, we don't feel shaken. I have really seen so many people dropping from the meditation programs and registrations. If there is some red alert, orange alert in Western countries, here, Bangalore, some bomb blast will be going on. And people not a one person or two person will drop from coming to a class or session or satsang. We will not even know. Next day we may get the news. These few cities are under constant threat and attack. I think just, 1 year or 2 years, there was a serial of bomb blast and 50 people died in Varanasi. 46 or 50 people. Near Sangat Mochan, Hanuman temple. And even this Ganga Arati. During Ganga Arati they killed people. They killed, put the bomb. No disturbance. Next day Ganga Arati has started as usual. Not a single day the spiritual routine was broken. Next day in the same ghat, Arati goes on. Dharana is responsible for fearlessness. Any dharana happens, the fear will lose its grip over you. Understand? Dharana is such a basic qualification for survival. Not only for enlightenment, very survival. Dhyana means pure awareness, the restful awareness. Samadhi means became consciousness. The awareness is settled in your biomemory and became consciousness is samadhi. So yama, aligning your actions and understandings. Niyama, raising the level of your understanding. Asana, preparing your body for the conscious breakthrough. Pranayama, awakening your Kundalini Shakti, bioenergy. Pratyahara, withdrawing your awareness from too many outer world objects. Dharana, centering it on the inner awareness. Dhyana, restful awareness. Samadhi, pure consciousness. Nobody, I can challenge, nobody except Patanjali is able to give such a logical, mathematical, scientific, step-by-step method to enlightenment. Everybody after Patanjali are Patanjali's followers. Whether it is Buddha or Shankara, anybody happened after Patanjali, directly or indirectly, Patanjali's followers. There are some who are intelligent and courageous enough to declare Patanjali's name boldly and give the credit to him. There are some just plagiarism, catching some kriya, stealing some kriya and nose-blowing techniques from Patanjali and not giving credit to Patanjali. Marketing, not paying royalty is okay, but at least giving credit. Anyhow, anybody after Patanjali is follower of Patanjali. These 8 limbs, please understand, these are 8 parts, not 8 steps. 8 part means all 8 should simultaneously happen in you. That's a method for enlightenment. I bless you all, let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. शिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for the satsang, yoga, the science of bliss. Yoga is not just path of bliss, it is science of bliss. Please understand. Path means some parts, some people may not be able to travel. Science means equal, reproducible on every person. Every possible mental and physical setup can experience. Only then it is science. Maybe a little bit of education and preparation is necessary for you to experience. Other than that, no other prerequisites, no other reason can be given. Yoga is a science of bliss. We'll enter into today's sutras. Yoganganushtana tan yoganga anushtanat ashuddhi kshaye jnana deeptihi aviveka kyateha. Yoga anga anushtanat asuddhi kshaye jnana deepti aviveka kyate. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, through the practice of different parts of yoga, the impurities are destroyed and knowledge is kindled, leading up to discrimination. Swami Prabhavananda translates as soon as all impurities have been removed by the practice of spiritual disciplines, the limbs of yoga, a man's spiritual vision, opens to the light-giving knowledge of the Atman. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by the practice of the limbs of yoga, the impurities dwindle away and there dawns the light of wisdom, leading to discriminative discernment. Again in this science, Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra. The sutra is in the second chapter, 28th verse, in the whole Yoga Sutras, 79th Sutra. Again, Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra, practicing all the limbs of yoga. Yama, Niyama, Pranayama, Asana, of course, third is Asana. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. These are the 8 limbs of yoga. Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra the practice. The big problem is, biggest problem for the spiritual seekers is go on accumulating, acquiring knowledge because it gives you so much of excitement and never practice. Really, I am telling you. Why do you think most of you pay so much money and come and sit here? Because you know you will never practice in your house. See, all of you know, whatever you are hearing in the inner awakening is already in the YouTube free. More than what you will hear in these 21 days is available. In the 21 days, all 21 days put together, you will never get to hear 800 hours sessions from me. And 800 hours sessions are already in the YouTube. And nothing new or more I can say other than what I said in 800 hours spread over 8 years. Then why all of you are here? You all know this big problem. You tried, nothing works. At the most, you try to do some practice for 3 days. Maximum 4th day, 5th day. What about you? Even I can't do anything. As long as that biomemory is there, human biomemory, it has to be elevated, trained, and put to practice by an elevated biomemory, experienced biomemory. No other way. Nothing can work, nothing can help. Patanjali is dealing with one of the biggest problem the human consciousness is facing. Not practicing, non-practice, practice, practice. End of Bhagavatam, there is a very beautiful commentary for Bhagavatam. Somebody asks the Bhagavatakara, Sugabrahma, is there, see, you describe thousands of auspiciousness happens when an incarnation happens on the planet Earth around him. Is there one bad thing, one thing can go wrong? Not even one bad thing can happen, not even one thing can go wrong. Is there any possibility? Can you describe? Then Bhagavatakara takes a lot of time and then suddenly wakes up and says, yes, one thing can go wrong. All the rishis got curious. What can go wrong around an incarnation? Come on, tell us. He says, because of his abhayam and sharanam and aishwaryam, people can become lazy, take him for granted and not establish themselves in the truth and suffer after he leaves the body, which happened to the Yadava community. Understand? Whole Dwaraka, Yadavas, they all were in ecstasy when Krishna was in the body. But unfortunately, the abhayam, sharanam and aishwaryam, the abhayam, the refuge he gives, and sharanam, the moment you touch his feet, any problem you have disappears and dissolves. So you don't understand the problems can haunt you. The problems never look as problems as long as his saranam is there. You are at his sharana, at his feet. And aishwaryam, the joy and the abundance in the inner world and the outer world which he radiates, you lose yourself into it. Unfortunately, if you have not established yourself in that by the proper practice, it is like a huge river flowing. Incarnation is a huge river. But during the rainy season itself, make a small canal and make a tank inside your own land. Make a canal and make a tank inside your land, so that for some reason the river dries up or you are not able to access the river, you have water source. Of course, I am going to be in the body for a long time. That is true. But who knows, you are going to be in the body and around me. So the moment you have the connection, you have the time, opportunity, establish yourself. That is the reason I insist on this morning sadhana. Creating intense yogic body, an intense Vedic mind. Even if you are not there tomorrow here, you should not feel that you lost one day. The best thing you can achieve in one day, you achieve it by the morning sadhana. So your accounts is clear. No, I have not lost anything. So imbibe, fill yourself with that energy through the practice. So you don't feel you lost time, you wasted time, even if you are not around me. It's a very important problem Patanjali is analyzing. Very important problem. Then Bhagavatakara very beautifully says, it's true what Bhagavatakara says. See the Yadava community. The Abhayam, Sharanam, Aishwaryam, in that three they are lost. But the moment Krishna left the body, they are not able to tolerate themselves and their life. And practically, they killed each other so that the others won't suffer. You see, the killing did not happen out of enmity. It's almost like a mercy killing. You kill me, I kill you, let us die. It is like a mass suicide. That's what exactly happened. A mass suicide. Because without the master's physical presence, they do not know what to do. His physical presence is so enchanting and charismatic. Any depression, just get 2 minutes around him, it disappears. Because of that, you take depression very lightly. And you are not centering yourself so that you can live handling all these possible distractions and depressions in future. Understand? This is the only thing which can go wrong around the master. Let that not happen in your life. Save yourself. Let you not be the person to experience that wrong in your life. The only way is practice. Morning 5, whatever it may be there in the Akada for yoga. And bend your body, twist your body, prepare it for the Kundalini awakening. Then, sitting in the presence and receiving this intense bliss dose for the day. This should become part of the life for all the people, all our devotees and disciples around the world. One session a day, one sadhana session a day. One sadhana session means morning. Of course, if not in the morning, for other countries, in the evening. Because many country people are saying that they are able to watch live in the evening. So keep evening. The heavy yoga to create yogic body and Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Sit in a complete unclutched, feeling connected way. Unclutched from what is outer world, feeling connected with what is inner. Sit. That is what I can say as Upanishad, the ultimate sitting. Just unclutching or just feeling connected is only two different parts. Unclutching from the unnecessary things, feeling connected to the highest possibility. This is what I call Upanishad. Upanishad is more deeper than Zazen. In Zazen, you sit unclutched. In Upanishad, you melt also with the feeling connection. So, every day, sadhana, Upanishad, and above all, naturally, the intense, inspiring words from the Master. So understand, sadhana, practice, is the only way to avoid one of the greatest calamity which can happen around the Master, around an incarnation. No other calamity is possible around the Master. I tell you, Anything else can be a calamity. I can tell you even the present calamities are created by the people who never did sadhana. Who are never doing sadhana. That's the main problem. Then naturally you yourself will feel, oh, so many years I am here, what have I achieved? Others also will ask, so many years you are here, what have you achieved? I will also ask, so many years you are here, what have you achieved? Then falling into the suffering. That suffering becomes hatred. You vomit it on everybody. Understand? Practice. Sadhana. Other than practicing, anything you do is reading it's like reading a menu card in the hotel. Oh, 25 menu cards you read and now you are happy, come back. Your hunger is going to disappear. Maybe you will be feeling as if your hunger disappeared because of the food smell and reading about the menu and visualizing it and coming out. That is why in Vedic tradition we say, ghosts feel satisfied just by the smell and fantasizing. If you are satisfied with the smell and fantasy and the menu card, you are a ghost. You are ghost. So be very clear, you are ghost. Don't be ghost, be real being. Bring sadhana into your being. Let sadhana be your lifestyle. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Sadashivasamarambha Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang, the ultimate secret to enlightenment. I am really going to reveal. The 78th Sutra in Patanjali Yoga Sutras, in second chapter, 27th verse. Tasya saptada pranta bhumi prajna. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutras. His knowledge is attained in 7 supreme steps. Prabhavananda translates as, the experiencer gains this knowledge in 7 stages, advancing towards the highest. Swami Sachidananda translates as, one's wisdom in the final stage is sevenfold. One experiences the end of desire to know anything more, desire to stay away from anything, desire to gain anything new, desire to do anything, sorrow, fear, delusion. When all these seven ends, one's wisdom is awakened. This is what is Swami Sachidananda's translation. Let me give my experience. Tasya saptada pranta bhumi prajna. His knowledge is attained in 7 supreme steps. Ultimate secret to enlightenment. I wanted to give you first the secret. Then, step by step, the deeper truths of this Yoga Sutra, this Sutra. The first secret you need to know about enlightenment is, the moment you become interested in enlightenment, cosmos is such, it showers you with so many ideas about enlightenment, truths about enlightenment. Please understand. For example, compassion leads to enlightenment. Immediately your mind starts processing. You take that idea to its logical end. You feel, if I am completely compassionate, what can happen? People can take advantage of me. I can be exploited. Finally, I can even be killed. Your mind may object at one step. No, to this, beyond this, I cannot tolerate. No, this is enough. I can't go further with the compassion. Or your mind may say, what is there? Even if I die, let me die in compassion mood. And that is enlightenment. Your mind may accept or reject when a truth is taken to its logical conclusion. Please understand, I am exactly giving you the deepest secret for enlightenment. This is the way your mind functions. Whenever any truth is given, please understand, don't think the truths about enlightenment is given only in this program by me directly. No. The moment you wanted, already the ideas will start flowing towards you. It is apaurushya. Veda is apaurushya. The knowledge for enlightenment is not based on one person. It is available in the air all over the world. These are Sarva Bhaumya Vratas. Patanjali says the 5 great ideas towards enlightenment. Aparigraha, Asteya, Satya, Ahimsa, Brahmacharya. Non-stealing, non-violence, truthfulness, living like God, and non-covetousness. These 5 are Sarvabhaumya Vratas, means the paths or vows which is available in the air all over the world. Every human being catches these 5, the truths about these 5, by the time he realizes he has an individual awareness. So you don't need to wait for some program or a class or session to catch these 5 things. These are in the air everywhere. The moment you start talking, your mother says, tell the truth. The moment you start accumulating, your mother says, live with minimal things. The moment you are physically matured and trying to jump, live with centeredness. So these are Sarvabhaumya Vratas. The vows are the paths, methods which are available in the air all over the world. So then why are we not getting enlightened. Understand this secret. Whenever you catch a seed, a truth towards enlightenment, you try to take that to its logical conclusion. Either you may be stuck saying, oh, compassion. To the level of losing my wealth, I will be able to manage, but not to the level of losing my body and life. So your engram stops you there. Or you may feel, what is the wrong? Even if I lose the body, let me live in compassion and leave the body. It will go to the extreme. Extreme restful awareness will happen. Now, if you look inside, you will have like this at least 20 ideas which leads to the extreme restful awareness. You would have taken it in imagination and visualization, that idea to its logical conclusion. You would have had extreme restful awareness by that idea. And 10 ideas, maybe you are stuck. For example, in non-violence, you may be stuck, but in Satya, you would have taken yourself to the extreme logical conclusion. In Asteya, you might have been stuck, but in Brahmacharya, you would have taken yourself to the extreme logical conclusion. And in witnessing, you might have taken yourself to the extreme logical conclusion, but unclutching, you might have been stuck. Unclutching, you may not be able to unclutch from everything, but witnessing, you may be able to do everything. So in some techniques and some truths, you will be able to take yourself to its extreme logical conclusion, but in some techniques, you will be stuck in the off. Understand? I am giving you some of the deeper secrets. And same way, some of the ideas in which you are able to take yourself visually to its extreme. This is like one idea I can say. Valmiki, sitting and meditating, he decides he will unclutch to the extreme till he becomes enlightened. First, visually, he has taken himself to the extreme. He is clear about it. Then, physically, he is sitting. You know, if you sit for 2-3 hours, what happens? This pain, that pain, that pain, that pain. And that is the time you become aware of the whole body and muscles. All the 72,000 nerves, nadis. But this guy, his visualization about the truth has become so strong in his muscle memory, he just sits and the ant hill grows around him. But he has taken himself to the extreme. Not only in visualization, in physical way. In physical way. So he became enlightened. When he has become enlightened, came out of that ant hill. In Sanskrit, ant hill is called Vanmiga. Because he became enlightened and came out of the ant hill, he became Valmiki. Understand now? I am giving you the secret now only. There will be some truths, maybe if you catch the 100 truths, in 2030 you may be stuck even intellectually. You will not be able to take it to its logical conclusion. For example, truth. Oh, I can be truthful to a certain extent till my name or wealth is lost, but not to the extent of losing my life. So you are stuck. But when it comes to some other idea, witnessing, maybe intellectually you are clear, I will witness till the death. I will establish myself in witnessing till the death. Means logically, through visualization, you have taken yourself to the end of the truth, logical conclusion. Means intellectually, you achieved restful awareness through the technique, through the truth. The next thing is the truths through which intellectually you have seen the restful awareness. This maybe you may be having 100 truths. In that 100, when you start really working, for example, intellectually you may feel, hey, till the death I can be witnessing, till the death I can be unclutching. When you start making it physical, in that 100, maybe only 20 or 30 will be able to become physical. You may be stuck with some 30-40 truths in between. When you planned, you really thought, I can witness till the end of everything, whole game. But when the real fear started, when the real problem started, some 30-40 weapons are saying, we can travel only up to this level. We are the weapons, we can travel only 200 kilometers. We can't go more than that. They just fall. And you are stuck. Understand? Some ideas, intellectually itself you are stuck. Some ideas, intellectually you reached its logical conclusion, but when you start physically, you are stuck. There is a next level. Even physically, you are able to take it to its experiential conclusion. In this program, all I am trying to do is at least 50% of the ideas which you have got in your life, I am taking it to its physical conclusion. Understand? If you have 100 ideas about spirituality, at least 30% should go to the logical conclusion, intellectual restful awareness, and 50% should go to its physical, experiential conclusion. Then remaining 20%, whether it is there or not, no problem. 50% should reach at least physical conclusion, 30% should reach at least intellectual restful awareness conclusion, and the remaining 20%, you don't need to bother. Leave it to the future, so that that 20% gives you the joy of insecurity. Understand? There is something called joy of insecurity. The juice of excitement gets added into your life only when there is a joy of insecurity. You may not want to be doing that. That is why for ashramites, I have thousands of things. Of course, ashram is an alive place. There can never be a second day, same way. If I have to put the whole ashram life in one nutshell, no second day in same way. That is the caption. Not only for some people, I can say for every individual who stays in the ashram, no second day in same way. Because continuously in some way, I am such a living mechanism. Naturally, around me, anything will be a living organism. Please understand, Dhyanapitham is not an organization, it is an organism. It's a living organism. You do not know next day which country you are going to be, which state you are going to be, which city you are going to be, and what class you are going to be conducting, and what department you are going to be in. Let me come to the secret. Whatever ideas you are intellectually stuck, intellectually itself is not able to take it to its logical conclusion should not bring your courage and confidence with ideas which you are able to take it to its logical conclusion visually and physically. Please understand, as on now, your mind is stuck in a rut because in one or two truths you are not able to conclusively take yourself intellectually. You start doubting all your intellectual conclusions. You think, I cannot practice truthfulness. How can I practice compassion? I cannot practice asteya. How can I practice aparigraha? I cannot practice non-stealing. How can I practice non-covetousness? I cannot practice integrity. How can I practice honesty? No. Understand? The secret is catch the threads where you are successful. There is a huge fort. You need to climb and get inside. Only one iron chain is hanging. Don't look at that steep stone. Oh, there is 200 square feet stone which I cannot put my leg and climb. No. Look at one chain hanging. You can catch that and climb and jump. You might have heard 100 truths, but only 10 you may be intellectually take it to its end, and only one you may be able to physically take it to its end. But that one is enough. To climb a fort, you don't need 100 chains hanging. One chain hanging is enough. Hold that and start walking. You will be able to reach the other side. The secret is all the ideas the mind is able to click with and reach its intellectual conclusion. Keep them as your strength and work more and more ideas to become. The secret is not continuously looking at the ideas in which you fail or stuck, but continuously looking at the ideas which you are able to make physically real. Please understand, even if you think you are the worst seeker, you will have at least 10 ideas which has become physical reality. Even in being bad, you are not that big. Don't think you are the number one in the last or among the worst people. Even among the worst people, you are not number one. Don't be egoistic. Don't be egoistic. Even in the worst people, you are not number one. You are in the middle. You are mediocre even in the worstness. So you don't need to be proud. Oh, among the worst people, I am the worst. No, relax. So even if you think you are the worst person, you have at least 10 ideas able to make it into physical reality. Hold them. That is the secret to enlightenment for you. People ask me, am I intellectual type, emotional type, spiritual type, or being type? Which type? This is the way to find the scale. See, there are some ideas even intellectually does not click. There are some ideas intellectually clicks. There are some physically clicks. You make it. That's how you guys are. Intellectually you feel, I will witness and unclutch. But after 2 hours only, I don't know when he is going to say relax, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I want you to know why usually people clap, if a speaker is speaking exactly what you feel. Oh God, I can never say it, he said it. What I am exactly thinking is he's reading it from my mind. Now you understand the difference between intellectually stuck, intellectually cleared, physically cleared. Intellectually stuck and intellectually cleared and physically itself cleared. 3 categories. There are some truths, even physically you made it into reality. Secret is looking those few and celebrating those few which has become physical reality will bring tremendous energy flow into the intellectually stuck ideas. Those breakages will break. Then that will spread to the intellectually stuck ideas and break that also. The secret is shifting your vision. Understand? Shifting your vision. If you have come and sat at the master's feet, that one chain hanging is enough. Hold and tuck, 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 climb, you are inside the fort. You don't need to look at the huge wall on which you can't climb. If you look at the huge wall, you'll be tired, huh? Forget about it. Enlightenment. And the mind is such a cunning fellow, he will remind only your silly failures. I tried 2 times to stop smoking, nothing. How can I even stop thinking? Smoking is such a superficial habit, even that I am not able to stop. How can I stop thinking? No, I can tell you, maybe in smoking you are stuck, but in stopping thinking you may be successful. You don't know. There is no scale. If you think, oh, I can't even climb 5 feet in this wall, it's a 100 feet wall, 200 feet long, how am I going to cross this fort? No. Sometimes your mind foolishly thinks, oh, I will have to remove one by one all the stone completely, only then I can go into the fort. You don't need to. You think one by one, every engram you have to clean, and then you will become enlightened. No. Just hold that hanging chain and walk, go up, jump that side over. The secret is knowing the truth. The ideas in which you are intellectually stuck does not need to be completed or fulfilled. Don't worry about them first, leave it. The ideas in which you are intellectually successful, able to take itself to its logical conclusion, hold them. And some already you would have even physically made reality. Catch them. For example, I am giving the example of the ashramite. You have made living around me as physical reality. So catch that one. All other things will lose its power over you. Such a big Himalayan task. After so much of obstructions and disturbances, I made it a reality. I made it. Then I am worthy. I can. When that shift happens, all other things which you are midway or not even started will lose its power over you. Will start losing its power over you. So understand, it's a most difficult shift, but a very important shift. Just like a man standing outside the fort wall, because he is stuck and confused, he has so many ideas how to cross this wall. I think first I will have to remove one by one every stone. So let me go and gather lot of workers. Will he ever be able to do? No. Or if he thinks, this huge wall, forget about it. I'll get a shortcut. I don't need to break this wall. I'll get 200 people and make them all stand one by one, one on the one. I'll climb on one and I'll jump. Again waste. Chain is hanging. Just hold and jump. Chain is hanging in your neck. Hold that and jump. It's like trying to remove the stone from the wall. Just hold the chain which is hanging in your neck. Climb and jump. Cross. You'll cross the fort. The secret is turning your attention to the truths which you made it into physical reality. Then naturally, that will penetrate into other truths. Tasya saptada pranta bhumi prajna. When his knowledge is attained, when the experiencer gains this knowledge in 7 stages, advancing towards the highest, in further satsangs, I'll explain the stages step by step. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate enlightenment. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang is the open the door to yourself. Seventy-seventh Sutra in the second chapter, 26th verse. Viveka kyadir a viplava hanopayaha. Very beautiful sutra. Swami Vivekananda translates this as: the means of destruction of ignorance is unbroken practice of discrimination. Swami Prabhavananda translates as: ignorance is destroyed by awakening to knowledge of the Atman until no trace of illusion remains. Sachidananda translates as: uninterrupted discriminative discernment is the method for its removal. So, the key word in the sutra, vivekaha. Viveka is the key word. What is viveka? I'll describe the secrets of viveka. The first thing you need to understand about Viveka is, day before yesterday, when I introduced that Patanjali's Sutra on ignorance, I said very clearly, not letting your logic to reach its logical conclusion is aviveka. Letting your logic to reach its logical conclusion is Viveka. It's the first thing you need to know. Second, ability, courage, which will make sensitive, your whole system sensitive to how you think, act. Above all, you yourself will be exposed to your own hypocrisy. Please understand, yesterday night in the campfire session, many were asking what to do to hold this conscious energy permanently in us. Everybody is worried now about that only. You are pouring so much inside us, literally you are blowing us off. How to retain this energy in the system? Understand. To retain that energy in your system, you need two: strong nervous system and subtle grooves in the brain. For the strong nervous system, heavy yoga, samana yoga, means completely balancing your whole prana flow. And for the subtle grooves to grow, intense unclutching. Intense yoga and intense unclutching. Why we really resist so much for that subtle grooves, If those subtle grooves are developed in your system, you become conscious of all the ignorance you carry in. And naturally all your actions has to align with the authenticity and honesty of your being, which is too risky. If all your actions and thoughts and words get aligned, you are out of hypocrisy. You may not be able to do many business you are doing. Please understand, when I say many business, I mean not only the profession which you do in office hours. Many of your relationships are business. I have seen people doing business with God. They go to him and say that, oh, you give me in lottery 1 crore, I'll give you 10 lakh. If you don't believe me, you yourself deduct the 10 lakh and give only 90 crore, 90 lakh. People do business with God. At least God doesn't speak back. You can somehow manage. But unfortunately, these guys do business with Guru also, who speaks back. Now, I have seen people bargaining with me. You do this, I'll do that. I just laugh at them. Even in relationships, you go on doing business. If you become more aware, more conscious, many parts of your lifestyle will tumble down. Many ways you think will be crushed. Not only think, many ways you perceive the world itself will have a cognitive shift. The main reason for this ingenious program is to retain the subtle grooves of the brain as it is, even when they grow old in the kids' brain. That's the main purpose, because they have those subtle grooves. You make them thick-headed like you. No, really. Never ever think you bring them up, you bring them down. Kids are not brought up, they are brought down. See, when you give a candy, first thing a child will do, it will run outside the house to share with its friends. Share with his friends or our friends. That's what in Indian village happens. What do? Hey, eat here itself and throw the cover. Don't go out. That is the first step. Oh, then I will have to eat only all by myself. That is the right thing. You are sowing the seed of he dumping you in the old age home. When he grows old, when you grow old, then he decides. Same logic he applies. I should swallow everything by myself. Then why is this old man, old woman sitting here and wasting my time and energy and money? You go to old age home. It is you who sow the seed and reaping the fruit. One of the most dangerous thing about Viveka is you cannot tolerate hypocrisy even in yourself. Too much of boiling will happen. And the honesty, the truth and strength of your Viveka will shake the way in which you live. I have seen sometime when people honestly go through meditation programs and awaken themselves, going back to their lifestyle is almost like a hell. Understand? Actually, I've specialized giving enlightenment to IT people. See, look around me. All my ashramites, organizers, everybody, 80% are IT people. Because whenever an incarnation happens, he concentrates mainly on the suppressed, deprived people who are in hell. See, he has to liberate them first. I think this time, IT is my specialized area. All around 90% of my ashramites, my organizers, my satsang coordinators are all from IT field. All right, let me give you a story on IT. One politician, one thief, one programmer died and went straight to hell. They did not even take a deviation. Politician said, I miss my country, I want to call my country and see how everybody is doing there. He called and talked for 5 minutes, but within 5 minutes people said, enough, just allow us, let us be in peace. And finally, we somehow pushed you there, and we don't want you to call us back anymore. Anyhow, very dejected that even his own kith and kin are not respecting him. He went back to devil and asked, how much should I pay for the call? He said, maybe 10,000 crore. Politician wrote a check and went to sit back on his chair. Thief was really jealous and he starts screaming, I want to call my group. He called and talked only for 2 minutes. His group said, get lost. We are too busy in sharing all your wealth. We are not even bothered about your body. It is lying somewhere. Don't call us again. Then he went and asked devil, how much should I pay for the call? Devil had little compassion. After all, this thief is robbed only just some few crore rupee. So finally he says, all right, give 1 crore. Thief pays 1 crore, goes and sits. Then programmer comes. He says, I want to call all my IT friends. He called all the IT persons, friends, talked for 20 hours. Because in that 20 hours, a lot of updating has happened. New technology was discovered. And new communication trend. iPad, so many new things. They discussed about everything, how to use, what are the new gadgets, these, that, who is in the leading and what is going on, the whole thing. After 20 hours he went, asked the devil, how much do I need to pay? Devil said, no need to pay. Program was stunned and asked, why? Devil says, calling hell to hell is free. So I am working specially on hell. Now I really tell you, the planet Earth is suffering with one of the important problem of sleep disorder, especially last 20 years. It has increased drastically. The sufferings related to altered states of consciousness. Man has started staying more time in the lower states of consciousness. Please understand, 1 only reason is IT revolution. Too much of information is being fed into the system through the light source. TV, internet, computers, cell phone screen. Too much of information being put inside you with an artificial light alters the state of consciousness you reside and puts you into the lower states of consciousness. Really, I'm telling you. Please understand. And so much of ideas put inside you through the light source. Please understand. If you are ordinarily seeing with an eyes a drama, you know it is an entertainment. Your unconscious also will know it is an entertainment. You will not take that seriously. But when you see the same drama in movie form through the light source, you will be brainwashed. Your unconscious will start believing the whole thing as true. Your unconscious will be repeating it, responding to it even in its dreams. You do not know the danger of looking at the lighted screen, light source. Avoid. I'm telling you. Avoid looking at the light source as much as possible. Only the information which you want it to go inside your unconscious, receive it through the light source. If you want the master's message should go inside your inner space, then see it through laptop, see it through computer, see it through television. But never see something which you don't want it to go inside your system. I tell you, one of the main reason for humanity suffering with the lower states of consciousness, all the psychosomatic disorders, insomnia, chronic fatigue, intense violence, all these psychosomatic disorders are mainly because of receiving information through light source. Understand? If you are an IT engineer and you can't avoid the hell, I give you these simple tips. Have this processed turmeric on this 3 point. On the forehead you will have kumkum. Even in these 2 points, you can't have kumkum, means just have at least the turmeric. Apply the turmeric. The effect of it on you will be lot less. And before falling asleep, sit and do the hunkara dhyana, chanting the hunkara, and throw everything out and sleep. Please understand. It's really I am not able to make you understand the dangers of lower states of consciousness. IT revolution is responsible for raising collective negativity. It is not the IT revolution itself, for what for it is used. That is responsible for the growing collective negativity. In a way, that is responsible for my incarnation to happen. Because the growing collective negativity needs to be nullified, cleared. Please understand. falling again and again back to the lower states of consciousness naturally makes your brain hard. The subtle grooves do not get awakened. You become insensitive to the principles on which you build your belief and which is source of your energy. Please understand. The principles you believe, the ideas gives you the energy, the reasons why you jump out of your bed joyfully. All these things will be shaken if you grow in dullness. But if you grow in sensitivity, your hypocrisy will be lost. Many of the things which you enjoy, you may not have it in your life. Many of the things in which you have vested interest may not happen around you in your life. If you are growing, if your subtle grooves in the brain are getting developed, you may not really want to work for a boss who really sucks the humanity for his zero-based heroism. In the whole world, there are only 3 kinds of heroism. One, the zero-based heroism. Means because of my being hero because of more zeros in your bank balance. Second, fear-based heroism. Accept me as a hero or I'll finish you off. Weapon-based heroism. Fear-based heroism. The third, you don't need to accept me, I am a hero. I am just a hero by myself. I'll neither frighten you to accept me as a hero, nor I'll create greed in you to accept me as a hero. I just live like a hero, that's all. Somebody asked me, what, I heard you claim you are God? I said, no, I don't claim. I just live like one, that's all. You don't need to claim you are hero. Just live as hero, that's all. You don't need to claim anything. That heroism can never be taken away. That heroism can never be taken away. Because it is not dependent on anybody. It is just dependent on your strength. Understand? If the subtle grooves in your system is awakened, you may not be able to suck the society, accumulate wealth, or manipulate people, have the political power. That is why in India, this group which is dedicated to awaken the subtle grooves in the brain are clearly instructed voluntarily to take up poverty and no power, no political ambition and no economical wealth around them. That small group only is called Brahmanas. Brahmana has nothing to do with the community in which you are born, the lifestyle you live. Dedicating the energy for awakening the subtle grooves of the brain through the uninterrupted discrimination, Viveka, as Patanjali says. Uninterrupted discrimination. Continuously discriminating taking all your thoughts to its logical conclusion. You need to dedicate little time for it. You need to work on it. It needs to be accumulated. Viveka has to be built. It has to be accumulated. So be very clear. All you need to do to destroy ignorance is take every thought to its logical conclusion. As I was telling yesterday, if you think you are the body, then what is going to happen? At one day it will become old and die. Is this all the whole essence of life? If you think this is all the essence of life, then at least accept that completely and stop suffering. You will see transformation. Or if you think, no, then this cannot be. I should be something more than this. Then start digging, finding out, seeking. Till you reach the restful awareness, don't leave the logic to stop. Viveka should lead to Ananda. Till it leads to Ananda, Viveka should be extended. Till it leads to Samadhi, you should work on it. Otherwise, you will be carrying an aborted child. Aborted child in your system is most dangerous. It is really dangerous. Understand? Most dangerous. Take the logic to its logical conclusion in every line. Whether it is your concept about wealth, concept about life, concept about body, concept about soul, concept about anything. That is what I call Viveka. Viveka cannot be translated as discrimination. It's a too poor word. Viveka means moving. Viveka means beyond moving. Just pondering over, sitting with it, sitting on it, filling yourself with it. That's what we call Viveka. So, today's message is Viveka Kyatir Aviplava Henopayaha. The means of destruction of ignorance is unbroken practice of discrimination. Ignorance is destroyed by awakening to knowledge of the Atman until no trace of illusion remains. I bless you all to experience, achieve, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang is bring light to your darkness. Of course, you can only bring light. Your darkness cannot be there. Once you bring light, your darkness cannot be there. If it is there, you have not brought the light. Maybe I can change the subject into bring light where your darkness used to exist. Whenever you bring light, whenever you bring intelligence, whenever you bring life, darkness has to disappear. Death has to disappear. Ignorance has to disappear. In today's sutra, Patanjali dives deep into the science of bringing light into your being. Patanjali, a great Siddha Purusha. Patanjali is actually the junction point where the Siddha tradition and Vedantic tradition both becomes alive. Because Patanjali is basically a Siddha from Tamil Nadu. But his disciple Gaudapada, he is Guru of Govindapada, who is Guru of Adi Shankaracharya. And the whole Siddha tradition traces its source back to Patanjali. That is the reason Patanjali is one of the greatest incarnation happened in planet Earth. If you see based on the number of followers, Patanjali is the founder of a religion with the largest number of followers, because 1/4 of America follows some form of yoga. Understand? 25% of America, 1/4 does some form of yoga. Means practicing religion. I'm not talking about the certificate religion or theory religion, where in some certificate religion it is mentioned in which religion your parents are born. Understand? Religion is useful to you only when you discover it. Which you discovered, that religion only will be life for you. So, if I need to explain based on this definition, how many people discover religion and start living inspired way, practicing, then Patanjali is the largest. Patanjali is the founder of a tradition which is discovered by largest number of people even in the modern age. All over the world, the yoga, actually if yoga is accepted as a religion, I can say this is the largest practicing religion. Practiced religion. Soon you will see humanity will evolve to a level, by the time you become 18, you will be given all the options, which religion you want to follow. All the essence of all the religions will be presented to you without bias, without fanaticism, without the cult mentality, without the fight. It will be presented in front of you. Based on your mental attitude and aptitude, setup, you can pick up. I feel personally, soon means not one generation and all I'm feeling within next 5-6 years, the humanity is going to evolve to the level, by the age of 18, you will be given an option of what country you want to live, which language you want to use for your life, and what religion you want to live, all the options, and which gender. Please understand. The gender change will become wide and a lifestyle. So by 18 you can pick up. You want to be in the same gender in which you took birth, or you want to change. I am really seeing the life is going to be that open. We are going to have this kind of humanity where more options, choices are provided. That is why I am telling, please be prepared with choiceless awareness, so that when so much of choices are given in front of you, you don't fall into depression. With choiceless awareness, all choices are luxury. Without choiceless awareness, all choices are torture. Understand? Without choiceless awareness, more number of choices, more dilemma. Dilemma means depression and suffering. Usually when people come to me and very arrogant, violent, disobedient, I don't punish them. I just let them take their decisions, that's all. There is enough punishment for them. Because just the dilemma is enough, that will kill them. Because morning you will be planning and working for something, and next day morning you will be planning and working for something else. That pull and push. There is a beautiful story I was reading. One guy wanted to play fun with his donkey. So he piled heap of grass, both sides, equal distance. And this donkey was really hungry, this guy. So he told the donkey, come on, both sides, grass is there. Whatever you want to do, do it. Which side you want to eat, eat. And this donkey, as usual, put one step this side. Then he thought, why not go left? Why should it be right? Then he turned and put 2 steps this side. What is the wrong in going towards right? Why did I turn left? Then he started going towards right. I should have done it there itself. Why am I walking so long? Then he started going towards left. Then he realized, oh, I need to put more number of steps for left. I think better to be in the right. Then he started going towards right. By the time he felt really giddy, and he thought, oh God, I think left and right both are equally distant. I don't think I am going to reach anywhere. And he fell and dropped. Please understand, without choiceless awareness, choices are punishment, not luxury. I am telling you, 2012 there is not going to be any tsunami. There is not going to be any pole shift. There is not going to be any earthquake. There is not going to be any natural calamity, but there is going to be a huge man-made calamity, consumeristic civilization. Understand? Planet Earth is going to be attacked, invaded, something called consumeristic civilization, consumeristic mental setup, millions of choices. Be prepared for that attack with choiceless awareness. Otherwise, the depression is going to be a way of life. Surely, there is no earthquake, there is no tsunami, there is no pole shift, there is no natural calamity. Don't worry. There is no Nibiru. There is no that X planet. No, don't worry. Nothing is there. But the lifestyle change, the whole economy and life It is going to be in the hands of the people who are going to exploit you left and right. Your body is income source for doctors. Your mind is income source for entertainment industry. Your life is income source for multinational companies to promote their products. So all of them are going to eat your flesh, eat your emotions, eat your intellect, eat your very breathing. Be prepared to save yourself. That's all I am saying. There is going to be huge choices. By the age of 18, you will be given a clear graphics photo, how you want to look. Please choose. In 2 years, we will finish 120 surgery on you. You will look like that. Do you want to be male, female, between, or beyond, below? You will be given 25 options. Or some part feminine organ, some masculine organ. There is going to be huge choices. And if you have not developed choiceless awareness, how are you going to handle? You guys may laugh now when I predict. See, when it happens, you will understand. When it happens, you will understand. And people will really feel bored by being male or female for more than 10 years. Just like now people feel bored living with one man or one woman. And the option of divorce exists. There is going to be an option of physical divorce. You will just divorce your body and create new one. It's going to be lifestyle. You will see. You will see it. Only then you will understand the importance of choiceless awareness. Develop it. Knowledge about your prarabdha, what far you landed, is not luxury anymore. It is basic survival need. Knowledge, what far you landed, is not luxury. Earlier, you could be living without that. Now, you can't. It is survival need. So, Patanjali, creator of world's most practiced religion, founder of world's most practiced religion, a powerful spiritual tradition. Let's enter into his sutra. This is 76th sutra in chapter 2, 25th verse. Tat abhavat sanyoga bhavo hanam tat drishe kaivalyam. Wow. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, there being absence of that ignorance, there is absence of junction. This is the destruction of ignorance, and this is the independence of seer. Wow. He is giving solution for yesterday's sutra, yesterday's problem. Yesterday he described the problem, the last sutra. Today he is giving solution in this sutra. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, when ignorance has been destroyed, this identification ceases, then bondage is at an end, and the experiencer is independent and free. Sachidananda translates as, without this ignorance, no such union occurs. This is independence of the seer. Great. I'll try to translate by presenting each concept. Understand? Yesterday I explained ignorance. Ignorance means not taking any of your logic to its logical conclusion. If you take any of your logic to its logical conclusion, It will rest in restful awareness. Not taking any of your logic to logical conclusion is ignorance. And acting based on the ignorance brings misery. Doing any action or strategy planning based on the ignorance brings misery. Now, when this ignorance is dropped, means whenever you feel your logic has not reached its logical conclusion, you are not able to take the logic to its logical conclusion, not only don't make any decisions based on that half-conclusive ideas, drop the very inconclusiveness, create a space where you don't make any of your strategies based on this illogical, imperfect, idiotic, ignorant understandings or misunderstandings. The words I utter may look like a broad theory. It is not. Every single problem you have can be just picked up and applied to this theory, and it will deliver solution now. What I am talking is not pure science, it is applied science. People are not interested in pure science. Boring. No. What I am talking is applied science, technology. Please understand. Any problem you have, just pick up and apply with this technology. See, are you able to take it to its logical conclusion? If it leads you to the restful awareness, you have taken it. If not, then don't make any decision, don't do any strategy planning based on that inconclusive, aborted thoughts. That's all. You will see thousands of foolish strategy plans which you have about your life will be dropped. That itself will bring so much of free space about your future. What is real freedom? See, freedom is freedom to choose anything you want in future, and freedom to be in choicelessness when something is forced on you in future. That's all is freedom. Understand? Freedom is freedom for and freedom from future. Freedom for future, whenever you want to choose what you want to choose. At some point, because of your decisions which you made earlier, you may not have that flexibility in the future. That time, freedom from freedom. That's all is freedom. Just flowing with it. Freedom is not vertical stick. It is flowing river. As long as you have an idea of vertical stick, straight line, it is not freedom. Freedom is flowing river. When you look from the sky, from the flight, straight roads are not freedom, understand. It is made by your predecessor who was ruling the country, and you are going in that route, going in that straight line road. Don't think you are in freedom. No. You are in freedom described by somebody else. As described by somebody else. If you are flowing like a river, you are in freedom. So, when you have freedom for future, enjoy that. When you need freedom from future, enjoy that. When you need freedom from freedom, enjoy that. That is freedom. Jivan Mukti is being like a flowing river, not going in a straight line. Not having ignorance for making any strategy in your life is basic understanding, basic intelligent understanding you need to have. Just you will flow with the life. The tremendous achievements, possibilities, fulfillment, sharing, all this happens when ignorance is not the basic strategy planning for you. When there is no ignorance, the confusion of matter and consciousness never happens inside you. You are there. You handle each field's problem with that each field's intelligence. You don't confuse spiritual problems into social, social into legal, legal into moral, moral into political, political into economical. You will not be confused. You just know which is what. I tell you, having clarity about moral problems are as moral, political as political, legal as legal, spiritual as spiritual, economical as economical is energy. When energy happens in you, first this disidentification or clarity comes to you. Chaotic union does not happen in you. It is just energy. Energy brings intelligence, intelligence brings energy. It's like a virtuous cycle. If you are more energetic, you become more intelligent. If you are more intelligent, you become more energetic. As Patanjali says, tat abhavat sanyoga bhavo hanam tadrishe kaivalyam. When the ignorance disappears, the union of matter and consciousness, chit chata, purusha prakriti, brahma maya, matter and consciousness does not happen. And just you know you are pure. And when there is no union, there is no matter. Matter also is energy. You drown yourself in the space of unified field. Advaita Samrajya, Advaita Anubhuti, the space where oneness is a living reality, not a verbal concept. Just if you can drown yourself into the space where you don't take any strategy or decision or belief based on your illogical ideas. See, take any thought to its logical conclusion. Till then, don't believe. The off conclusion, don't make any strategy. Suddenly you will see the very idea that your body will be questioned by you. So whole thing will tumble down. You will fall into the space of unified field. Advaita Anubhuti, Advaita Samrajya. So understand, not making any decision, not doing any strategy planning based on the incomplete, irresponsible logic and its inconclusive conclusions will directly lead you to enlightenment. Not only success and peace in the outer world, success and peace in the inner world will happen in you. So understand, even if you fail, by making a strategy based on knowledge, means after your logic reaches its logical conclusion, you will have the intelligence to handle that failure and stand up. But never make a strategy in the beginning with a inconclusive logic. When you go on making with conclusive logic, the conclusive restful awareness, anything happens after that, you will have intelligence to stand up. You can stand up. No attack can shake you. Stirred, not shaken. Understand? Maybe stirred, not shaken. So understand, if you go on making decisions based on your logical conclusions, maybe somebody will try to stir you, but nobody can shake you. Nobody can shake you. So, I tell you, avoid ignorance. Naturally, there will not be confusion between matter and consciousness. You will be in the pure inner space. Let you all achieve, live, experience, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. From today, in morning satsang, I am starting Patanjali Yoga Sutras. I am not ending Siddha tradition series, please understand. Because I suddenly realized Siddhas have already become my being, bone marrow, blood. So on any subject I talk, they are going to come out automatically. So I don't need to spend separate time and title for Siddha tradition. Of course, Patanjali is one of the great Siddha. So I decided the Patanjali Yoga Sutras is a well-known book, scripture, all over the world. By sharing my experiences on this truth, lot more seekers will be helped. So, I'll start expressing my experiences on Patanjali Yoga Sutras, of course, with the expression of Siddhas. Today's subject is beware and be aware of ignorance. Not just beware, be aware. See, beware of ignorance is an intellectual waking up. Be aware of ignorance is a technique to go beyond ignorance. Technical knowledge and technique, both I am trying to convey just with this one topic. Beware of ignorance is a technical knowledge. Be aware of ignorance, technique to go beyond ignorance. Beware and be aware, both needs to be experienced. How to experience both the space? Let's see how Patanjali is guiding us. The second chapter, 24th verse. Tasya hetur avidya. The translation, Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as ignorance is its cause. Prabhavananda translates as this identification is caused by ignorance. Dvivedi translates as its cause is ignorance. Swami Satchidananda translates as the cause of this union is ignorance. The second chapter, 24th sutra, as continuous, I don't know the number, but second chapter, 24th sutra. Tasya hetur avidya. The cause of unawareness of Purusha, the consciousness about its real nature, why it gets mixed with the matter, why it feels itself confused or identified with the matter is ignorance. I'll try to define ignorance. Intellectual perversion is ignorance. Any idea which works in you and creates restful awareness is Shastra, means knowledge. Spiritual truth. Any idea which works in you and creates violence, anger, an unsettled end. See, all ideas lead you to a further and further and further. If it leads to somewhere, and naturally it will end at one point. The point, see, for example, when you learn about acceptance, this idea will naturally start growing in you, how to accept, what is acceptance and all that. Finally, end of this thinking process, if you feel settled and the acceptance is happening in you, it has become knowledge in you. It is knowledge. But unfortunately, this has not settled in you. Like a end of this thinking process, you feel, no, I am not able to accept me, or I don't know what to do. It just ends abruptly without getting the completion or without reaching its logical conclusion just by kind of a suffering. Violence, either violence towards you or others, that is what I call intellectual perversion. That is what is ignorance. To get out of ignorance, don't think ignorance is something like a black, dark ghost which will appear with two horns and big teeth. No. Don't be afraid. Any intellectual process which you started in you, which has not reached its logical conclusion, which has not been completed, is ignorance. About any truth, about life, sometime by mistake, you would have started thinking about what is life. That thought, that seeking, that intellectual understanding may not have reached its conclusion, a logical conclusion. Maybe somewhere it is stuck. Somewhere you stopped thinking. You stopped pushing it further. You stopped working on it further. That stopping is ignorance. Anything stopped in the mid is intellectual perversion, because it is not that you just stop and leave it. After stopping, the idea which you get during that stopping, based on that you plan strategies. Not taking your logical thinking, your intellectual thinking to its logical conclusion, the end. When it has not reached its end, any idea you have is dangerous. Any strategy planning you do based on that is dangerous. Violence, arrogant, aggressive. Any logical, any process, try to take it to its logical end, to its logical conclusion. Have patience. Sometimes things needs time. What about you guys? Even I am sitting here in this throne just because of my tremendous passions. Otherwise, the harassment and abusal done on me, just because of the tremendous passions, I could digest everything. Again, look at the human beings to teach and share what I wanted to share. I am not asking you to have the passions which I am having, at least 100th, at least 1%. Otherwise, if somebody else goes through the abusal and harassment which I went through, they will not even think of looking at the society again. I have nothing to gain. I have completed all my tasks. Whatever thinking process I started in my life, I have taken it to its logical conclusion, experienced it, realized it, digested it, I am living it. I have nothing left uncompleted. Whether it is intellectual thought or desire or fear or anything I started in my life, I have reached its fulfillment. That is what I am saying. That liberated from prarabdha, completion of prarabdha, I have completed. I have nothing more to gain. But even with that, the tremendous patience, I got at least 2 questions yesterday in Inner Awakening. Swamiji, you said in your morning satsang, you completely lost respect for society. then why so much compassion to teach? Understand? I have compassion to society because I want them to become what I want them to become. I lost respect because what they are. I have compassion because they can become what I want them to become. With so much of abuse and harassment, I have a tremendous passion to sit through and pass through and stand up again. Just because I have completed all my logical thoughts to its conclusion. Anything I started, I have taken it to its end. Understand? Always end is restful awareness, because the beginning is restful awareness. In the end, if there is no restful awareness, be very clear, you have not reached the end. You are stuck. You are standing, looking at a signboard, thinking as destination. No. Destination is always restful awareness. Just caught in between. See, even if you are caught in between and waiting for further progress, great, you are a seeker. Caught in between, but using that opinions, that conclusions to plan your life strategy. Then you lost the only hope which you had in your life. That's master. Ignorance is cause of identification of the consciousness into matter, means all confusions. Life is a simple management. If you know clearly about the strategy for your future, life just flows. I'm telling you, any thought you start, ensure that you reach its logical conclusion. Don't be stuck in the off. Stuck thought is equivalent to aborted child. If you bring an aborted child to the feet of the master, like how Parikshit was brought to Krishna, his touch, child can be revived. Possibility is there. Means your pervert intellect can reach its logical conclusion. Means restful awareness. But if you try to take that aborted child and throw it on the master, then you are in danger. You are in danger. It can never hit master. It will come back to you with more danger and power. Ignorance is the root cause of suffering. Take this as today's message. Any thought which you started is your child. The moment a thought happens in you, you are pregnant now. See that it grows, you cherish it, nourish it, and properly take it to a logical conclusion. Means grow it, deliver it. After delivering it, see that it grows and becomes a matured adult, or stop the very the very conceiving process. You can do that by unclutching. Stop the very conceiving process by unclutching. If you already conceived, see that it is cherished, nourished, grows, delivered, and becomes a matured child. Don't have aborted child, or after giving birth, the immature, mentally retarded kids. It is dangerous for you. I have seen people make certain strategy about their life without plugging holes in their logical thinking and get caught, stuck. When they are stuck, they become angry towards anything which is shining. Understand? Their anger does not really reach a logical root. Whatever field they are in, whoever is in front, throw anger on them. Fire. Towards whom? That and all I don't know. Fire first. Later on we'll take care. We'll face it later on. Now fire. Which direction? Who? What? Why? I am telling fire. The rifle is facing towards you. I am telling, why are you bothered about me, you and all that fire? That is what most of the time these intellectual perverts are doing. Then that fellow simply stuck, that's all, fire. And after falling on the ground, hey, you should have told this is what is going to happen. That is what I am telling for last half an hour. But after falling on the ground, what to do? Nothing can be done. Let me define the ignorance again. Any thought you conceived and not taking it to its logical conclusion is ignorance, and not only stopping in between, using the ideas and conclusions which you derived by stopping in between as a strategy for your future and making decisions out of those inconclusive conclusions, intellectual perverted conclusions. Using those things as a strategy for your future and making decisions about your future is the most dangerous thing in your life. Ignorance brings suffering. If you just leave it as ignorance, it will be an ignorance. If you start working based on the ignorance, those decisions, it becomes suffering. You are stuck with an intellectual perversion. Second, you are using that perverted conclusion as a strategy for your further actions. I just wanted to tell all these intellectual perverts, don't act based on the logic which has not reached its logical conclusion. Whenever a logic reaches its logical conclusion, it is restful awareness, non-violence, non-boiling, non-arrogance, nirmana, nirloka, nirlapta, niranjana, niramaya, and nirvigalpa. Of course, it should have become an Advaita. Intellectual perversion is the most dangerous poison, most dangerous suffering, the worst way of committing suicide. Please understand. worst way of committing suicide is intellectual perversion. If this logical conclusion reaches its logical conclusion, it would have become Advaita. It would have become Nirvigalpa, Niranjana, Niramaya, the ignorance which you are carrying inside is not an ordinary poison. So, look into it very clearly. Work on it very strongly. Anything which is not complete in you, don't allow it. Either burn it by unclutching from it, or take it to its logical conclusion, which is restful awareness. Don't leave in between, because it can torture yourself, and that is the worst way of committing suicide. Understand? Ignorance is cause of identification of consciousness as matter, matter as consciousness, and responsible for all sufferings you have in your life. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for morning satsang is experience the God state with God. You can experience God state only with God. With whom else you can experience? Yesterday some devotee was asking me something like, when I was telling about get into the source of the you, what you feel as you are a reflection. Look into the source of you. He said, you are our source, Swamiji. I said, then What do you mean? That is what I mean. Why will I promote somebody else? Understand? Because I realized I am the source, I go on promoting you to look into your source. If you look into your source, you will know your source and my source is one and the same. Please understand, when I say realize yourself, I mean actually when you realize yourself, you will realize yourself and myself is one and the same. I promote Krishna, Rama, Shiva, Buddha because I know, I have realized myself and their self is one and the same. The consciousness. I have experienced them in my consciousness, me in their consciousness. So naturally, I am promoting them. The consciousness in which the Krishna, Buddha, Shiva, all of them radiate, experience God's state with God. In the beginning, the experience of God can happen only with God. Then your very being becomes God. Then that starts transmitting that experience to others. If you observed yesterday night energy session, I was trying to train 5-6 of the Divya Sariris without me interfering or giving little bit support to awaken the Kundalini energy of somebody else. I was giving the instruction, come on. When the energy awakens, convert that into a word, walk, and release it into the air, so that that word reaches that air, that energy reaches the other person, and the other person's energy, Kundalini, gets awakened. The expansion of consciousness starts happening. I am trying to demystify this whole energy science. Still, verbally conveying it is such big job. Somebody asked me yesterday 2 things. One, some CD, music, which we are playing here, some music CD, and an outer body experience. I said this outer body experience will be a lot more easy for me than the music CD. Because this I have and I can give it immediately. This music CD I have to get it from somewhere. Same way, doing the energy play becomes a lot more easy than talking about it. Because doing is more like connecting with two beings. Talking is like connecting with all the people's logic at a time. Experiencing God with God. All you need to do to experience God with God is stop your ignorance which acts outrageously. Understand? Sometime in the life, every human being feels God in some reflection. Sometime when you sit on a hill, watch the evening sunset, suddenly you feel God present in that experience. Or you go to some temple, see the deity. In a very unexpected way, you loosen yourself and you will see God in that space. Or you go to some guru, you go with a lot of tightness only. Because your family dragged you or your wife dragged you, you go there. Some moment, if you are fortunate enough, you may open up. Your heart may open up, feel connected. You will feel God consciousness in that space. Whenever you loosen up or open up, you will see that space is being filled with God. But your mind is so idiotic, always trying to do something outrageous, agitated, constantly trying to hold on to the identity which you project to the whole world, which will not be useful even for 2 annas. Not, I can literally, if I have to say, not even be useful for a penny. Because if few pennies gather, it may become $1 useful. But if few minds like your mind gathers, it can become dangerous. Why few? 2? No, why 2? 1 is enough. I tell you really, anybody who is seeking something more than the 5 sense pleasure, I am challenging. If he sees my picture or listens to word or one glimpse, he has to feel connected beyond his logic. I am telling you very clearly. See, Ramakrishna declared once, in this age, whoever has to reach enlightenment, they have to go through only through this door. He said when he was in the body. It is true. When he was in the body, all the major spiritual expressions are directly, indirectly shades. The waves happened in the ocean of Ramakrishna. I am telling you very clearly. Whatever may be the religion, spiritual group they belong to, if they seek something more than 5 sensual pleasure, even an accident coming across of my form or name, simply something will be awakened in them and they will see their fulfillment in larger than life size in me, no other way. I tell you, any seeker exists in this era, in the planet, has to feel connected, no other way. If he comes across, he doesn't need to logically think and do. Just his whole consciousness will feel connected. As long as the worrying individuals exist on the planet Earth, the soothsayers and predicting leaders, predicting people cannot be destroyed. Understand? I am talking from chakra to chakra. As long as the continuing worrying people exist on the planet Earth, the predictors, don't worry, this will happen, that will happen, this will change, that will change. In this date, that will happen, in this date, this will happen. The predictors cannot be destroyed. They will have their market. As long as people who can't share love with real people, who don't know the quality of opening up, exists, the romance-based industry will be alive. Means constantly watching in the TV and movie and in the internet, the duets and romance scenes and the stories, but never able to express that love by yourself to a living person. As long as people don't know how to open and share themselves with others, the romance-based entertainment industry will be alive. It cannot be destroyed. As long as people who don't feel satisfied with themselves exist, or this competition-filled industry, sports, beauty, all competition-filled industries will exist. It cannot be destroyed. As long as human beings seek something more than 5 senses, I will be there. I cannot be destroyed. Understand? Every cream in the society, every decision maker in the society is essence or the collective solidification of a certain group of individuals exists in the planet Earth. If you want the education system created by an enlightened being to reproduce all the components and dimensions of his very being, become ingenious. Get into Vidyalayas. Each group which I express now are the expressions of one type of mind, mental setup. I tell you, I am actually revealing one of the important truth. All the people who are successful in the fields and industries where competition is a basic thread, like a sports, beauty, in all these fields, the competition is the basic line. They will have a deep, very deep dissatisfaction and unacceptance about themselves. I'm guaranteeing you. Their very breathing, their very space will be so intolerable to themselves. Please understand. Their own space will be intolerable to themselves. They will be constantly trying to jump out of their own space. It's like you trying to jump out of your frame. Is it possible? The other day I was reading a news. It was telling, one guy was giving a press meet. In that he was talking, I never read first pages of the paper because first pages are always about somebody's failure and last pages are always about somebody's success, sports page. He was telling that first pages are always about somebody's failure and last pages are always about somebody's success. So I always read only last pages, never the first pages. Unfortunately, in no media, there is no space for somebody who just awakens himself to awaken all others. Still, society is yet to evolve. As I said, what you want to experience, you attract that kind of person in your life, you will be attracted to that kind of persons in your life. Whatever is life threat for you, you will reach that source. If you want to experience God, naturally it can happen only with God, and the very need that you want to experience will reach you to God, will reach you to intense energy field, will reach you to the God consciousness, the person who is radiating God consciousness. That's why Ramakrishna says, if you are thirsty, somehow you will find water. If you are seeking, somehow you will find master. You will just see, it will happen. It will happen. So, all you need is retain that need to experience God. You will experience God with God. I bless you all. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambaam Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is unrevealed miracles of mystics. Whoever reveals the unrevealed is incarnation. Unrevealed should not just disappear without being revealed to the world. With this tremendous compassion and love, the human consciousness should experience the unrevealed superconsciousness. With this vision, beings who reveal the superconsciousness to the human consciousness are only called incarnations. And some of the miracles they have performed. I'll try to express few words. Please understand. I'll give you a simple example, kind of a diagram. I'll just try to explain with an example. This is sun, and you are like a mirror. Your body is like a mirror. Sun rays fall in the mirror and reflection is created. That light falls on something, this reflection's light This is what is world. The sun is super consciousness. The reflection in the mirror is the I, the individual self which you feel. And this mirror is the body. The reflection, the light on which the light falls, the reflection falls, is the world. Now, all your suffering is because of this reflection. When it falls on the world, it chooses some part and rejects some part. It just does not look up to its source. It starts losing itself in what is being seen and starts liking, taking up something, starts rejecting, frightened about something. Please understand. Complete secret of death can be experienced with this. I'll tell you with this understanding how the mystics perform miracles. Here, there is something in the world which is understood by this reflection, which this reflection starts liking. There is something which this reflection starts hating. Whenever something is liked by this reflection, because this reflection is the reflection of consciousness, it does not keep quiet, it changes the very form of the mirror, body itself. Please understand. If you are continuously fantasizing about food, the very quality of your body changes. If you are continuously fantasizing about music, the very quality of your body changes. If you are continuously fantasizing about sex, the very quality of your body changes. The reflection not just keeps quiet, it works on the body and changes the very quality of the body. The reflection, instead of looking at the things on which it is reflecting, if it looks back from where he is reflecting, that is sadhana and enlightenment. If he is looking only on the things on which he is reflecting, that is what we call the ordinary mundane life of fear and greed and this. Not knowing what to do with the life. Yesterday one devotee told me in the energy session, Swamiji, I don't know what to do with my life. Oh God. I really felt. No, I felt her suffering. I felt her pain. And of course, at least she is fortunate she is here. In few days, the clarity is going to happen. The transformation is going to happen. And naturally, she will know what is and what she wants to and what should be, all that. But how many billions of people in the planet Earth are there having life and not knowing what to do with the life? Oh God, I can tell you, that's the worst thing which can happen to human being. Having life but not knowing, because on each line there is so much of plus and minus. You do not know what you really want. Too much choice without having the choiceless awareness. Please understand. If I am asked to kill any one negative energy in the planet Earth, the first thing I will pick up is having too much of choice without choiceless awareness. That is the worst state to be in. The choiceless awareness, please understand. With choiceless awareness, if you have too much of choices, you will just know you can enjoy everything. That makes you multidimensional. Without choiceless awareness, too much of choice just makes you depressed and you do not know what to do with the life. Please understand. Each ray comes out of reflection, works through one of your nadi. One of your nadi. You have 72,000 minor nadis, 24 major nadis, one central nadi. These are some of the revelations from the mystics, but I do not have any scientific reference or any scientific proof for it. It's the experience of Siddhas. Please understand, each attraction, for example, you are attracted to certain food. So one of your nadi will be engaged, means that reflection will use that particular nadi to retain the memory about that food and craving about the food and the necessity for that food and the satisfaction which you enjoy when you have that food. That whole file will be in that one nadi. If you are afraid of something, one nadi will be used to keep the file about that fear and that object. If you are using too many nadis, you are caught in what you are seeing. If you are retrieving yourself, if you are turning yourself towards from where you are reflected, not on which you are reflecting. Please understand. On which you are reflecting is worldly life. From where you are reflecting is spiritual life. If your life is flowing towards on which you are reflecting, it is worldly life. Pravritti, in Sanskrit we call. If your life is reflecting on from where you are reflecting, it is called nivritti, an enlightenment life. So too many nadis engaged on what is being seen without having the center of what is seen is what I call, without having choiceless awareness, having too much of choice. Modern day kids, one of the major disease modern day kids are suffering is this disease. This is responsible for drugs, teenage suicide, and heavy depression youth face in the modern age. Please understand, one of the worst thing I found in the modern age youth is they lose the innocence of childhood, the joy of being a youth very young, very quickly. Because too much of choices are put in front of them without having the choiceless awareness. I can tell you, it's almost like 100 varieties of food which you really love are put inside in front of you, and just your tongue is cut off. Exactly the same thing. I tell you, if you are living with too much of choice, without choiceless awareness, you are ghost. You are not a being. You are ghost. You need to be afraid of you, not about anybody else. You don't need anybody to destroy your life. You are enough. You are enough unto yourself. One of the major suffering modern day youth is facing, understand, I am giving this message to modern day youth from all over the world, especially Indian kids. Indian kids are losing their roots. In US they have a word, American born confused daisies, for the NRI kids, ABCD. American born confused daisies. Not only NRI kids, even in India, RNI kids, I'm talking about RNI kids, the tremendous depression and cluelessness about the life and chaos they are going through. Understand? Just if the reflection is towards on which he is reflected, what is going to happen? Naturally, the mirror is going to get tired, filled with dust, disturbed, and any moment he may turn and the reflection of the superconscious will stop reflecting on the mirror. I am warning, giving a strong spiritual warning to Indian youth. Please understand, getting back to the Vedic lifestyle is not an option for you. Now it is a medicine for you. Now the only remedy the Indian youth has is getting back to the Vedic tradition. Vedic understanding about life. I am not saying drop your jeans and iPad and cell phone and no. But I am saying the culture put into your head along with those instruments. Those instruments are poor, innocent. But the idea to live with too much of choices without choiceless awareness is the dangerous idea. That is what is dangerous idea. In the 72,000 nadis, if at least 10,000 is centered towards from where you are reflecting, all other 62,000 is reflecting on which you are reflecting, you will be balanced. All I am asking is just to dedicate 10,000. Means maybe 1 hour or 2 hours of your life being centered on the higher ideals. Your actions and thinking at least 1 hour or 2 hours being centered on the source from which you are reflecting. That's all I am asking, nothing else. Or just perish, nothing else. And Indian youth is the largest number of youth in the world. India is the youngest country in the world. If you guys are not going to survive, it is danger for the planet Earth. That is why I assumed the body of Indian youth, because I am going to work on them. They are my first priority. They are my first priority. The planet Earth needs to be saved. If it has to be saved, it can be saved only by Indian youth. Too much choice without choiceless awareness is the greatest danger we are facing. And I just wanted to give you the deeper mysteries of this Nadi science which I explained now. I think all of you are able to catch the basics of what I am saying. Your body is the mirror. The superconsciousness is the sun that is reflecting on you. The reflection which is felt in your body is the individual self. That reflection's reflection, whatever you are seeing is the world. In that reflection, some part which you are seeing you like, some you don't like. and through 72,000 ray line, you see this. In that 72,000, all 72,000 is spent on what is seen without being the source of seeing, the superconsciousness. You are in depression, essence. That's the essence. If you just, in that 62,000, if you just divert 10,000 up from where you are reflecting, you will have a complete balance. If you divert 50% towards where you are reflecting, you will be already living in a Jivan Mukta life. You don't need to divert more than 50%. That's enough. The remaining 50%, have a playful on what you are seeing. On just have a little joyful fear and joyful greed and playful worry. You can have all that. You can have all that and play with all of them. Nothing wrong. It's great. But a little bit of centering on the choiceless awareness. At least 10,000 nadis in the 72,000 being centered on from where you are reflecting is essential. That is essence of life and essential in life. If that centering on what is from where you are reflected is established, physically you will express miracles. Understand? Physically you will express miracles. Just yesterday night, after the darshan, I took the batch of these mediums to our Akada. Akada is the place where we have our gym. All the fellows who sat as medium, they lifted at least 2 to 3 times of their own weight. That much weight they lifted. Please understand, lifting 3 times of your weight is not a joke. Normally, they can't even lift their weight or equivalent to their weight. If somebody is 50 kg, they lifting 50 kg is not a joke. Took them to the Akada, just awaken the Kundalini at least twice. Some people up to thrice. Wait, just like that they lifted. Nothing else. And after that they were saying, we don't even know that we lifted so much weight. It feels like a zero weight. When the Kundalini is awakened, more than 10,000 nadi of you is centered on what is seen. Please understand. It is centered on it is not what is seen. It is centered on from where you are reflected to superconsciousness. In Siddha tradition there is a sutra. When the Kundalini is awakened, if you can lift equivalent to your body weight, it's called bala. One bala, if you have one nadi, the left or right will be perfect. If you are able to lift twice your weight, when that awakening happens, I am not talking about normal weightlifting practice and training, no. When that experience happens, when that levitation happens, when that awakening happens, if you are able to lift twice your weight, it's called two will be alive. Means at least 10,000 of your nadis among the 72,000 is centered towards the source from where you are reflecting, means superconsciousness. Physically they showed yesterday the power of Kundalini. When the Kundalini awakens, one of our brahmacharini she's 50, she lifted 120 kg. She's only 50 kg weight. She just lifted 120 kg. And there are some more who lifted 140. Just twice or thrice of their weight. Just the power of Kundalini Shakti. Ordinarily they can't lift more than 20 or 30 kg. Just like not only they lifted, they were actually coming forward. They said, no, Swamiji, we will lift thrice our weight. I said, relax, not in the same day. You guys may get enlightened too soon. Let's do it properly so that your body is also ready. Physically showing the power of the nadi. Power of the nadi. I can even show with you guys, even with participants. Normally, maximum how much you are able to lift. And just when that levitation happens, when that energy explosion happens, how much you are able to lift. It will be at least 3 times more. And you will not have any pain, any damage. I am responsible. I am telling you. But don't do it on your own. Do in controlled condition with the proper support and help. So these all practices should not be done on your own. It should be done directly under the guidance of the master. Because only then I will know whether it is Kundalini awakening or your own some hallucination. One part of you being centered on the source from which you are reflecting is the essential teaching which I am trying to transmit in today's satsang. That's what I am trying to transmit in today's satsang. Actually, in that 72,000, if less number of nadis, see, I can give you the example, like from the reflection, how many rays are flowing? That rays can be considered as the nadis. 72,000 rays are flowing. In that 72,000, if less are flowing outward, you can change your body anytime easily. The reflection can change the mirror. Enough. This mirror is too tired, too old. Come on, let's go to the next mirror. Because from the reflection, not much to be identified. Go to the next mirror. That's all. Understand? I can just make time out of consciousness. Because I am completely free from on which I am reflecting. All my 72,000 nadis are centered on, from which I am reflecting, not on which I am reflecting. I'll talk on deeper lines of how retrieving the nadi flow from on which you reflected to from which you reflect and the benefits of it. How you can heal your body, change your body, play with your body and enjoy being in the body. On next sessions, let you all achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambham Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. As you are all aware, I am continuing on Siddha tradition. Today's subject for morning satsang is greatest truth revealed became an avatar. I want all of you to know an important truth. This I can make it in a very clear way, in a challenging way. There is no tradition, no spiritual tradition in the world speaks of man becoming an incarnation in that very body except Siddha tradition. All traditions talk only about becoming enlightened. You will be liberated, Jivan Mukta. But Siddha tradition is the only tradition which has studied, mastered the science of making your body capable of radiating that intense experience after becoming enlightened. Becoming incarnation, becoming an avatar, incarnation. The science is experienced and expressed only in Siddha tradition. No other tradition has done so much research on body. Please understand. On the physical, mental, emotional dimensions you need to have to be an incarnation. Almost all spiritual tradition stops with awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. That's all. They stop with it. Siddha tradition is the first science, spiritual science, which has dived deep into the realms of awakening the deeper strands of your very DNA. Making new man is possible only through Siddha tradition. Of course, Siddha tradition is not separate from Vedic tradition. I can say a small secret mystical group which was doing higher parts of research and development in Vedic tradition can be called as Siddha tradition. Nobody has done so much work, so much of research and development. Nobody has revealed so much in the line of awakening the deeper strands of your DNA. Siddha tradition works with such powerful process. Straight away, they work with death to awaken your deeper strands of DNA. Please understand, death is not actually, as you think, something negative. Siddhas have mastered the science, how to use every death to awaken the deeper strands of DNA. Every death can be used to awaken deeper strands of DNA. Please understand. At the time you are disillusioned about the stability of the society, your third level DNA strand can be awakened, because disillusionment about the society creates a deep insecurity in you, and when you face that insecurity, next level of DNA, the very physical structure, physical ability gets awakened in you. I can tell you really, when you face a deep insecurity with the society, you have two choices. Either you can build completely new muscles and new body, or completely get broken, go to pieces. You have two choices. Because when the insecurity is attacked, when the insecurity is awakened in you, if you just go into the death of moment to moment to moment, you will start living more into the conscious state, living more into the conscious state will awaken the deeper strands of DNA. Third and fourth. Same way, if you have a broken heart, if there is a problem you are facing in your life because of some broken relationship, yesterday 2-3 people were telling me, asking me for healing, that they have a broken relationship, their relationship is broken. Please understand, go into that consciously. You will see the deeper level strands of DNA will be awakened in you. You will start living intensely, blissfully with your own body, without the need of other body. The possibility for achieving brahmacharya happens in you when the relationships are broken. Breaking the relationship being broken is the death. Brahmacharya happening is new birth. So every major incident in your life, every death in your life can be used to awaken the deeper level strands of DNA. Siddhas have used this science. Consciously they will put people into the death experience and awaken the deeper strands of DNA and bring them back. They even use sometimes herbs. See, Siddhas use 3 things. Mani, mantra, aushadha. Mani means the truths. Mantra means the technique. Aushadha means herbs, medicines. Siddha masters who used all 3. They will put disciple to death, awaken the deeper strands of DNA and bring him back. Science of becoming an incarnation is expressed in such a detailed way in the Siddha tradition. I tell you, every suffering imposed on you, I am not saying just die with the suffering. No. Live with the suffering. Live it. Suddenly you will see, the moment you live, you start living, deeper strands of DNA starts getting awakened in you. Please understand, I am not saying you will just become emotionally strong. No. Your very body to hold the consciousness will become great and big. Your very system, which has an intense ability, capacity to radiate, will become big. Today we will work on death. Of course, not with medicines. Today we will work on death, but not with medicines, but just with understanding and technique. I can tell you from my own life how each death happened in my life has made me an incarnation. Or I can say, awakened the deeper strands of DNA. The first death I faced in my life, my father's elder brother's son, elder son, he died. He fell into the village well. He went for a vacation to one of his relatives' house. You all know in Indian villages, if the school holiday, immediately we'll pack and go to some aunt's house, uncle's house, 2-3 days run around there and come back. It's a only way of vacation. He went to a vacation nearby village. My family is a tight-knit family. They don't marry outside not even outside community, not even outside the family. They'll marry inside. If you pick up one person, he will have 10 way of relationship with other persons. So, this boy He used to be dumb and deaf little. So he can't speak fluently. He went for vacation and the villages will have a wall, the well without wall. So this guy was running around and fell into that well and died, unfortunately. So when his body was brought, first time, it's reality for me, somebody whom you saw till few days before will not be there with you anymore. I can say in a way he was my first devotee. He used to have a great devotion for me. He is the one who will bring water, flowers, everything for my puja. He had a tremendous love and respect for me. Even though I am younger, to him, he will bring all the things necessary for my puja, help me in puja, assist me. Very religious person. And I used to give him a lot of attention. I am the only person who can play with him or who can entertain him. You see, in all other play, you need to talk, you need to interact, you need to be equal. But my play is sitting with the deities and playing, doing puja. There you don't need to talk much. And only I will be able to accommodate him in my play. Nobody can accommodate. So he used to have a tremendous love for me, and my first assistant, maybe I can say, and a great devotee. Suddenly, he is not there. Apart from my practical problems of who will assist me in my puja and all that, who will fetch me water, who will get me flowers, who will get me sandal paste, then with that only you can do puja. I was thinking, who will do all this work? It was such a big shock. The basic understanding that death is inevitable got drilled in me. Actually, I can say, this awakened the sense that I have to be dependent only on me, only on my body and mind for anything I want to do. Society will not be a permanent help. That reality was completely experienced by me. I can say, surely it has awakened a very deep, next level strands of DNA in my body. So, independence. I can say, this was one strong shift in my body. My body has started becoming yogic body. See, my whole idea of depending on somebody was lost. I have to be completely dependent only on the 6 feet frame for anything I have to do. And he was one more close disciple of Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi was actually working on him to make him speak. I have seen Raghupati Yogi actually made him speak at least on 3 occasions, very fluently. But that boy finally asked Raghupati Yogi, no, I think I'll be better if I just live the same way I came, so that I will not have much responsibility in the world. Again, the conscious decision. I have seen Raghupati Yogi made him speak at least on 3 occasions, very fluently. He gave some herbs and asked him to keep on the last part of the teeth and hold. And he started speaking fluently. That funny thing is, holding his teeth, he was speaking fluently. That's the most funny thing. Still I remember, the jaws are completely holding the herb, but he is speaking. He is able to create the sounds very properly, very clearly. That was the most funny part. Still I am not able to understand how Raghupati Yogi made it. Anyhow, the first death, that is responsible for my body becoming yogic body. So God, because He used to bring me the Nagalinga flowers, which will grow, the flowers will happen in the tree, at least some 6-7 feet high. He is little taller than me, he will climb that tree and get that flower. The flower will be like a 1,000 hooded snake, and inside there will be Shivalinga. It's called Nagalinga flower. So he used to climb the tree and bring the flower. First time I realized, oh God, now I have to climb by myself. Even though Raghupada Yogi has trained me, climbing pillars and all that, the necessity to become an independent yogic body has happened in me with that first death. The second death was my grandmother's, my grandfather's elder brother's wife. She lived the ripe age of more than 103. And till the end, very healthy. The funny part in this is, please understand, the most funny part in this is, all these deaths I am describing happened like a process, one by one by one. Now if I look back, it was such a great preparation. How the cosmos was making incarnation. Actually, I myself enjoy that story. I am writing an autobiography. I do not know whether somebody else is enjoying or not, going to enjoy or not. I myself intensely enjoying. Oh God, what a play! What a leela happening. It's such powerful truth, such powerful incidents played so beautifully, such a coordinated way. The next death, my grandmother's death, that has given me the lesson of society cannot be trusted, and it is not a structure as it is believed by you. Father is not a father, mother is not a mother, uncle is not uncle, aunt is not aunt. Things can be completely different. See, first time I realized people can talk one thing and think something else. I never understood you can think something and talk something else. First time I realized during my grandmother's death how people behaved. I saw, see, she died, and there used to be a doctor opposite to my house, very nice person. This old lady, our house had a big well in the center. In villages, you know, the common wells will be there in center of the houses. So in my whole street, this is the only well which can give water during summer. During summer, all other wells will dry up. So this poor doctor, during summer, he has to come only to this well for water. And in villages, it's like they will water and food and all is practically any house you can go and eat. I have seen, at least when we were born and brought up, that we all kids will go to any house and eat in that 30-40 houses. It will be aunt, uncle, father, father's brother, brothers, in-laws, sisters, husband. Some way it will be related. And so this doctor also has to come here for the water. This old lady who died, my grandmother, she had a strong belief that after the sunset, the needle, water, fire, all these three should not be given. So, for some urgent thing, after sunset, if they come for the water, this lady will shout and she will take away that vessel with which they fetch water from the well and hide it. Once the doctor came for very important, urgent reason, emergency for water. This lady did not give. She quoted that proverb, needle, water and fire should not be taken out of the house after the sunset. It's a village belief. So the day before she died, it was late night. She had some problem. She need to have injection. Some injection. So the doctor was called. The doctor came and checked everything and he said injection has to be given. Then that old lady said, go and bring from your house. An opposite house. This doctor said, you only used to tell water, needle and fire cannot be brought outside the house. After the sunset, how can I bring? That old lady could say neither say yes nor say no. She said, no, somehow save me, save me. Then finally the doctor is a good person. He went and brought and did whatever he can, but he couldn't save naturally because she's too old. And next day she passed away. I just remembered, oh God, this lady to whom she's not giving, but that guy is giving so much. That's one understanding. Second, when the death was declared, I saw my family people, they were all sitting and they were all very normal, happy, actually waiting for her to die because she had a lot of money, jewelries. Those days, that silver coin, in India we had a habit of silver coin, pre-independence, silver coins. A lot of those coins she had under her bed in a trunk box. So now all these fellows will get a share. But she herself did not have any kids, but her brothers and their kids, many, and finally each one will get one, maybe little. But they were all waiting for their share. They were waiting for her death. The moment she died, I saw these fellows were very cool. They did not cry immediately. They went to their rooms. Each one will be given one own room, usually in the joint families. They all went to their rooms and changed the dress, put on very simple clothes, removed all the costly jewels and put on simple jewels, came and assembled in the hall, center hall, as if like a scene. And the first one say, start, oh, they started crying. It's almost like a Divya Shariri. The moment I say, they start jumping. And oh, they start. I thought, oh God. I thought the pain or the suffering will come immediately. The moment you say, she has died, but these guys all went and did removed their makeup and they all opened their hair, almost preparation for the whole scene. And I remember some of the ladies, they wiped all the powder and eyeliner, whatever they had. They came and sat in round circle and, oh, Pati, you left us and went away. Oh, Granny, you left us and went away. They started, I couldn't understand. Oh, God. Just 1 minute before, they were all right. And the doctor declared at least 20 minutes before she is dead. How come 20 minutes, no pain, no suffering, no crying came out? Till all of them went to their rooms and changed their clothes and came back. And they were even waiting for somebody to arrive. So they all waited. When the last one arrived, then they started, oh, Granny, you left us and went away. There is a typical song. I thought, oh God. Anyhow, I was not able to cry. I was feeling sad because I missed my candy every day. Every day she will give me one job. She'll tell me to go and bring tobacco from the corner shop in the street. Every corner in the street, she'll ask me to go and bring tobacco for chewing. She'll not give money. She'll tell, take from your father. My father is a spendthrift. That is the right word I have to say. And he and money can't go hand in hand. Anybody asks anything, he will give away. You don't need to ask second time. Only once you need to tell him, you are in suffering, and he will give it away. And he will give me the money, and I will get tobacco for her and candy for me. And from today, no candy, because she is gone. And I was only feeling bad for that, but I was not crying. I know all these fellows are trying to fake that crying. I slowly started laughing. Oh God. I'm a small boy, 10-year-old boy maybe. I went and leaned on my mother's back. Still I remember very clearly. They were all sitting like around, and they were putting their hand on each other and bending and going up and down. That is the way they cry. Oh granny, you left us and went away. That is the way they cry. I'm giving you the exact scene. And then after 2-3 times you shout that clean the nose and wipe on the back, somebody's backside sari, somebody's pallu. And then, oh, the milk which we boiled for yesterday got spoiled. That's all verses. And the buttermilk which we kept for you is drank by the cat. Then we realized you are not going to be here to drink that milk, to drink that buttermilk. These are all, I'm giving you the exact translation of the village verses. When somebody dies, how they sing, it's called Oppari in Tamil. And then after a few minutes, when it becomes tired, you see how many times you will bend and up and down, up and down. And after a few minutes, they will sit and they will wipe their face and they will talk. What happened to your mother-in-law? She did not come. Hey, this saree I never saw. Where did you buy? And they will be talking all very relaxed way. If some new relative comes, then, oh mama, our granny went away, leaving us. And that guy also will take the kerchief very seriously. We don't know whether he is hiding his laughter or crying. Now really, see, really, how many of you felt when you went to a death house feeling like a laughing? Raise your hand. See? But you can't laugh there. What to do? Take the kerchief and hide the face. No, I saw the whole fun happening. And I was actually leaning on my mother's back. She was doing that same exercise of up and down. Now I remember leaning on her back and holding her head. Ma, you were not crying earlier. I asked, hey, she said, hey, keep quiet. Now cry. Then I peeped my head between the heads and looked into my aunt's face. She also, when she comes up, she is showing the face. When she goes down, she's okay. When she was going down, she's okay. She's just wiping the face. And she's not showing any face. When she comes up, when others are able to see, she starts crying. I thought, oh God, how can this be? And still I remember very clearly all the scenes, very vividly. And these guys were not crying earlier, now they are crying. How can this sudden? And not only that, after a few minutes they settle down, and only when the new relative comes, again the bust. And that guy also will sit in that circle and he will say, okay, what to do? After all, she lived her life completely. And then after 2 minutes, he will wipe the face and then ask, so everything, what else is going on? What is growing in the land, in that farmland? Is all the properties in our name or shifted to somebody else's name? They'll start inquiring. And after dropping that body, after 1 hour I saw all these fellows got into our room and locked themselves. And I also somehow sneaked into the room. I saw they are sharing the wealth under our bed. Now the fight started among the family. Who will get that? She had a pavala mala, the pearl mala. Who will get that mala? Who will get this coin? Who will get that jewelry? Who will get this jewelry? And they are cutting all that mala and jewels into pieces and weighing. and dead body is lying down in the hall, but already the sharing has started. When I looked at all that, I thought, oh God, this lady had so much under her cot and she will never give a penny for the tobacco. First thing I thought, if she would have given a little bit of this, I would have given it to the chettiar, and whole life she would have had tobacco and I would have had candy. And neither she enjoyed nor she gave me, and she just left the whole thing and died. Then I suddenly realized, even these fellows who are fighting and sharing, they are also going to live and die like this. Same thing is going to happen. They take from her after her death. Somebody else is going to take from these guys after these guys' death. I thought, oh God, that's right. So, what is the use of this whole thing? Then what is happening in this whole thing? Just somebody steals from somebody, legally or illegally. But it is all just stealing, 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 stealing. If you are caught, it's illegal. If you are not, it is legal. That's all. Otherwise, from here to there, here to there, here to there, it's all just stolen, 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 stolen. Nothing else. First time, my idea about society crumbled down. Because one of my uncle was forcing me. I cry. I said, no, I don't feel like crying. He said, no, everybody is coming, cry. I said, no, I won't. Then he slapped me. I just held his hand and said, if you touch me once more, I'll tell everybody what all you guys did in the room. Fighting for our jewels. Then my father intervened and said, you know, this fellow will really tell. Why are you playing with him? Why are you beating him at this moment? He will really sit outside and tell everybody before they come inside. Then they understood the danger. They put me in a room and locked me. They locked that room. I was inside that room. I can say, I cried for maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Then when I just fell, it was a big opening, a kind of a breaking. My whole being settled. My respect for society has disappeared. Awakening of the deeper strands of DNA. This death has made Vedic mind happen in me. The first death has made yogic body happen in me. This death has made Vedic mind happen in me. I have to be independent mentally. There is no such thing as straightforwardness, honesty, innocence, thinking and talking it as it is. That was the first revelation for me. It was a strong revelation because I always thought thinking and talking is one and the same. I was feeling sad only for my candy. So I was telling that same thing to everybody. There is no hide and seek or double things. First time I realized people can think something else and speak something else. It was such a big revelation for me. So the next strand of DNA was awakened in me, in my system. I realized I should have the Vedic mind, means independent mind, untouched. I can say that Vedic mind happened in me on that day. Means keeping myself away from society. I have a space inside which is completely untouched by all circumstances outside. And I don't have the desire to go here, there or anything, to see anything. Just because I don't have desire to see anything, thousands to come to see me. Understand? When that desire has disappeared, I become worthy of being seen by people, or people naturally have the interest to see me. So I don't go out to see anything. Actually, I have nothing to enjoy in the life. Maybe if I enjoy something in the life, when I see the devotion in the eyes of the disciples when they see me, that scene I enjoy, that's all. That I don't need to go anywhere. Wherever I sit, I have that scene only in front of me all the time. Millions sitting continuously in complete melting mood. So this is the only scene. If at all I enjoy, I enjoy. सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject for satsang: secrets of superconsciousness. Secrets to superconsciousness. There was a great master, Manikavasagar in Tamil Nadu, an enlightened master, great devotee of Shiva. He composed a set of poems called Tiruvasakam. There is a proverb, if somebody can't melt for those words, he can't be melted by anything. He can't be melted by anything. A heart-pouring experience of his interactions with Shiva and encounters with Shiva. People asked him, please give us the meaning of those verses. He sang in poem, poetry form, in a different meters. They asked him, please give us translation. We need to understand. We need to understand the secrets of your superconsciousness so that we can use that as a secrets to our superconsciousness to understand. We need to understand the secrets of your superconsciousness so that we can use that as a secrets to our superconsciousness. He went to the temple, showed the deity that this is the meaning, and went inside and disappeared into the deity. Understand? Literally disappeared into the deity. He said, this is the meaning. There are some secrets can't be revealed. Words are too poor. It just only can be experienced. Maybe the secrets to consciousness, secrets to superconsciousness, secrets of my superconsciousness is the way for your superconsciousness. Whatever secrets I reveal about my superconsciousness, you can use that as a way to your superconsciousness, because both are one and the same. That is why Krishna says to Arjuna, knowing about my births and my qualities, my gunas, let you be liberated. I want to tell all the newcomers, participants of IA, you may be wondering, what is going on? Where have I landed? I thought this is a place where I will get the superconscious experience, but I see every morning all people are sitting around him and worshipping him as God. I want you to know they are not worshipping me as God, they are worshipping me as an embodiment of all possible gods and goddesses. That is a mantra they are reciting. If I have to translate that words to you, Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya means all gods and goddesses. O embodiment of all gods and goddesses, we offer ourselves to you. You may be wondering, where have I landed? Please understand, neither I am enjoying, nor I am encouraging, or I am rejecting what they are doing. What they are doing is a technique for themselves. I am just as witness. Like a sun is a witness, all grahas move around him. How many grahas move around him? He is there, centered as witness. By knowing the nature of my superconsciousness, They experience their superconsciousness. That is what is exactly happening. That is why this worship, these offerings. Krishna says very clearly, knowing the quality of my inner space, let you be liberated. You will be liberated. So knowing the secrets of my superconsciousness is not like knowing my glory. No, you can never know. It is only a method to liberate yourself. Method to liberate yourself. Technique to liberate yourself. Unfortunately, the secrets to superconsciousness can't be revealed much by the words, maybe. It can be revealed through the presence or the Upanishad. Words are too poor and too small. There is a story. The Ganges, was caught in the Shiva's head. People wanted water in the planet Earth. They requested him. Shiva just removed one hair. In that gap, the water came out, fell on the planet Earth. Is all the rivers and the oceans and underground water. That is the water available in planet Earth. One hair fills more than 70% of the planet Earth space. What will happen if he removes second hair? Sometimes the secrets are better to be kept as secrets. Not just because it has to be kept as secret. By its very nature, it cannot be verbalized, revealed. It cannot be understood. So, by its own innate nature, it is secret. It is secret. Any understanding which gives you the feeling you are something more than body is secret knowledge, because it leads you to the superconsciousness. Any technique which gives you the experience of cosmos, consciousness, more than body, it is secret technique, because it leads you to superconsciousness. Anybody who leads you to the superconscious experience or out of body experience is a secret being in your life, because he leads you to superconsciousness. Krishna says in Gita, Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam. Greatest knowledge is the greatest secret. It is not kept as secret because it should not be told. It is kept as secret because it will not be understood. A normal man, new person who comes inside this hall now, he can't understand what is going on here. Young man sitting somewhere is just moving his hand. And people are rolling on the ground. They are not hypnotized. Please understand. They are completely balanced. They know what is happening now. They can repeat verbatim what I am talking. They know completely what is happening around them. See, not a single person is disturbing their Guru Puja set. All of them can easily put thread into needle. Means they can do any mild, minute actions. It's not that they are out of control. No. Feeling more than the body and being centered. Same way they can sit like a statue for hours without moving the body. They can allow it to flow with energy, or they can completely make it like statue. It is their conscious will. But something extraordinary is happening inside everybody through the presence. Many people ask me, especially after attending the energy darshan, why is this not shown to the world? Why is this not told to the world? Yesterday, somebody asked me, I want to experience God, I want to hold Him. I said, come on, how much you can hold, I'll pour Him on you. I went on and on and on, he was not able to. Then finally he said, enough, enough, enough. I said, come on, now you can go. You read all these only in the fairy tales. You go and ask somebody, please give me the experience of God. And he just stretches his hand